The silver-white drizzle continued to fall as Lin Xiao, now imbued with the power of Lin Xiao, sheathed his heavy sword. The adrenaline was still coursing through his veins, the echoes of the man-faced demon spider's death cry ringing in his ears. He looked at his hands, flexing his fingers, feeling the unfamiliar power surging beneath his skin. He was no longer just Lin Xiao, a hapless victim of a drunk driver. He was more. He took a deep breath, the damp forest air filling his lungs. He needed to understand this power, this template. He understood the basic premise. He had to play the role of Lin Xiao, embody her spirit, her strength, her conviction. But how? What actions would increase his playing progress? He glanced at the 1,000-year soul ring still hovering where the spider had died. It shimmered with an alluring energy, an invitation to power. But Lin Xiao hesitated. As Lin Xiao, would he even need a soul ring? His power wasn't derived from the traditional spirit-soul system of Douluo. It was something other. A power from a higher plane, perhaps. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes broke his concentration. Not the random rustling of leaves in the wind, but the deliberate, cautious movement of something, or someone, approaching. Lin Xiao tensed, drawing his heavy sword. He wasn't afraid, not in the way he had been before. Now, fear was replaced with a cold, calculating focus. He was a blade in the darkness, waiting to strike. A figure emerged from the undergrowth. It was a girl, barely a teenager, with ragged clothes and a face caked in mud. She flinched when she saw him, her wide eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hope. She clutched a small, withered flower in her hand. Please," she stammered, her voice trembling. "Help me. My village, they attacked my village. Bandits." Lin Xiao stared at her, his expression unreadable. This was it, wasn't it? A chance to play his role. Lin Xiao, the light and the darkness, a savior or a destroyer, depending on the path he chose. He could ignore her, continue on his own journey, honing his newfound power. That would be the path of darkness, the path of the unfeeling warrior. Or he could help her, protect her, become the light in her darkness. That was the savior's path, the path that would resonate with Lin Xiao's inner conflict. He considered the implications of each choice. Helping her would undoubtedly lead to more trouble, more danger. He knew nothing of this world, its politics, its dangers. But the girl's desperate plea, the fragility in her eyes, resonated with a part of him that was still Lin Xiao, the boy who had been struck down on his way home. He lowered his heavy sword slightly, a gesture of peace. "Take me to your village," he said, his voice deeper, more resonant than before. The voice of Lin Xiao. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, then lit up with relief. "Really? You'll help us?" Lin Xiao nodded, a grim determination hardening his features. "I will." As they walked through the forest, the drizzle continued to fall, washing the mud from the girl's face, revealing a faint glimmer of beauty. Lin Xiao knew that this was just the beginning. He was no longer just a long-haired boy lost in a strange world. He was something more, something powerful, something potentially dangerous. He was Lin Xiao, and the fate of this world, for better or for worse, was now intertwined with his own. The savior had arrived, and perhaps, so had the devil. The forest held its breath, waiting to see which path he would truly choose. The role-playing had begun. The forest floor trembled as a colossal shadow lumbered into view. A dire wolf, easily the size of a small elephant, with fur as black as midnight and eyes that burned with an infernal green light, stalked towards Chang'an. Its fangs, like sharpened obsidian, dripped with a viscous, phosphorescent saliva. A 10,000-year dark shadow wolf. "Snake spear," Douluo hissed, his voice tight with alarm. "That thing is notoriously aggressive, and its poison can paralyze even a titled Douluo." The dark shadow wolf wasn't interested in Chang'an, at least not initially. Its gaze locked onto the body of the bright giant lizard, a glimmer of primal hunger in its eyes. It was about to pounce and devour the already dead soul beast when it noticed Lin Xiao, standing motionless by the tree. The wolf snarled, a sound that grated on the ears like nails on a chalkboard. It clearly saw Lin Xiao as a threat, an interloper on its territory. It repositioned, its massive bulk shifting with surprising agility, and prepared to charge. "Damn it," Bloodthorn Douluo cursed under his breath. "He's drawn its attention. We have to move, now." Lin Xiao remained still, a strange calm emanating from him. He could feel the wolf's burning gaze, the palpable wave of killing intent washing over him. He knew that the two titled Douluo were ready to intervene, but he also knew this was an opportunity. He needed to prove his worth, to earn Qianrenxue's trust, and perhaps, to unlock a new level of his Li Xian role-playing. As the dark shadow wolf sprang forward, a blur of black fur and razor claws, Lin Xiao finally moved. Not with a burst of soul power, not with a shouted battle cry, but with a simple, almost languid unfolding of his hand. The golden sword energy that surrounded Qianrenxue suddenly pulsed with an intense light, then reformed, shooting outwards like a swarm of gilded bees. The dozens of streams of energy, each razor-sharp and imbued with a potent force, slammed into the dark shadow wolf. Unlike the falling leaves, which were effortlessly sliced, the wolf's thick hide offered some resistance. But the sheer number and focused intensity of the attacks were overwhelming. The golden energy tore through its fur, carving lines of light across its dark hide. The dark shadow wolf howled in pain and fury, its charge faltering. It slammed to the ground, struggling to its feet, its eyes blazing with untamed rage. The golden energy wasn't just cutting, it was burning, searing its flesh. Lin Xiao didn't give it a chance to recover. He took a single step forward, and the golden energy intensified, focusing into a single, blinding beam. It struck the wolf squarely in the chest, ripping through bone and flesh with terrifying ease. The dark shadow wolf let out a final, strangled whimper before collapsing in a heap, its life extinguished in an instant. The forest fell silent, the only sound the crackling of the campfire and the soft hum of the golden energy still swirling around Qianrenxue. Bloodthorn Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo exchanged shocked glances. That wasn't the power of a soul king. The raw power, the precision, the control, it was far beyond anything they'd expect from someone his age. Qianrenxue, still absorbing the soul ring, felt a surge of respect for the young man who had so effortlessly protected her. Despite her initial suspicions, she couldn't deny the incredible power she had just witnessed. He had shielded her from a threat far more dangerous than anything she had anticipated. When she finally opened her eyes, a new, vibrant golden soul ring swirling around her, she looked at Lin Xiao with a newfound curiosity. "Thank you, Li Xian," she said, her voice laced with a hint of awe. "You certainly are stronger than you appear." Lin Xiao simply nodded, his expression impassive. "It was nothing," he said, his voice low and even. "Protecting those weaker than myself is simply a matter of course." He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, "Besides, I needed the exercise." He turned his gaze back to the campfire, and Qianrenxue couldn't help but wonder just how much he was hiding. He claimed to be lost, a wanderer with no purpose, yet he possessed power that rivaled even season-titled Douluo's. He was a mystery, wrapped in an enigma, and cloaked in the attire of a displaced prince. And for the first time in a long time, Qianrenxue felt a flicker of genuine interest in someone other than herself and her mission. She wondered if perhaps, her accidental encounter with Li Xian was not so accidental after all. Maybe, just maybe, fate had something more in store for them both. The air still crackled with residual energy from the death of the bright giant lizard. A creature of immense power, it was even more ancient than many of the forests surrounding them. Its lifespan, a testament to its strength, had exceeded 30,000 years. Now, all that remained was fading light and a single, precious treasure, a left arm soul bone, radiating a gentle blue glow. Soul bones. The words echoed in Snake Spear Douluo's mind, a silent paean to their value. To possess one was to elevate oneself, to unlock hidden potential. He glanced at Lin Xiao, the young man leaning casually against a tree, seemingly unfazed by the immense power radiating from the bone. That kid didn't take away the soul bone? How much perseverance does this require? Snake Spear Douluo muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. Bloodthorn Douluo nodded, his gaze sharp and assessing. This kind of character is suitable for entering our Wuhuan palace, and judging from his sword energy, he is also a peerless genius who has never appeared in the world. He saw in Lin Xiao's indifference not apathy, but an almost frightening level of self-control. Let's wait until the young master has absorbed the soul ring, Snake Spear Douluo cautioned. Patience was paramount. The soul ring was Qianrenxue's immediate priority. Half an hour crawled by. Finally, Qianrenxue opened her eyes, drawing a deep breath. Her aura had shifted, tinged with the brilliance of her newly acquired soul ring. She immediately noticed the shimmering blades of sword energy hovering around her, a silent defense. Lin Xiao also opened his eyes, his expression unreadable. With an almost dismissive flick of his fingers, the miniature swords vanished, dispersing into the forest air. It looks like you've absorbed it all, he said, his voice calm and even. Ah, Qian Renshua replied, still acclimating to her new power. Then her eyes landed on the glowing left arm bone, floating just above the bright giant lizard's decaying form. This is a soul bone? Well, this was dropped from the bright giant lizard you just killed, Lin Xiao confirmed, his tone utterly devoid of excitement. He might have been discussing the weather. Qian Renshua found herself increasingly bewildered by the young man before her. This was a 30,000-year-old soul bone. Any seasoned soul master, even Emperor Shuya himself, would be scrambling for it. Yet, Lin Xiao regarded it with what could only be described as detached disinterest. Don't you want this 10,000-year-old soul bone? She finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Lin Xiao looked at her with genuine puzzlement. This is not my thing, what should I do with it? The simplicity of his words was utterly disarming. Qian Renshua felt a flush creep up her neck. His answer was so upright. So intrinsically honest. It felt almost absurd. Are there still such people now? She wondered, a touch of cynicism warring with a burgeoning respect. She knew the allure of soul bones. She had witnessed the lengths people would go to possess one. Lin Xiao's apathy could only mean one thing: he was a man who had seen power beyond measure, a man for whom a mere soul bone held no appeal. Determined to understand him, Qian Renshua shifted her approach. You helped me protect the law, she said, her voice softening, and I won't take advantage of you. Tell me, what do you want? She watched him intently, waiting for the veiled request, the subtle manipulation. Lin Xiao considered her for a moment, his gaze unwavering. Then, he spoke, his voice still calm and neutral. Give me a map of here. Qian Renshua blinked. A map? Not wealth, not power, not even a promise of future favors. A simple map. This man was an enigma, a puzzle she desperately wanted to solve. His power was undeniable, his indifference bewildering, and Qian Renshua found herself drawn to him in a way she hadn't expected. He was a force of nature, as untamed and unpredictable as the sword energy he wielded. And she, Qian Renshua, disguised as a prince, was determined to unravel his secrets. The next morning, the sun peeked through the dense canopy of the sunset forest. Lin Xiao and Qian Renshua were already packed and ready to continue their journey. Lin Xiao had slept lightly, the weight of his past still tethering him to wakefulness. He longed for the solace of oblivion, but the burning ember of revenge kept him going. Shall we? Qian Renshua said, her voice laced with a newfound respect. She had seen the flicker of darkness in Lin Xiao's eyes, the pain he carried like a heavy cloak. She recognized a kindred spirit, someone who understood the burden of responsibility and the loneliness of leadership. Lin Xiao nodded, and they set off, Qian Renshua leading the way through the labyrinthine forest. She moved with a confidence that belied her age, weaving through the undergrowth with ease. Lin Xiao followed, his senses heightened, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his invisible sword. As they walked, Qian Renshua spoke, not about the forest or their surroundings, but about her own life, veiled though it was in carefully chosen words. She spoke of expectations, of burdens, of the loneliness of being different. Lin Xiao listened, understanding the unspoken truths, the echoes of his own pain resonating in her stories. He realized that Qian Renshua, despite her seemingly privileged background, was as lost as he was, searching for a path in a world that demanded so much. And in that shared vulnerability, a bond began to form, a silent understanding that transcended words. Suddenly, Qian Renshua stopped, her hand raised in warning. Be still, she whispered. Something's approaching. Lin Xiao tensed, his senses on high alert. He felt it too, a subtle shift in the air, a disturbance in the natural rhythm of the forest. He couldn't discern what it was, but he trusted Qian Renshua's instincts. From the shadows emerged a group of men, their faces grim, their eyes scanning the forest. They were clearly searching for something, or someone. Lin Xiao recognized the insignia on their armor, the symbol of the spirit hall. Qian Renshua's face hardened. Trouble, she muttered. They're looking for me. Lin Xiao understood the implication immediately. She was hiding something, something that the spirit hall wanted. And now, he was caught in the middle. He silently drew upon his inner sword energy, ready to fight. He wouldn't abandon a friend, not after everything he had lost. He stood beside Qian Renshua, his resolve unwavering. Li Xiao, Qian Renshua said, her voice laced with urgency. This is my fight. You don't have to get involved. Lin Xiao met her gaze, his eyes filled with a quiet determination. Chang'an is gone, he said softly. But I am still here. And I choose who I stand with. The spirit hall soldiers noticed them. There she is, one of them shouted, pointing at Lin Xiao. Seize her! The woods erupted in chaos. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao stood back to back, facing their attackers. The battle had begun. But for Lin Xiao, it was more than just a fight for survival. It was a fight for loyalty, for friendship, and for the chance to carve a new path in a world that had already taken so much from him. The phantom blade began to sing. The late-night moonlight, veiled and soft, painted the forest silver. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao, backs against a massive tree, sat by the dying embers of a campfire, seemingly asleep. But Lin Xiao was wide awake. Chang'an. He breathed, the name of phantom on his tongue. He didn't know why, but the idea of Chang'an, the legendary capital, stirred something deep within him, perhaps a residue of the Lin Xiao template influencing his thoughts. The Douluo Continent was a fractured land, the Starluo Empire, the Tiando Empire, and the Wuhuan Palace locked in a tense stalemate. For a new power to rise, to carve its own place, seemed an impossible task. But the word impossible lacked meaning to Lin Xiao. Life was a relentless cycle of challenges, falls, and resurrections. A spark ignited in his eyes, fueled by determination. One day, he declared, the words echoing in the quiet forest, I will let Chang'an's name ring out across this world again. He rose, silhouetted against the moon. His wild, golden hair glowed with a silver sheen, and his cloak danced in the gentle breeze. He looked every bit the fallen prince, yet something more, a man with a vision. Hidden in the shadows, snake spear Douluo and blood-stinging Douluo watched him with a mixture of awe and concern. This boy, snake spear Douluo murmured, admiration in his voice. A ruined prince, yet he still harbors such ambition. It would be a boon to the Wuhuan Palace if he were one of ours, snake spear Douluo sighed, regret coloring his tone. Suddenly, blood-stinging Douluo tensed, his eyes narrowing. No, there's something. It's the ghost tiger. Following his gaze, snake spear Douluo saw it, a colossal ghost tiger emerging from the darkness. Its massive paws looked capable of crushing bone, and its eyes burned with predatory hunger. Drool dripped from its fangs. That ghost tiger, easily 50,000 years old. We need to warn Lin Xiao and the young master. Snake spear Douluo exclaimed, his worry palpable. But before they could react, Lin Xiao moved. Grasping his heavy sword, he advanced towards the menacing beast. Is this kid crazy? Blood-stinging Douluo gasped, shock etched on his face. He wants to challenge that thing alone? The ghost tiger roared, the sound reverberating through the forest, shaking the trees and the ground. It was a primal sound, a terrifying assertion of dominance. Any lesser soul beast would be paralyzed with fear. Awakened by the roar, Lin Xiao scrambled to her feet. She searched frantically, realizing Lin Xiao was gone. Driven by urgency, she followed the sound of the tiger's rage. Lin Xiao stood before the ghost tiger, the beast's feral eyes gleaming with anticipation. It hadn't eaten in days, and the solitary figure approaching offered a tantalizing opportunity. Lin Xiao raised his heavy sword, the metal reflecting the moonlight. The ensuing battle was a maelstrom of steel and claws. The ghost tiger's attacks were ferocious, each swipe of its paw carrying the force of a battering ram. But Lin Xiao, with his enhanced abilities, met each blow with fierce determination. Throughout the night, they fought, a brutal dance of survival under the watchful gaze of the moon. With each parry and thrust, Lin Xiao's performance level surged. Now, at 45%, his power surpassed even that of Soul Douluo's. His épée, a weapon that grew in weight with his strength, now weighed over 10,000 kilograms, a testament to his formidable power. I'll use you as the sacrifice for the final blow before I leave this forest. Lin Xiao roared, gripping his heavy sword. His golden hair whipped around his face as he channeled his soul power to its maximum. The air crackled with energy, making the surrounding soul beasts tremble. The ghost tiger, sensing the shift in power, hesitated, fear beginning to creep into its savage heart. Lin Xiao, witnessing this display, was stunned. He's that strong? She watched, mesmerized, by his back. Lonely, scarred, yet radiating an indomitable will. He was like a burned weed, seemingly defeated, yet holding the potential for explosive rebirth. Open the sky! With a blinding flash of light, Lin Xiao charged. The heavy sword sliced through the air, bisecting the knight and the ghost tiger's body in a single, devastating stroke. Life and light faded in unison, a macabre symphony played under the serene moonlight. The ghost tiger's massive corpse crashed to the ground, a 10,000-year soul ring shimmering into existence. Lin Xiao dismissed it with a flick of his wrist, shattering the ring into fragments. He turned, and saw Qianrenxue standing behind him, her gaze fixed upon him. The moonlight painted them both in ethereal light. They stared at each other, the silence thick with unspoken words. Qianrenxue, flustered, looked away, a hint of shyness in her eyes. In stories, heroines often find themselves drawn to heroes who possess not riches or power, but an unyielding spirit. Lin Xiao had that, and something more. Girls are drawn to strength, but they long to be understood. They wait for someone to unlock their hearts. And the same could be said of young men. But to find solace in the present, while yearning for a past that can never be, is not the mark of a youth. Their encounter under the moonlight was a fleeting moment of connection, a symphony of fate whose ending remained unwritten, uncertain. That boy, at that age, wielding that strength? Even Tang Hao, the exceptional talent from years ago, wouldn't compare to Li Xiao. I'm eager to witness Li Xiao's future exploits on the Douluo Continent, said Snake Spear Douluo, his voice trembling with anticipation. Was it not the greatest desire of the older generation to behold the rise of a legendary genius? The stage was set, and the world waited for Lin Xiao, the reborn hope of Chang'an, to take his place. The air in the sunset forest hung thick and humid, the stench of decay battling with the sweet fragrance of exotic flora. Lin Xiao, unfazed by the poisonous miasma swirling around the entrance to the ice and fire eyes, paused. He could feel the potent energy radiating from the cavern opening, a tangible force that hummed against his skin. Douluo, the titled Douluo known as Poison Douluo, had made this place his domain. He'll sense me eventually, Lin Xiao muttered to himself, his voice a low rumble. Best to make this quick. He channeled his soul power, feeling the nascent light and darkness within him stir. They were still chaotic, unformed, but the darkness provided a protective shroud, a shield against the venomous vapors. He stepped into the swirling green fog, the air immediately growing heavier, more oppressive. The cave opened into a breathtaking sight. Two springs, one icy blue, the other searing red, bubbled side by side, their contrasting energies creating a surreal, shimmering landscape. Exotic flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals glistening with moisture. This was the legendary Eyes of Ice and Fire. Lin Xiao's eyes scanned the landscape, cataloging the location of each herb and plant. He recognized phoenix tail coxcomb, octagonal mysterious ice grass, infernal apricot. The names danced in his head, each one a key to unlocking someone's potential. He wasn't here for himself, he was here for the future, for the foundation of the Chang'an he envisioned. A dry, rasping voice echoed through the cavern. Intruder! You dare trespass on my territory? Douluo materialized from the shadows, his skin tinged green, his eyes burning with a toxic intensity. He was a gaunt figure, radiating an aura of raw, untamed power. His jade staff pulsed with a menacing glow. Poison Douluo Douluo, Lin Xiao said, his voice calm and measured. I have no desire to fight. I simply seek botanical specimens. Douluo scoffed. Botanical specimens? You think you can stroll in here and pluck whatever you desire? You're either incredibly brave or incredibly foolish. He raised his staff, the air crackling with poisonous energy. Either way, you will be leaving here feet first. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. He hadn't wanted a confrontation, but Douluo left him little choice. I am not your enemy, Douluo, he said, his voice hardening. But I will not be deterred from my goal. He focused his soul power, the darkness within him swirling, coalescing. He wasn't strong enough to truly wield the power of light and shadow as he knew he could one day. But he knew enough to survive. He couldn't defeat Douluo, not yet. But he could buy himself time. A pulse of energy erupted from him, a wave of oppressive darkness that momentarily startled Douluo. It wasn't an attack, but a distraction, a screen to obscure his movements. Using the momentary confusion, Lin Xiao moved with surprising speed, darting between the pools and plucking the desired herbs. He grabbed a phoenix tail coxcomb, its crimson petals vibrant and alive. Then, an octagonal mysterious ice grass, its icy blue leaves radiating a chilling aura. Douluo roared in fury, unleashing a barrage of poisonous attacks. Green snakes of energy lashed out, seeking to bind and constrict. But Lin Xiao was nimble, weaving through the attacks, his movements unpredictable. He was like a shadow, flitting between the light and darkness of the cavern. "You insolent fool!" Douluo screamed, his face contorted with rage. He launched his most potent attack, Poison Mist Domain. The cavern filled with a thick, choking fog, making it impossible to see or breathe. But Lin Xiao had anticipated this. He held his breath, relying on his senses to guide him. He knew he couldn't stay here for long. He had what he needed. He needed to leave. He knew Douluo wouldn't allow him to leave without a fight. With a final surge of speed, he leaped towards the entrance, plunging back into the green miasma that guarded the cave. He knew Douluo would give chase, fueled by rage and a sense of violation. As he retreated into the depths of the sunset forest, Lin Xiao knew this was just the beginning. He needed more resources, more power. And he knew, with chilling certainty, that his path would inevitably cross with Douluo again. He just hoped that next time, he would have a fighting chance. He also needed someone to help keep Douluo at bay. In the distance, he heard the roar of the poisoned Douluo, a sound that echoed through the trees, a promise of vengeance. Lin Xiao pressed on, deeper into the darkness, determined to build a future where he wouldn't have to run. A future where he could hear God, not fate. Lin Xiao watched the comical scene unfold before him, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. 15 minutes of futilely spewing venom at a barrier that wouldn't budge had clearly rattled the old poison master. The fear radiating from the jade phosphorus snake emperor was almost palpable. "Are you quite finished?" Lin Xiao asked, his voice deceptively mild. Douluo, his face an ugly mask of frustration and disbelief, sputtered, "Impossible. No one can withstand my venom." What are you?" Lin Xiao shrugged, hefting his oversized sword. "Just a traveler passing through. Though, I must admit, your hospitality leaves something to be desired." He paused, his gaze hardening. "Now, about those herbs in the ice and fire well." The mention of the herbs seemed to snap Douluo out of his stupor. He glared at Lin Xiao, the green light in his eyes intensifying. "You will not get your hands on them. They are mine. They belong to my clan." "Clan?" Lin Xiao echoed, a curious glint entering his eyes. "I thought you were a solitary old hermit, content to stew in your own poisonous fumes." Douluo bristled. "My clan suffers. And those herbs are the only thing that can save them." His voice cracked, a desperate edge creeping in. Lin Xiao considered the old man. He sensed a deep-seated pain beneath the bluster and venom. "Suffering, you say? From what?" Douluo hesitated, his gaze darting around as if afraid someone might be listening. After a moment, he visibly deflated. Our martial spirit. The jade phosphorus snake. Generations of my family have been cursed with its poison, slowly consuming us from the inside. The ice and fire well, its unique energies can suppress it, alleviate the suffering. But... He trailed off, his voice barely a whisper. "But?" Lin Xiao prompted gently. "But the effects are only temporary. We need a permanent solution. Something that can truly cleanse the poison from our blood." Lin Xiao stroked his chin, considering. He knew the ice and fire well was home to potent herbs, capable of miraculous feats. Perhaps, he thought, he could find a way to help. "I came here seeking herbs for my own needs," Lin Xiao said, his voice resonating with sincerity. "But, I am not without compassion. Tell me, Douluo, what must be done to cure your clan's ailment?" Douluo looked at Lin Xiao, suspicion warring with a flicker of hope in his eyes. He had expected resistance, perhaps even a fight to the death. But this young man, he offered something else entirely. I don't know," Douluo admitted, his voice raw with despair. "The poison is ancient, deeply ingrained. No one has ever found a lasting cure." Lin Xiao smiled, a genuine, reassuring smile. "Then let us find one." He raised his hand, extending it towards the old man. "I am Lin Xiao. And I believe that even the deadliest poisons can be overcome." Douluo stared at the offered hand, his gnarled fingers trembling. He had spent so long isolated, consumed by bitterness and the fear of losing his clan. Now, a stranger offered a glimmer of hope, a chance to break the curse that had plagued his family for generations. Slowly, hesitantly, Douluo reached out and grasped Lin Xiao's hand. "Douluo," he croaked, his voice thick with emotion. Perhaps with your help, we can find a way." The two figures stood there, amidst the poisonous fog, a most unlikely alliance forged. The scent of venom still hung in the air, but beneath it, a faint fragrance of hope had begun to bloom. The journey ahead would be long and arduous, but for the first time in a long time, Douluo felt a spark of optimism ignite within his heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, the old butcher had finally found a reason to live. Lin Xiao, having removed the barrier he erected, surveyed Douluo. He knew the man was dangerous. Only his hard-won acting skills, bolstering his composure, and the fledgling light and dark energy swirling within him, immunizing him to negative effects, had allowed him to hold his own against the titled Douluo so far. He hefted the juk, its massive blade seeming to hum with contained power, and deliberately advanced on Douluo. Douluo, stripped of his usual bluster, shrunk back, eyes wide with genuine fear. "You, what are you going to do, kid? I am a strong titled Douluo. I am not afraid of you, even without my martial spirit." He backpedaled. "You, don't come over." Lin Xiao closed the distance in a heartbeat. His movements were a blur, far faster than the wounded Douluo could anticipate. He extended his left hand, fingers forming a precise sword-like gesture. With practiced accuracy, he struck a series of acupuncture points, each press a calculated manipulation of Douluo's energy flow. Finally, Lin Xiao centered his energy. A radiant golden light bloomed from his palm, a beacon of holy power. This was the prototype of light energy he had cultivated, a force designed to purify evil spirits and neutralize negative influences. The golden light enveloped Douluo entirely. It was a cleansing fire, not of heat, but of pure, unadulterated goodness. The sacred power coursed through Douluo's body, working its way into every meridian, every bone, every cell tainted by the insidious snake venom. The venom, reluctantly yielding to the irresistible force, was herded toward Douluo's head soul bone by the relentless tide of light. A scream tore from Douluo's throat. A searing pain exploded behind his eyes as the jade phosphorus snake king's poison warred with the Medusa's soul bone, the two toxic forces locked in a desperate struggle. But the light energy persevered. It acted as a catalyst, forcing the integration of the two disparate powers within the soul bone, achieving a bizarre, volatile equilibrium. After what felt like an eternity of agony, the pain subsided. Douluo gasped, his body trembling. Then, a strange sense of clarity washed over him. His normally clouded eyes sharpened, the yellowish tinge fading away, replaced by a vibrant, healthy sheen. His face, once gaunt and pale, flushed with color. "I have never felt so refreshed," he exclaimed, astonished. He turned to Lin Xiao, a profound gratitude etched on his features. "Thank you, little friend. I apologize for what happened earlier. I was driven." Lin Xiao waved a dismissive hand. "It doesn't have to be like this. My purpose this time is to claim the fairy grass in the eyes of ice and fire. As a reward for curing your snake venom, it's not too much for me to take a few of them, right?" He deliberately adopted a mercenary tone. Douluo waved his hands frantically. "It's not too much, it's not too much. I used the eyes of ice and fire to suppress the snake venom. Now that it's been cured. Little friend, if you like, you can choose from the fairy grass inside. Take them all. They are yours." He paused, a flicker of vulnerability in his eyes. "It's just that. I have one more request." A tender expression softened his hardened features, a ghost of his granddaughter's smiling face appearing in his mind. "Oh, I'm not afraid of your jokes. I, Douluo, have played with poison all my life, cultivated to the realm of titled Douluo. In the end, I couldn't even control the poison within my own body," Douluo said with a self-deprecating voice. "Because of the snake venom, my wife, son, and daughter-in-law all died early," Douluo continued. "In this world, I have only one relative left, and that is my granddaughter," Douluo stated with a sad voice. "I have lived a long time, and it doesn't matter whether I die or not, but my granddaughter is only about the same age as you. She has been infected with snake venom since she was a child. If the snake venom cannot be removed in time, my lovely granddaughter will not live long," Douluo explained with tears in his eyes. "So, little friend, can you detoxify my granddaughter? As long as you are willing to detoxify my granddaughter, from now on, my life, Douluo, will be yours." He dropped to one knee, his voice laden with desperation. A slow smile spread across Lin Xiao's face. He had been waiting for this moment. The fairy grass was a bonus, but Douluo was the real prize. The team battle killer. A force multiplier. An indispensable asset. Douluo, remember what you said, Lin Xiao said, his voice dropping to a low, commanding tone. He allowed a fraction of his true nature to seep through, the aura of a leader, a visionary, emanating from him. My name is Lin Xiao, he revealed. I come from Chang'an City, far away from the sea. I am the last prince of Chang'an City. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. I intend to build a new Chang'an City on the Douluo Continent and let it rise again on this continent. He locked eyes with Douluo, his gaze piercing. Are you willing to follow me? Together, we can truly set foot on the top of the world and no longer stick to this small corner of the world. The words, though spoken calmly, resonated with power, shaking Douluo to his core. Chang'an City? Prince? Douluo echoed, bewildered. He had never heard of the place, didn't understand the implications. But standing before Lin Xiao, he felt insignificant, a mere firefly compared to the brightness of the moon. And, more importantly, Lin Xiao's words had rekindled something within him, a long-dormant spark of ambition, of purpose. Douluo took a deep breath, steeling himself. I, Douluo, have traveled across this continent for many years. Though I may be ruthless and a cruel man, I never break my promises. He met Lin Xiao's gaze, unwavering. If you fulfill my only wish, my life, Douluo, is yours. Even if it means climbing a mountain of knives or diving into a sea of fire, I, Douluo, will do it for you. Very good, Lin Xiao replied, his smile widening. Tomorrow, bring your granddaughter to me, and I will cure her. And as the Prince of Chang'an City, I will make you the first commander-in-chief and the first elder of my Chang'an City, Lin Xiao declared. Douluo, I bestow upon you the title of Grand Marshal. Beneath his unruly golden hair, Lin Xiao's eyes burned with an unquenchable fire, a hunger for power that promised to reshape the world. Douluo, stunned by the sudden elevation, knelt again, this time without hesitation. Your Majesty, Douluo accepts the order. Get up, Lin Xiao said, his voice now warm and welcoming. From now on, we are king and minister in public, but friends in private. There is no need for excessive formality. Thank you, Your Highness, Douluo responded, his voice filled with newfound respect. Take me to see the eyes of ice and fire, Lin Xiao commanded, turning his attention to the treasure trove before him. Yes, Your Highness. Inside the eyes of ice and fire, the air shimmered with potent energy. The fairy grass clustered together, each plant pulsating with raw magical power, enough to transform ordinary individuals into extraordinary talents. Lin Xiao knew they would be the foundation of his new Chang'an City's strength. But even more importantly, they were the seeds of a future that promised to be far grander than anything the Douluo Continent had ever seen. Lin Xiao surveyed the vibrant expanse of fairy grass, his heart swelling with satisfaction. These seemingly innocuous plants held the promise of revitalizing Chang'an, a city ravaged by war and neglect. He turned to Douluo, the old poison master who had unknowingly guarded this treasure trove. Douluo, you possess this precious land, yet remain ignorant of its true potential. Every blade of fairy grass here hums with the power to transform, even to elevate one to godhood. Douluo's brow furrowed, his reptilian eyes widening in disbelief. Transform talent? Become a god? Lin Xiao nodded, his gaze unwavering. Yes. Each fairy grass, carefully selected and utilized, can turn a mediocrity into a peerless prodigy. Your own journey to title Douluo was arduous, given your inherent limitations. Further breakthroughs, well, they would be exceedingly difficult. But, Lin Xiao continued, his voice gaining momentum, the fairy grass can circumvent that. A suitable dose can elevate your potential, potentially to level 96, perhaps even 97. The words struck Douluo like a physical blow. He replayed the countless hours he'd spent meditating amongst the steaming springs and frozen pools of the ice and fire eyes. He slapped his thigh, a sound like cracking ice. Damn it! The path to true power has been under my nose this entire time. He cursed his ignorance, his wasted potential. The old fool I am. Lin Xiao, sensing the old man's anguish, offered a calming hand. Don't berate yourself too harshly. Your caution was prudent. Indiscriminate consumption of the fairy grass can be fatal. Many are potent poisons, even in small doses. Lin Xiao knew that only a handful of individuals on the Douluo Continent truly understood the intricacies of the fairy grass. Yu Guan, the elder of Wuhuan Palace, was one. Tang San, the protagonist of Destiny, another. And then there was Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa clan, a master alchemist and poisoner. He already had plans to recruit Yang Wudi and, with him, the entire four-element clans. They were vital to his vision for Chang'an's rebirth. The Force clan are masters of the forge, capable of supplying weapons, armor, and crucial tools. Lin Xiao mused aloud, more to himself than to Douluo. The Yu clan are unparalleled builders, their structures both beautiful and practical. Rebuilding Chang'an to its former glory will rely heavily on their expertise. He paused, considering the other clans. The Min clan, with their unmatched speed, excel in reconnaissance. And the Pa clan, they are the key to forging a poison attribute army. Yang Wudi's knowledge of medicinal herbs and poisons is unparalleled. He's a force unto himself, capable of feats that defy logic, like battling Snake Spear Douluo on equal footing. I don't feel sorry for you, Douluo grumbled, though the sharpness was laced with a hint of self-deprecating humor. Right, he thought bitterly. I don't feel sorry for you. I'm bleeding internally. I've been sitting on a literal goldmine for decades, completely oblivious. He sighed. Still, better to offer the ice and fire eyes to His Highness than to have them seized by someone else. Where did that thought come from? Douluo, Lin Xiao said, breaking the old man's reverie, you are the first elder of what will be Chang'an City. You deserve a share of the benefits this place offers. However, my knowledge of the fairy grass is limited. I need someone with a deeper understanding. He fixed Douluo with a determined gaze. That's why I intend to recruit Yang Wudi of the Pa clan. His expertise in medicine and poisons is essential to unlocking the full potential of these immortal herbs. Lin Xiao listened intently, his initial hesitation about selling any herbs fading as Douluo spoke. He realized the old man wasn't suggesting emptying the entire valley, just leveraging the abundance within to kickstart their grand ambition. He nodded, urging Douluo to continue. We start with the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Douluo began, his voice laced with a conspiratorial tone. We don't just win matches, Your Highness. We create a legend. An undefeated prodigy, seemingly destined for greatness. The buzz alone will draw crowds and inflate the betting odds. We'll clean them out. He paused, stroking his beard. But that's just the beginning. While you're building your reputation in the arena, I'll be meticulously collecting and categorizing the non-fairy herbs. Identifying the most potent, the rarest, the ones with the highest market value. We won't undersell them. We'll create scarcity. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Scarcity? Exactly, Douluo confirmed, a glint in his eye. We won't simply sell them. We'll hold a series of exclusive auctions. Announce them weeks in advance, generating anticipation. Leak carefully curated rumors about the herb's miraculous properties. We'll invite wealthy nobles, influential soul masters, powerful clans, everyone with deep pockets and a desire for power and prestige. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Before the auction, we'll leak information about other potential buyers, creating bidding wars. Let them practically claw each other's eyes out for the privilege of acquiring these treasures. Lin Xiao was impressed. Douluo wasn't just thinking about making money, he was thinking about manipulating the market, creating an aura of exclusivity and desirability around their goods. It was shrewd, ruthless, and precisely what they needed. And the fairy herbs? Lin Xiao asked, a cautious note in his voice. What about them? Douluo smiled knowingly. They're our trump card, Your Highness. We won't sell them. Not yet. They are the carrot, perpetually dangling just out of reach. The rumor of their existence, the whispered tales of their legendary power, will fuel the demand for the common herbs, driving up prices and attracting even more attention to our auctions. We use them to build relationships, to secure alliances. Imagine offering a single fairy herb to a struggling titled Douluo on the brink of collapse. Loyalty like that is priceless, far more valuable than any amount of gold soul coins. He paused, letting the implications sink in. We cultivate a network of powerful individuals, indebted to us, eager to support our cause. They will be our eyes and ears, our protectors, our future soldiers when the time comes to rebuild Chang'an. Lin Xiao stared at Douluo, a newfound respect blossoming within him. He had seen the old man only as a powerful, albeit eccentric, warrior. Now, he saw a cunning strategist, a master manipulator, a resource beyond measure. Douluo, Lin Xiao said, a genuine smile gracing his lips, I think this partnership is going to be very profitable. Douluo chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. Indeed, your highness. Very profitable indeed. And more than that, it is a purpose. I have been wandering for far too long, and this feels like something worth fighting for. A chance to leave a lasting mark on this world. He straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. Let us begin, your highness. Let us build our empire, one gold soul coin, one potent herb, and one carefully cultivated alliance at a time. Chang'an will rise again, of that I have no doubt. Lin Xiao nodded, his own determination burning brightly. He looked out at the steaming, vibrant landscape of the ice and fire Yang well, no longer just a place of dangerous herbs, but a foundation for their future. The journey would be long and arduous, but with Douluo by his side, and the vision of a new Chang'an in his heart, he knew they were ready to face anything. The world of Douluo was about to learn the name of Lin Xiao, and the power of the broken clan, reborn. Lin Xiao's words hung in the air, sharp and dismissive. All ears strained to catch his every syllable. The gathered students, initially a murmuring collective, fell silent, their eyes darting between the arrogant youth and the scene unfolding before them. Even the fourth prince, Shuebeng, paused his bullying, his face twisting in a mixture of confusion and irritation. It's very simple, Lin Xiao had begun the day before, outlining his ambitious plan to Douluo, his voice barely a whisper yet somehow commanding complete attention. That is to combine these two methods into one. We first win the big spirit fighting arena, then change the big spirit fighting arena into an auction house, and finally regularly auction the ice and fire eyes. Precious medicinal herbs, so that I, Chang'an, can have a stable and generous income. His vision was ambitious, a blend of force and finesse, designed to establish a foothold in the bustling city of Chang'an. And, in this way, we have our first base in Chang'an. As long as we have a base, the road ahead will be smooth. Train spies to gather information, train talented juniors, and many other problems will be solved. Douluo had been impressed. Very good, Douluo, I really did not misjudge the person. Just do as you say. After helping your granddaughter cure the snake venom, we will set off immediately. Now, standing before the Douluo Royal Academy, that plan felt distant. The reality was far from the grand stage he envisioned. He had slept in Douluo's cave, a temporary haven before their journey. Douluo had, as promised, returned from Douluo City, bringing his granddaughter Douluo to the Eye of Ice and Fire. The initial introduction had been rocky. Douluo, fiercely protective of her grandfather, had challenged Lin Xiao's casual use of his name. His cold gaze held no warmth, but a sharp intellect that seemed to dissect her in a moment. His golden pupils were as cold as ice. Who are you? How dare you call my grandfather by his first name? Douluo, however, had immediately grasped the situation, kneeling before Lin Xiao, apologizing for his granddaughter's lost etiquette. The scene had struck Douluo dumb. Her grandfather, a titled Douluo, kneeling before a boy her age? Lin Xiao, with a graceful gesture, had raised Douluo. He who doesn't know is not guilty. Douluo, do you think I, His Highness, am very narrow-minded? The subsequent detoxification had been swift and efficient, a burst of golden light healing Douluo, though not without caveats. He had offered to detoxify her completely but warned that doing so would render her jade phosphorus snake spirit ordinary. He had then promised to secure a soul bone to contain the remaining poison, a plan that left the young woman both grateful and apprehensive. On the journey to Douluo Royal Academy, Douluo, driven by a grandfather's concern, had subtly requested a fairy grass for his granddaughter. Lin Xiao's assessment had been brutal. Just average talent. Using ambrosia on her is a bit of a waste. Douluo, finally pushed past her limit, had retorted, I am the best student at Douluo Royal Academy. Our Douluo Royal Academy is the best academy in the empire. If I am only averagely talented, there will be few good ones in the entire Douluo Empire. Lin Xiao's response had been equally cutting. You are right, no wonder the Douluo Empire is so weak. It has not even had a title Douluo for many years. It turns out that the talents of the students are so poor, which makes sense. Now, witnessing the blatant bullying of Shuebeng, that low opinion was only confirmed. Is this the best academy in the Douluo Empire? I didn't expect it to be nothing more than a bunch of useless people. The air crackled with tension. It was a challenge, a dare, and every ear present was acutely aware of the implications. Shuebeng's face flushed crimson. He, a royal prince, being publicly insulted in his own domain? He took a step forward, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. But before he could speak, Douluo Yan, a flicker of something akin to admiration, or perhaps just morbid curiosity, in her eyes, stepped forward. "You think you're so much better?" she challenged, her voice a low hiss. "If you're so strong, why don't you prove it?" Lin Xiao simply smirked, his golden eyes glinting. "Very well. I will." He surveyed the gathered students, his gaze lingering for a moment on Xuebeng's terrified victim. "I will show you all what real strength looks like. But be warned," he added, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that somehow carried to every corner of the courtyard. "What you witness today will change your understanding of power forever." All ears, anticipating either a spectacular display of skill or a humiliating defeat, were completely, utterly, and undeniably ready. The grand plan of transforming Chang'an's spirit fighting arena seemed a world away. Right now, the stage was this courtyard, and Lin Xiao was ready to play his part. The air crackled with anticipation. Jilin, a seasoned contra, scoffed as Lin Xiao, shrouded in an aura of unsettling calm, roared into motion. He barely registered the movement, a blur of gold and silver, before the world exploded in a cacophony of light and force. Lin Xiao's heavy sword, imbued with an unimaginable power, cleaved through the air. It wasn't just speed, it was a terrifying, focused intent that bypassed Jilin's defenses. The green vines, meant to bind and restrain, withered and crumbled at the sword's passage. Before Jilin could even react, the flat of the blade connected with brutal force across his chest. The sound was sickening, a wet crack that echoed through the courtyard. Jilin's body arched backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. His soul rings flickered, then dimmed, extinguished. He crashed to the ground, a crumpled heap of broken bones and shattered pride. The heavy sword was back on Lin Xiao's shoulder as if nothing had happened. Silence descended. The crowd, moments ago brimming with bloodlust, were frozen in stunned horror. Xuebeng, who had been smirking just seconds before, now gaped, his carefully constructed mask of idiocy crumbling away to reveal naked fear. This is impossible," he stammered, scrambling backward, his eyes fixated on the still figure of Jilin. Prince Xuexing was equally speechless. The veteran contra, Jilin, taken down in a single blow? The implications were staggering. He turned a pleading look towards Douluo, but the old poison master merely shrugged, a sardonic glint in his eyes. Lin Xiao turned his attention to Xuebeng, his expression cold and unforgiving. "Did you think you could hide behind your title and your sycophants?" Lin Xiao's voice, still not raised, carried with an icy clarity. "Did you think I wouldn't see through your act? You are right about one thing, Prince. In front of absolute power, posturing is a waste of time." The education committee remained frozen, too terrified to take action. They had witnessed a power beyond their comprehension, a terrifying display that defied all logic. To attack now would be suicide. "You think you're clever, playing the fool," Lin Xiao continued, stalking slowly towards Xuebeng. "But your game ends here. I know what you are, and I know what you're hiding from. But the best trick is the one that nobody suspects. Isn't that right, Prince?" Xuebeng's eyes darted around in panic. He had been exposed, his carefully crafted defense shattered. This wasn't just some arrogant youth, this was a predator, one who could see through all his lies and illusions. Who are you?" Xuebeng croaked, his voice thin and reedy. Lin Xiao stopped just a few feet away, his shadow looming over the terrified prince. "That," he said, a hint of amusement playing on his lips, "is for you to find out." He turned and walked away, Douluo and a wide-eyed Douluo Yan following in his wake. The courtyard remained silent, the only sound the distant cawing of crows. The reign of Xuebeng, the seemingly harmless playboy prince, had come to an abrupt and terrifying end. A new player had entered the game, and the entire Tiando Empire was about to feel the ripples. The academy yard was empty save for Xuebeng, still frozen and staring at the spot Lin Xiao vacated, contemplating his broken teeth, bruised ego, and his rapidly dwindling life expectancy. And that's when he knew, he had attracted the attention of something dangerous, and he wasn't sure if he could survive. Lin Xiao, Douluo, and Douluo Yan walked off completely unconcerned. "Maybe that was a little more high-key than low-key," said Douluo. "Maybe a little, but if I'm going to be spending time here, I'm not going to tolerate being insulted," replied Lin Xiao. "Besides, he's been causing trouble for my friends and I can't have that." "Still, not the best way to ingratiate yourself with the royal family," said Douluo. "I'm not planning on ingratiating myself to this royal family," replied Lin Xiao. "I have other plans when I get out of here." The dust settled over the Tiando Royal Academy, leaving a palpable tension in the air. Lin Xiao, his blonde hair slightly ruffled, stood amidst the wreckage of Jilin's sky-green vine and the dented form of Bai Baoshan's star furnace. He had barely broken a sweat, the immense weight of his nameless épée seeming to pose no burden at all. Douluo Bo, his emerald eyes narrowed, chuckled softly. Showed them a thing or two, didn't you, brat? Still got a long way to go to match my skills, though. Ignoring the old poison Douluo's boasting, Lin Xiao focused his attention. The fight was over, the immediate threat neutralized, but the underlying problem remained. He needed to solidify his power, not just display it. Let's go, Yanzi, Lin Xiao said, his voice carrying a quiet authority. He turned, preparing to leave, when Mengxinji, his face pale, rushed forward, tripping over his own feet in his haste. Wait. Mr. Li, please. We were mistaken. The headmaster's voice was a desperate plea. His Highness the Fourth Prince acted rashly. We deeply regret any offense caused. Lin Xiao stopped, but didn't turn around. Regret? You're regretting getting thrashed. You're regretting underestimating someone who has even given title Douluo like you a run for their money. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Regret doesn't change what happened. He could feel the weight of their gazes, the mixture of fear and awe directed at him. Prince Snowstar was practically vibrating with anxiety. Xue Beng, the instigator of the whole fiasco, was a trembling mess. That's when Lin Xiao decided to use his fourth soul skill. He had been reluctant to unleash it, as it was a brutal power, but the situation demanded a clear demonstration of his strength, a power that would leave no room for misunderstanding. He closed his eyes, and darkness bloomed within him. The air around him grew cold, and a whisper seemed to snake through the courtyard, a chilling premonition of doom. The fourth soul skill, Lin Xiao announced, his voice barely audible, yet carrying an immense weight, strangulation. The very air seemed to thicken, becoming viscous and oppressive. A tangible pressure settled over the courtyard, focusing intensely on Xue Beng. The prince began to gasp, clutching at his throat, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. Invisible tendrils, born from Lin Xiao's soul power, tightened around his neck. It was a silent execution, a terrifying display of control over life and death. Xue Beng thrashed, his eyes bulging, desperately trying to claw at the unseen force choking the life out of him. Prince Snowstar shrieked, scrambling forward to intervene, but an unseen barrier slammed into him, throwing him back with considerable force. Mengxinji and the other teachers stood frozen in terror, unable to comprehend what was happening, let alone stop it. Douluo Bo, even, took a step back, a flicker of unease in his eyes. He had heard of control-type soul skills, but this was on a completely different level. Lin Xiao remained still, his control absolute. He could feel Xue Beng's fear, the panic coursing through his veins. The prince's struggles grew weaker, his movements more erratic. Just as Xue Beng's eyes began to glaze over, Lin Xiao released the power. The pressure vanished in an instant. Xue Beng collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his chest heaving. He lay there, a pathetic, whimpering figure, completely broken. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, the darkness within him receding. He met the terrified gaze of Prince Snowstar. This, he said, his voice now carrying the weight of his actions, is a taste of what can happen when you trifle with someone you don't understand. I choose to spare him, but understand this, cross me again, and I won't hesitate to finish the job. He turned and walked away, Douluo Bo following silently behind him. Behind them, the Tiando Royal Academy was in disarray, a chaotic scene of fear and regret. Lin Xiao had made his point. He was not to be trifled with. His power was absolute. And the strangulation, that unseen, terrifying force, would forever haunt the nightmares of those who dared to challenge him. The message was clear, disrespect came with a price, and Lin Xiao was more than willing to collect. The silence in the Tiando Palace was thick enough to choke on. Every official held their breath, their eyes darting between the kneeling, formerly Prince Xue Beng, and the emperor on the throne. Emperor Shui stared at his son, his expression unreadable. Was this a trick? A desperate attempt to garner sympathy and manipulate him? He searched Xue Beng's face for any sign of duplicity, but found only a chilling calm. A calmness that unnerved him more than any outburst of anger or pleas for mercy. Are you certain, Avalanche? He finally asked, his voice low and dangerous. This is not a decision to be made lightly. Once the title is relinquished, it cannot be reclaimed. I am certain, Father, Xue Beng replied, his voice steady. I have brought shame upon the empire and disappointment to you. I am not worthy of the title. I wish only to atone for my mistakes in peace, far away from the court. A murmur rippled through the assembled officials. Some were genuinely shocked, others suspicious, and still others, perhaps, secretly relieved. One less contender for the throne, after all. Emperor Shui studied Xuebeng for another long moment. He couldn't fathom his son's motives. Was this a genuine act of remorse, a sacrifice for the good of the empire? Or was it a calculated move, a gamble for some future gain he couldn't yet discern? The mystery gnawed at him. Finally, he sighed, a weariness settling over his features. So be it. Let it be known throughout the empire, Xuebeng has voluntarily relinquished his title as fourth prince and is henceforth a commoner. He shall be granted suitable land and resources for a life of quiet reflection. He is forbidden from entering the imperial city without express permission from the emperor. A collective gasp followed the decree. The fate of Prince Xuebeng was sealed. The emperor then turned his gaze towards Xue Qinghe, his crown prince. Qinghe, he said, his tone softening. You have demonstrated wisdom and integrity today. You have served the empire well. A hint of pride flickered in Emperor Xue's eyes. Xue Qinghe, ever composed, bowed his head slightly. I only seek to serve the empire to the best of my ability, father, he replied, his voice smooth and reassuring. The emperor nodded, pleased. See to it that Xuebeng is provided for adequately. Also, I want you to personally visit Mr. Douluo and Mr. Li, offer our deepest apologies for the unfortunate incident. Explore any avenue to mend the damaged relationship. Use whatever resources necessary to ensure Mr. Li feels welcomed and respected within the Tiando Empire. Xue Qinghe's eyes glinted for a moment, a barely perceptible spark of something akin to ambition. He was being given an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate his capabilities and further cement his position as the heir apparent. I understand completely, father, he said. I will personally ensure that Mr. Douluo and Mr. Li understand the depth of our regret and that our desire to foster a positive relationship is genuine. As the assembly began to disperse, murmuring amongst themselves, Xue Qinghe approached Xuebeng. The fallen prince remained kneeling, his head bowed. Brother, Xue Qinghe said softly, his voice carefully devoid of pity or triumph. This must be difficult. Know that I will ensure you are taken care of. Perhaps, removed from the pressures of court, you will find the peace you seek. Xuebeng slowly lifted his head, his eyes shadowed but surprisingly clear. He looked at Xue Qinghe, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Perhaps, brother, he replied, his voice barely a whisper. Perhaps I will. As Xue Qinghe turned to leave, a thought crossed his mind. He remembered the look in Lin Xiao's eyes, the quiet power he exuded, the sheer potential he possessed as a titled Douluo so young. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that Lin Xiao was a force to be reckoned with. And now, he had been tasked with smoothing things over, with winning him over to the Tiando Empire. The game had changed. And Xue Qinghe, the seemingly benevolent crown prince, knew that he would need to play it with a ruthlessness and cunning he had never before revealed. The future of the Tiando Empire, and perhaps his own destiny, depended on it. The shouts of the arena were a dull roar in Xuebeng's ears as he and Xue Xing navigated the crowded streets of Soto City. The weight of his former title, the phantom of privilege he discarded, felt lighter than the dejection radiating from his uncle. Xue Xing shuffled along, a ghost of the once powerful duke, his eyes fixed on the cobblestones. Mr. Li? Xue Xing croaked, after a long silence. Who is this Mr. Li? Some rogue you used to gamble with, when you were still. He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence that defined their shared loss. Xuebeng stopped, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The wind, which usually felt soft against palace silks, bit at his exposed skin. Mr. Li is someone who sees potential where others see only ruins. Someone who understands that true power isn't born in a gilded cage, but forged in the fire of adversity. He didn't elaborate, and Xue Xing, sensing the newfound steel in his nephew's voice, didn't press. They continued their journey, the grand palace gates fading further behind them, replaced by the bustling energy of a common city. Meanwhile, within the luxurious confines of the Tiando Palace, Qianrenxue, the disguised Prince Xue Qinghe, paced the opulent chambers. The letter, its contents memorized, had become a pile of golden dust beneath her restless fingers. Li Xiao. The name resonated with a forgotten warmth, a memory of camaraderie and shared ambition. Rebuilding Chang'an, such lofty goals, she murmured, her voice a low, melodic hum. Chang'an. The golden age of the empire, the lost glory. Was this Li Xian's intention? To challenge the very foundations she was painstakingly trying to manipulate for the spirit hall? A flicker of genuine emotion crossed her usually impassive face. Despite her grand mission, despite her loyalty to the spirit hall, a part of her, the part that had once known camaraderie and respect, longed to see Li Xian again. To stand beside him, not as enemies, but as allies. The thought was dangerous, seductive. She crushed the remaining dust of the letter in her fist, the sharp edges biting into her palm. Loyalty was paramount. The spirit hall, her mother, her purpose, they came first. The next day in Soto City, the air crackled with anticipation. Douluo, a figure of notorious power concealed beneath a simple traveling cloak, surveyed the Soto spirit fighting arena with a critical eye. Waste of resources, he muttered, watching a pair of soul masters clumsily flailing on the stage. But potential lurks even in the most unlikely places. He nodded towards a young man with striking blonde hair and an aura of quiet intensity, who had just entered the registration area. It was Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's request for a leapfrog deathmatch sent ripples of disbelief through the arena staff. Such a match was practically suicide. Yet, there was something in the young man's eyes, a chilling calm that belied his age, that convinced the registrar to process his request. One thought of gods and demons, he had declared as his alias, a phrase that echoed with both arrogance and ambition. As Lin Xiao, now known as One Thought, watched the Shrek 7's coordinated attacks from the stands, a flicker of amusement played on his lips. They were good, undeniably talented, but their strength was raw, unrefined. He sensed a deeper power within them, a potential waiting to be unlocked, but they were still far from realizing it. His gaze met Tang San's, and a silent acknowledgement passed between them. Tang San, with his sharp intellect and uncanny sensitivity, immediately recognized the aura of power that radiated from the blonde stranger. This was no ordinary soul master. This was a force to be reckoned with. Later that evening, Xue Beng and Xue Xing arrived in Soto City, disguised in simple traveling clothes. Their journey had been arduous, a stark contrast to the comfort and luxury they had once taken for granted. Xue Xing, his spirit flagging, stumbled as they approached a modest inn. "Are you all right, uncle?" Xue Beng asked, his voice filled with a concern he hadn't often displayed in the palace. Xue Xing waved a dismissive hand. "Just old bones aching. Tell me, boy, this Mr. Li, where do we even find him?" Xue Beng's lips curved into a faint smile. "He'll find us," he said, his eyes gleaming with newfound conviction. He knew that the world was full of possibilities. He had shed the skin of a pampered prince, and in its place, was emerging a man of purpose. A man named only Xue Beng. He was no longer bound by the expectations of a corrupt court or the limitations of his father's vision. He was free to forge his own destiny, and he would start that with Mr. Li. He felt it in every bone within him. Soon, things would be different. The supervisor, feeling the pressure from all sides, swallowed hard. He knew he was walking a tightrope. The potential reward for the arena was huge, but the risk of ruin was even greater. He looked at Douluo's impassive face, a face that betrayed nothing of the old man's intentions. "Sir," the supervisor finally said, his voice barely a whisper, "we accept your bet." A collective cheer erupted from the queue behind Flanders, who was still craning his neck trying to see what was causing the delay. He didn't know the details, but the roaring crowd told him one thing: opportunity hadn't passed him by. Meanwhile, back with the Shrek 7 Devils, Yu Xiaojiang reiterated his point. "This experience will be invaluable. You must understand the fragility of life, the stakes involved in a battle." The atmosphere in the arena that evening was electric. The already packed stands were overflowing with spectators, drawn by the morbid curiosity surrounding the death match. The announcer's voice boomed, introducing Li Tianqi, the Soul King. He was a hulking figure, radiating power and arrogance, a veteran of countless battles. The crowd roared its approval. Then came the introduction of Yin Shinemo, One Thought, God-Demon. The name itself was intriguing. He emerged from the shadows, a lean figure cloaked in simple black robes. His face was obscured by a deep hood, and he moved with a quiet grace that seemed at odds with the brutal nature of the contest he was about to enter. The silence that greeted his entrance was almost as loud as the cheers for Li Tianqi. "Place your bets," the announcer roared, and the crowd surged. Flanders, having finally reached the betting window, slapped his bag of coins down. All of it on Yin Mo, he barked, earning him a mixture of gasps and derisive laughter. Back in their viewing box, the Shrek 7 were on edge. Even Dai Mubai, the most experienced fighter among them, felt a knot of unease in his stomach. The disparity in power was palpable. The referee signaled the start of the match. Li Tianqi roared, his 5 spirit rings blazing. He summoned his spirit, a massive earth bear, and charged, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Yin Mo remained still. Then, with a movement too swift for the eye to follow, he drew a slender, obsidian black dagger. A single, 4th spirit ring flickered into existence around him. Li Tianqi laughed, a booming sound that echoed through the arena. Suicide, he bellowed. But as the earth bear closed the distance, Yin Mo moved. He flowed like water, evading the bear's clumsy attacks with impossible agility. He was a shadow, a whisper of death, too fast, too elusive. Then, with a single, graceful leap, he was on the bear's back, the black dagger descending towards Li Tianqi's throat. The crowd gasped. Li Tianqi, caught completely off guard, bellowed in rage and fear. He desperately tried to shake the attacker off, but Yin Mo held on, his grip like iron. Everything happened in a blur. A flash of black, a gurgling cry, and then silence. Li Tianqi slumped forward, the earth bear dissolving into motes of light. Yin Mo leaped clear, landing lightly on the ground, the black dagger dripping. Dead silence descended upon the arena. Then, a slow clap started, growing in intensity until it became a deafening roar of applause. They had witnessed the impossible. Flender, jumping up and down, was practically vibrating with excitement. I knew it! I knew it! He's a genius! In their viewing box, the Shrek 7 were stunned. Tang San, however, was staring intently at Yin Mo. Something about his movements, the precise control, the deadly efficiency, it was familiar. Yin Mo sheathed his dagger, his hooded head turning towards the viewing boxes. For a fleeting moment, Tang San thought he saw a flicker of recognition in the shadows beneath the hood. Then, Yin Mo turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat, breaking the spell. That was instructive. As they turned to leave, Tang San stopped. He looked at Dai Mubai, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's okay, let's go. He knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within him, who Yin Mo was. He wouldn't reveal it yet, but he knew. This death match, the leapfrog challenge, it wasn't just about money or fame. It was about something more, something personal. And Tang San, no matter the cost, was going to find out what it was. The holiday could wait. The air in the Soto spirit fighting arena crackled with anticipation. Douluo, the notorious poison Douluo, sat perched in a VIP box, a predatory glint in his eyes. Below, Supervisor Gao, a man whose girth suggested a love for profit, felt the sweat gather on his brow. Douluo's audacious bet, a mountain of gold soul coins wagered on a barely adult soul sect going up against a seasoned soul king, had sent shockwaves through the arena. The crowd, a ravenous beast eager for spectacle and a chance to line their own pockets, roared their disbelief and excitement. Mud, I bet. Gao had muttered, his internal debate between caution and avarice collapsing under the weight of peer pressure and the sheer audacity of Douluo's gamble. One part of him screamed caution. The other, fueled by greed, envisioned a mountain of winnings if the old fool lost. Okay, our Soto spirit fighting arena has taken over. ISA, help this old gentleman place his bet, Gao had barked, forcing a veneer of professionalism over his rampant greed. Down below, oblivious to the frantic calculations and simmering anxieties above, Lin Xiao entered the arena. A collective gasp swept through the audience. He was younger than they had expected, his features barely touched by adulthood. Doubts, fueled by the sight of his youthful face, gnawed at the edges of their excitement. Damn it, are you so young with this thought? A gruff voice echoed in the crowd. How can we fight like this? How can such a young child fight an old soul king who has been famous for many years? It's over. Just now, I was lucky enough to give him a gold soul coin. I saved it by frugally for several months. Meanwhile, Gao, having escorted Douluo to the VIP section, practically sprinted to Li Tianqi's waiting room, a desperate plan forming in his mind. He shoved a heavy pouch into the Soul King's hands. Here are 500,000 gold soul coins. You must win tonight's game. After the game, the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena will pay you an additional 500,000 gold soul coins. Gao's voice was tight with pressure. He was betting everything on Li Tianqi. His reputation, his position, and potentially, his future, hinged on this victory. Li Tianqi sneered, his confidence bordering on arrogance. Ha, just a kid who doesn't know the heights of the world. I am the 55th level Soul King. Just wait for my good news. He pocketed the pouch, the weight of the coins a comforting reassurance. He'd faced countless opponents. This fresh-faced whelp wouldn't be any different. Douluo, the glamorous arena host, stepped into the spotlight. Welcome to our Soto Spirit Fighting Arena. I am Douluo, the host tonight. Today's soul fighting match is a very rare leapfrog challenge, and it is a death match. I believe it will be an extremely exciting soul fighting match. Now, please invite the contestants from both sides to enter. Li Tianqi, basking in the roar of the crowd, strode into the arena. The cheers were deafening, a testament to his reputation and, Gao knew with a grim satisfaction, the financial stakes so many had placed on him. Then, Lin Xiao emerged. He walked slowly, deliberately, the large greatsword slung across his back a stark contrast to his youthful demeanor. The cheers dwindled, replaced by murmurs of disbelief and apprehension. Standing in the audience, the Shrek 7 devils exchanged surprised glances. It's actually him? Tang San said, recognizing the figure that had made a lasting impression on him. Suddenly, a breathless Flanders arrived, puffing and red-faced. Phew, caught up. Dean, why did you go? Ma Hongjun asked, confused. Flanders grinned, wiping his brow with a flourish. I just went to place a bet. There were so many people in line that it became chaotic. All the gamblers got into fights. Fortunately, you, the Dean, I am very powerful and I forced myself to the front to place my bets. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to enjoy this free benefit. He winked, oblivious to the high stakes and the anxiety rippling through the arena. He had a feeling about this young man, and had risked every gold coin he could scrape together. The air thrummed with anticipation. Gao, watching from the sidelines, felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He glanced at Douluo, who sat impassive in his box, a slight smile playing on his lips. Gao's carefully constructed world teetered on the edge of collapse, dependent on the outcome of this impossible fight. His greed had led him to this precipice. Now, he could only wait and pray that Li Tianqi could deliver him from ruin. The pride swelling in Flanders' chest threatened to burst. He'd spotted something special in Lin Xiao, a steel-forged resolve that seemed impervious to fear. As the game started, he practically vibrated, his eyes glued to the soul fighting stage. On that blood-soaked platform, Lin Xiao and Li Tianqi faced each other. Lin Xiao, barely old enough to shave, possessed a disheveled mane of golden hair that framed a face of unsettling composure. No twitch of nervousness, no flicker of terror, nothing. Beside him, the Soul King, Li Tianqi, oozed confidence bordering on arrogance. Boy, it is your misfortune to meet me, Li Tianqi boomed, a predatory smirk twisting his lips. Since you are still young, my uncle asked you to choose a more pleasant way to die. Lin Xiao's response was a blunt, long-winded. Li Tianqi's smirk hardened into a sneer. You, do it well, kid. I have given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Next, I will break your arm, pick out all your hamstrings, and make you kneel on the ground, begging for life and death. A cruel gleam ignited in his eyes. The crowd buzzed, a morbid fascination hanging in the air. How can he be so cruel to a kid? A worried voice whispered. You can't blame Li Tianqi, though. This is a death match, not some children's game, came a harsher reply. Shouts of Li Tianqi, come on, echoed, mostly from the gamblers who'd clearly placed their bets on the experienced Soul King. I declare that the spirit battle begins now. Douluo's announcement sliced through the noise. Behind Li Tianqi, the spectral form of his violent orangutan martial spirit materialized, muscles bulging, teeth bared. Yellow, purple, and black soul rings blazed to life, their combined power radiating outwards like a suffocating wave. He was imposing, a human battering ram ready to unleash hell. In stark contrast, Lin Xiao simply gripped the heavy, ancient sword in his side and began to walk forward. No swirling energy, no vibrant manifestation of power. Just the steady, unwavering tread of his boots on the blood-soaked stage and the aura of a soul sect, a chasm of levels below his opponent. Li Tianqi erupted in laughter. Ha, Boy, you don't even summon your martial spirit when you're facing me, and you want to fight me with a broken sword? Insanity. The absurdity of the situation was palpable. In a death duel, weapons were permitted, but against a fully manifested martial spirit and soul skills, a simple sword seemed utterly useless. Tang San, watching from the stands, frowned in confusion. It's strange that he hasn't summoned his martial spirit. The soul power difference is significant. Even Yu Xiaojang, his mentor, looked perplexed. Stable, Flender muttered to himself, his earlier pride now laced with a strange anxiety. This has to work. In the director's box, the supervisor of the Soto Grand Arena watched with a chillingly neutral expression. Very good, but whether you summon the martial spirit or not, you will die. Li Tianqi launched his attack, activating his second soul skill. His muscles bulged, his speed amplified, and he charged towards Lin Xiao, a whirlwind of brutal force. Boy, go to hell, he bellowed, his massive fist aimed squarely at Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao barely reacted. He simply raised the heavy sword, his expression unchanging, his gaze fixed on Li Tianqi. The impact was deafening. Li Tianqi's fist connected with the sword with a resounding bang. A shockwave of raw force thundered outwards, rattling the arena. Li Tianqi was sent flying backwards, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. He landed hard, scrambling back in terror. Lin Xiao, however, remained rooted to the spot. The gale force winds whipped his golden hair around his face, and his robes billowed dramatically, but he stood firm, the ancient sword unmoving in his grip. How can this be? The arena supervisor, who had been lounging comfortably just seconds before, shot to his feet, his composure shattered. Yu Xiaojang's eyes widened as he caught the flicker of pure, unadulterated fear in Li Tianqi's eyes. This wasn't supposed to happen. Flender felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Something was terribly wrong. Lin Xiao began to walk deliberately towards the prone Li Tianqi, his eyes like chips of glacial ice. He wasn't playing by their rules. His training, his power, came from a completely different system. Soul Master rankings were meaningless, soul rings were just pretty decorations. To Lin Xiao, these so-called impossible leapfrog challenges were mere theoretical exercises, completely inadequate against his true strength. Impossible, impossible. Li Tianqi scrambled back, his bravado evaporated. Why can you withstand my blow? Lin Xiao's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile. I remember that you like to pick hamstrings, right? The roar of the crowd still echoed in Lin Xiao's ears as he stood over the kneeling Li Tianqi. The fight was over, but the adrenaline was still coursing through him. He lowered his giant sword, the blade dripping with a faint, shimmering light. Li Tianqi was gasping, clutching at his chest, his face a mask of disbelief and pain. Lin Xiao sheathed his sword, the metallic clang cutting through the lingering cheers. He took a step towards Li Tianqi, his expression unreadable. You like to pick on your hamstrings, don't you? Lin Xiao said, his voice quiet, almost conversational, yet it carried a weight that silenced anyone close enough to hear. The observation was seemingly random, but Li Tianqi flinched. Lin Xiao looked at Li Tianqi and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was the smile of a predator looking at wounded prey, a victor examining a defeated opponent. A dangerous, unsettling smile. Lin Xiao's smile at this moment was particularly scary in Li Tianqi's eyes. He remembered, too late, the taunts he directed at Lin Xiao's fighting style, his reliance on brute strength, his perceived lack of finesse, the supposed weakness of his legs. Li Tianqi suppressed the emotions in his heart, calmed down, and sneered, It's okay not to be afraid of my second soul skill, but next, I will show my true strength. He was desperately trying to regain control, to project an image of power that had been shattered moments ago. His pride, his reputation, everything was on the line. After hearing what Li Tianqi said, Lin Xiao looked calmly and said, No one asks you, you talk a lot. The utter dismissiveness in Lin Xiao's voice was almost more damaging than the sword wound. You, well, boy, suffer death. Li Tianqi spat, his face contorted with rage and humiliation. The fourth soul skill, shatter the sky and shatter the earth. The violent orangutan behind Li Tianqi continued to grow in size, and the soul power fluctuations erupted from it swept away in all directions like a torrent. The violent orangutan beat its chest angrily and roared to the sky. The entire soul fighting platform trembled violently at this moment. All the spectators covered their ears. The deafening roar was unbearable. The orangutan was gone now, the power dissipated. It was a bluff, a desperate attempt to intimidate after failing to deliver. The silence was punctuated by the uneven rasp of Li Tianqi's breath. He stared up at Lin Xiao, his eyes pleading, not for mercy, but for understanding. He saw nothing but a cold, detached indifference. My family. Li Tianqi croaked, the words barely audible. He was bargaining now, trying to trade his pride for his life. The thought of what this defeat would mean for his family, his standing in the clan, overwhelmed him. Lin Xiao closed his eyes for a moment, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. Then, he opened them again, the same coldness settling back into their depths. He turned his back on Li Tianqi, the silent dismissal a final, crushing blow. He walked towards the exit of the arena, the thunderous applause washing over him. He paid it no mind. He had proven his point, silenced his doubters, and avenged the taunts, both verbal and implied. The hamstrings were no longer a weakness, but a source of strength, a weapon in the mind games he played so effortlessly. As Lin Xiao disappeared into the tunnel, the arena's healing staff rushed to Li Tianqi's side. The roar of the crowd faded into a dull hum. Lin Xiao was already planning his next fight, his next opponent, the next opportunity to prove himself. Chang'an awaited, and he intended to arrive as a force to be reckoned with. The roar of the crowd faded into a dull hum as Lin Xiao stepped out of the Soto spirit fighting arena. The scent of blood and sweat clung to him, a grim reminder of the brutality he'd just unleashed. He wasn't proud of it, not exactly. Survival in this world demanded a certain ruthlessness, a willingness to do what others wouldn't. He'd learned that lesson well. He tugged at the strands of his unruly golden hair, the wicked smile fading from his lips. The cheers meant nothing to him. They were fickle, as easily turned against him as they had been against Li Tianqi. He was a tool, a spectacle, nothing more. He felt a familiar presence behind him. Douluo. The old eccentric had taken an interest in him, a dangerous interest. Lin Xiao knew Douluo was powerful, a titled Douluo, but he also knew Douluo was unstable, consumed by his own demons. You certainly made a statement in there, Douluo's raspy voice echoed in the alleyway. Lin Xiao didn't turn. I did what I had to do. And enjoyed it, I suspect. There was a hint of amusement in Douluo's tone. Lin Xiao finally turned, his stern eyes meeting Douluo's. Enjoyment is a luxury I can't afford. Perhaps not, Douluo conceded. But potential, you have in spades. Raw, untamed potential. You remind me of myself, years ago. Lin Xiao scoffed. I doubt that. Don't be so dismissive, boy. I see the darkness in you, the rage. It's a powerful weapon, if you can control it. Control is overrated, Lin Xiao muttered. Is it? Perhaps you'll learn the hard way. Regardless, I'm impressed. You're quick, you're strong, and you're resourceful. That's why I'm offering you a chance. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. A chance for what? A chance to hone your skills, to unlock your true potential. I can train you, teach you things you can't even imagine. But it won't be easy. It will be brutal, unforgiving. Are you willing to risk everything? Lin Xiao considered the offer. He knew what Douluo was capable of. He'd seen the chilling aftermath of his encounter with the arena manager. Training with him would be a trial by fire, a dance with death. But it was also a chance to become something more than just a spectacle in a fighting arena. What's the catch? Lin Xiao asked, suspicion lacing his voice. Douluo smiled, a chilling, predatory smile. The catch is, survival is not guaranteed. He paused, letting the words sink in. And you'll be serving me. Lin Xiao stared into Douluo's eyes, searching for any sign of deception. He saw only a cold, calculating ambition. This was a dangerous game, and he was being offered a starring role. He thought of Li Tianqi, screaming in agony. He thought of the chanting crowd, hungry for blood. He thought of the life he was currently living, a life of scraping by, fighting for scraps. He knew he was walking into the lair of a beast. But he also knew that sometimes, the only way to tame a beast was to become one yourself. A wicked smile, mirroring Douluo's, crept onto Lin Xiao's face. I accept. The crowd erupted in murmurs of excitement. An 80% discount on the final auction price? That was unheard of. Whispers of Chang'an rippled through the crowd, a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Lin Xiao, hidden in a private box overlooking the bustling auction hall, subtly nodded. He had chosen Douluo for this role precisely for her established reputation and warm demeanor. Douluo, standing beside him, grumbled under his breath. 80%? Your Highness, that's practically giving things away. We'll barely make a profit. Lin Xiao smiled. Think of it as an investment, Douluo. We're building trust, creating a buzz. Once the word spreads about the treasures we offer and the integrity of our auction house, the profits will follow. The first few days were a whirlwind of activity. The initial auctions were a resounding success, drawing in wealthy nobles, powerful soul masters, and merchants from across the land. Rumors of rare artifacts, potent elixirs, and powerful soul tools circulated like wildfire. Even the most skeptical were drawn in by the sheer spectacle of the auction and the tantalizing promise of unimaginable gains. One item, in particular, captured the attention of everyone, a seemingly ordinary-looking stone tablet, radiating a faint, ethereal energy. It was claimed to be an ancient relic, capable of unlocking hidden potential within soul masters, but its true purpose remained shrouded in mystery. The bidding war for the tablet was fierce, escalating to astronomical heights. As the auction reached its climax, a figure emerged from the shadows, his presence commanding attention. It was Prince Xuexing, the same prince under whose protection Douluo had once sought refuge. A glint of recognition flickered in Douluo's eyes. Prince Xuexing, with a dismissive wave toward his entourage, raised his hand. 500 million gold soul coins. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The room fell silent. It was an exorbitant sum, practically untouchable. But Prince Xuexing's face remained impassive, his eyes fixed on the stone tablet. Lin Xiao, observing from his private box, remained unfazed. He had anticipated this. The tablet, while seemingly ordinary, held a secret key to unlocking a powerful ancient cultivation technique. He knew that its true value far exceeded even Prince Xuexing's outrageous bid. 520 million gold soul coins, Lin Xiao announced, his voice amplified by a carefully placed soul tool. All eyes turned to the private box. They knew, with a certainty that tingled down their spines, that this was more than just a simple auction. This was a power play. Prince Xuexing's eyes narrowed. He recognized the voice. He knew that voice. Lin Xiao. So, it's you behind all of this? Lin Xiao stepped forward, revealing himself to the crowd. Indeed, Prince Xuexing, welcome to Chang'an auction house. Are you enjoying the show? A tense silence hung in the air, thick with unspoken animosity. Douluo stepped forward, his hand resting on his green snake staff, ready to defend Lin Xiao. This is just a simple auction, Prince, Lin Xiao continued, his voice smooth and controlled. If you desire the tablet, you are welcome to bid. But I assure you, I will not be outbid. The battle of wills was palpable. Prince Xuexing, his face flushed with anger, ultimately conceded. He knew that he couldn't compete with Lin Xiao's resources and unwavering determination. With a sneer, he turned and stormed out of the auction hall, leaving a trail of hushed whispers in his wake. As Lin Xiao claimed the stone tablet, a newfound respect and awe filled the room. Chang'an auction house had proven itself to be more than just a place to buy and sell treasures. It was a stage for power, ambition, and the unfolding of destiny. And Lin Xiao, the enigmatic young man who stood at its helm, was clearly a force to be reckoned with. Later that night, in a secluded chamber beneath the auction house, Lin Xiao studied the stone tablet closely. With a focused burst of soul energy, he activated the hidden mechanism, revealing ancient inscriptions etched deep within the stone. Douluo watched in awe, his eyes widening as he deciphered the complex text. Your Highness, Douluo exclaimed, this is incredible. A cultivation technique unlike anything I've ever seen. It could revolutionize soul master training. Lin Xiao smiled, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He had taken the first step towards building his prosperous Chang'an, not just as a city of trade, but as a center of power, knowledge, and unparalleled strength. A Chang'an where he, and those who stood with him, truly controlled their own destinies. And the whole continent would soon know its name. Lin Xiao nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Excellent. Those herbs, combined with the unique reputation of this auction house, should be enough to cause a stir. He steepled his fingers, considering. We need more than just herbs, though. Something flashy. Something that screams Chang'an auction house is here, and we're not playing around. Douluo stroked his beard, a thoughtful expression on his face. Perhaps some of the more potent poisons from my collection? A guaranteed death for a title Douluo would certainly attract attention, albeit the wrong kind, perhaps. Lin Xiao chuckled. As tempting as that is, let's stick to items that are more universally appealing. We want to draw on the right kind of clientele, the ones who crave power and influence, not just chaos. He paused, then a spark ignited in his eyes. I have an idea. Remember that mutated purple stargrass I found near the Sunset Forest? The one that amplifies spirit power at the expense of lifespan? Douluo frowned. That's a dangerous item, Your Highness. It could be easily misused, driving someone to an early grave for a temporary boost. Precisely, Lin Xiao said with a sly grin. But the allure of power, especially for soul masters striving to break through, will be overwhelming. We'll market it with appropriate disclaimers, of course. Use at your own risk, and all that. But the sheer potential will make it the centerpiece of the auction. He stood and paced the office, his mind racing. And to add even more intrigue, we'll offer a limited number of VIP passes. These passes will grant access to a private viewing room, preferential bidding rights, and a glimpse at a mystery item to be unveiled at the end of the auction. A mystery item? Douluo raised an eyebrow. And what exactly will this mystery item be? Lin Xiao smiled enigmatically. That, my friend, is the mystery. Suffice to say, it will be worth the wait in the bidding war. He paused, his gaze hardening. This auction isn't just about making money, Douluo. It's about establishing Chang'an as a force to be reckoned with. We need to make a statement, show everyone that we're not just another fly-by-night operation. He turned to face Douluo, his voice filled with conviction. It's time to change the game. The next 3 days were a whirlwind of preparations. Notices, written in elegant calligraphy, were plastered across Soto City, announcing the grand opening of the Chang'an auction house. Word spread like wildfire, fueled by whispers of the former soul-fighting arena's transformation and the promise of treasures beyond imagination. The masterly name became synonymous with opulence and intrigue. Meanwhile, Miao Gao wrestled with his conscience. 1 million gold soul coins was an unimaginable sum, enough to alleviate the suffering of his clan for years. But the offer of joining Lin Xiao, potentially risking the wrath of the Spirit Hall again, was a gamble he wasn't sure he could afford. He looked at the faces of his people, etched with hardship and hope, and knew he had a decision to make. The day of the auction arrived, and the atmosphere in Soto City was electric. The former soul-fighting arena, now transformed into a lavish auction house, glittered with gold and jewels. Nobles, merchants, and powerful soul masters flocked to the venue, eager to witness the spectacle. Intelligence agents from various factions lurked in the shadows, their eyes scanning the crowd, gathering information. Inside, Lin Xiao, as masterly, surveyed the scene with a satisfied smile. Douluo stood silently by his side, a silent testament to the power he commanded. The auction was about to begin, and the fate of the Yu clan, and perhaps much more, hung in the balance. It was time to show the world what Chang'an was truly capable of. The name of Masterly was already on the rise, but by the end of the night, it would be etched in history. The air in the Tiando Palace hung heavy, thick with unspoken anxiety. Emperor Shui, a man whose reign was defined more by survival than triumph, gnawed at his lip, his pale face etched with worry lines. To his right sat Ningfengji, the astute and ever-composed leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and soared Douluo Continent, his aura of sharp, untamed power a stark contrast to the emperor's unease. The reports are disturbing. Emperor Shui finally broke the silence, his voice strained. The Chang'an auction house, their expansion is unprecedented. And now, rumors of a miraculous fairy grass, one said to break through bottlenecks even for contra-level soul masters. Ningfengji steepled his fingers, his gaze thoughtful. Indeed, Your Majesty. The implications are significant. Such a herb would be invaluable, especially now, given the rising tensions. He glanced at Chang'an, who stood motionless, a silent sentinel of power. Shui sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. The Douluo Empire and the Spirit Hall, they will undoubtedly seek it. And if they acquire it. He trailed off, the unspoken fears hanging in the air. The Tiando Empire, lacking a titled Douluo champion of its own, was already at a disadvantage. A boost to either of its rivals could prove devastating. Suddenly, an attendant rushed into the hall, his face flushed with urgency. Your Majesty. News from Soto City. A delegation from the Chang'an auction house, led by Douluo himself, has arrived requesting an audience. Emperor Shui stiffened. Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, a notoriously unpredictable and powerful figure. Why was he here? What did the Chang'an auction house want? Ning Fengji's eyes narrowed. This is likely connected to the fairy grass. They are testing the waters, gauging our willingness, our desperation. I cannot afford to show weakness, Shui said, his voice gaining a newfound steel. Grant them an audience. But be prepared, this could be an attempt to exploit our vulnerability. As Douluo entered the throne room, radiating an aura of potent poison, he was followed by a figure Emperor Shui had only seen in portraits. Lin Xiao. A young man, barely past his adolescence, yet his eyes held a depth of understanding that belied his age. He carried himself with an air of quiet confidence, an unsettling calmness that made Shui's skin crawl. Douluo delivered a curt bow. Your Majesty, I present to you Lin Xiao, esteemed owner of the Chang'an auction house. Lin Xiao stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the room, taking in the Emperor, Ning Fengji, and Chang'an with a detached interest. Emperor Shui, he said, his voice calm and even. We come to offer your empire an opportunity. An opportunity? Shui echoed, his voice wary. What kind of opportunity? Lin Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. The Chang'an auction house will soon be auctioning a single, highly potent fairy grass. One capable of elevating even a contra to the ranks of titled Douluo. The Emperor's breath caught in his throat. He exchanged a nervous glance with Ning Fengji. The fairy grass. It was real. And the Chang'an auction house held the key. The bidding, naturally, will be intense, Lin Xiao continued, his eyes gleaming with an almost predatory light. The Douluo Empire, the Spirit Hall, they have already expressed considerable interest. Shui tensed. He knew the game. He knew the price. We understand, of course, the financial constraints that the Tiando Empire currently faces, Lin Xiao said, his voice dripping with faux sympathy. However, we are flexible. We are open to considering alternative forms of compensation. Douluo cleared his throat. The most readily available form being land. Specifically, Soto City. The words hung in the air like a poison cloud. Soto City. A strategically important city, vital to the Tiando Empire's trade routes and its control of the southern territories. Shui felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. He knew Lin Xiao was right. He knew the Empire's back was against the wall. The fairy grass was too valuable to let slip through their fingers. But to cede Soto City. He looked at Ning Fengji, desperate for guidance. But the sect leader's face was grim, etched with the same realization. They were caught in a trap. Let me be blunt, Emperor Shui, Lin Xiao said, his voice cutting through the tension. The choice is yours. A titled Douluo, secured by the fairy grass, and a chance to maintain your standing in the continent. Or Soto City remains yours, and you risk falling further behind, becoming a puppet in the hands of your rivals. The clock is ticking. Shui felt the weight of the world crushing him. He was a mediocre king, thrust into a situation far beyond his capabilities. He could protect his land, as Lin Xiao had said, but only at the expense of the future. He looked at Lin Xiao, at the young man who held the fate of his empire in his hands. He saw not just the owner of a powerful auction house, but a shrewd strategist, a puppeteer pulling the strings of nations. With a heavy heart, Emperor Shui made his choice. He knew he would be remembered as the king who ceded territory, who bartered away a city for power. But he hoped, desperately, that his sacrifice might save his empire. We accept your terms, he said, his voice barely a whisper. We will cede Soto City in exchange for the fairy grass. Lin Xiao's smile widened, a flash of triumph in his eyes. A wise decision, Your Majesty. A wise decision indeed. I assure you, you will not regret it. As Lin Xiao and Douluo departed, leaving the emperor to grapple with the consequences of his decision, Ning Fengji placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Do not despair, Your Majesty, he said. This may be a setback, but it is not the end. We will find a way to turn this to our advantage. We will rebuild. We will endure. Emperor Shui could only nod, his gaze fixed on the empty doorway. He had bought his empire time. But he knew, deep in his heart, that the real battle was only just beginning. The rise of Chang'an City had just begun, and the bonfire Lin Xiao spoke of was ready to ignite across the continent, changing the very face of Douluo forever. Sect Master Ning, what do you think? Emperor Shui looked at Ning Fengji, who was sitting on one side, and spoke slowly. After thinking for a moment, Ningfengji said directly, "Your Majesty, regarding the matter between Douluo and Mr. Li, try to be on good terms with him as much as possible, and let go of your face as much as possible. The current situation in the mainland is urgent. Even if you can't be on good terms with him, you must not make enemies with them." Emperor Shuai sighed slightly after hearing this, and slowly said, "Why don't I understand this truth?" At this time, a soldier hurried into the palace. "Your Majesty, the spies from Soto City have sent information." According to the information from the spies in Soto City, the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena was suddenly closed a month ago. Until today, the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena reopened. However, the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena has become a place called Chang'an Auction House. "It is said that the owner of the Chang'an Auction House is a young man named Mr. Li," said the soldier. "Master Li?" Emperor Shuai and Ningfengji both had a flash of shock in their eyes. "Tell me what happened in Soto City in detail." Emperor Shuai's face was serious and his tone was unquestionable. Immediately, the soldier repeated all the words Douluo said when the Chang'an Auction House opened to Emperor Shuai and Ningfengji. Ningfengji's eyes became heavier the more he listened, and then he turned to look at Emperor Shuai and said seriously, "Your Majesty, Mr. Li's ambition is not small. Tiando Royal Academy, Soto City, Chang'an Auction House. This is too much of a coincidence." As the top think tank in Douluo Continent, Ningfengji instantly guessed Lin Xiao's thoughts. As sect leader Yining sees it, should we go to the first auction at Chang'an Auction House? Emperor Shuai looked at Ningfengji and said doubtfully, "Go." Ningfengji was categorical and immediately explained, "The Empire already had a conflict with Mr. Li because of the Tiando Royal Academy. Now that the Chang'an Auction House has opened, we should go and support it. If the Empire can eliminate the problem with Mr. Li, wouldn't it be better to form an alliance despite conflicts? And we can also take a look at Chang'an Auction House. Ning feels that Mr. Li's ambitions are very big and he will definitely not stop at a small auction house." Emperor Shuai nodded after hearing this. "What Sect Master Ning said is absolutely true." Ningfengji said in a respectful tone. "Wuhuan City, the Pope's Palace. Now, Pope Bibi Dong holds the scepter that symbolizes the power of the Pope and sits on the throne. There is a hidden edge in his beautiful eyes, and the aura of a superior person sweeps around. The two major titled Douluo of Wuhuan Palace, Ju Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Guimei stood on both sides of the Pope Palace. His Majesty the Pope, according to information from intelligence spies, an interesting thing happened in Soto City, located in the southwest of the Tiando Empire." Yuguan looked at Bibi Dong and said respectfully, "Interesting thing? Tell me." Bibi Dong slowly spoke. "The Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City was converted into an auction house named Chang'an. It is said that the owner of the auction house won the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena with a bet, and it happened that the owner of Chang'an Auction House is Mr. Li, who made a big fuss at Tiando Royal Academy a month ago." Yueguan opened his mouth slowly. "Master Li?" Bibi Dong said softly. The news about Lin Xiao suddenly appeared in her mind. Some time ago. Naturally, Bibi Dong also heard about what Lin Xiao and Douluo did at Tiando Royal Academy. Bibi Dong was also very curious about Lin Xiao's ability to conquer Douluo. After all, everyone knew Douluo's character. Wuhuan Palace also tried to recruit Douluo back then, but Douluo would rather be the enemy of Wuhuan Palace and be pursued. Even though he was killed, he never succumbed to the Spirit Hall. Result: he was actually subdued by a teenage boy. Soto City, it seems that Mr. Li's ambition is quite big. A strange look flashed in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes. The Chang'an Auction House will hold an auction in 3 days. It is said that there will be many rare treasures at the auction. Do you want us at Wuhuan Palace to go and have a look? The ghost on the side suddenly spoke. After hearing this, Bibi Dong thought for a moment, and then said, "I am very curious about Mr. Li. He has the strength of a titled Douluo before he is 20 years old. Even Tang Hao could not do it back then. In 3 days, you two will go to the Chang'an Auction House instead of me." "Yes, His Majesty the Pope," Yuguan and Guimei said respectfully. At the same time, the Star Luo Empire, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and all the famous sects have all heard about the Chang'an Auction House. What they care about is not the Chang'an Auction House, but the owner of the Chang'an Auction House, Mr. Li. Who cannot be curious about a person who is less than 20 years old and has strength comparable to that of a titled Douluo, and can also conquer a titled Douluo with an eccentric personality like Douluo? All major forces are planning to send people to Soto City to participate in the auction to be held at Chang'an Auction House in 3 days. After all, Chang'an Auction House has 2 powerful people at the title Douluo level. It would be great to be able to make friends with them. Benefit. Soto City, Shrek Academy. Now, Shrek Academy was very deserted, and all the teachers and students of the academy gathered in the square. Because Flender bet all the funds of Shrek Academy a month ago, Shrek Academy is now facing the crisis of closing down the school. Flanders felt regretful. He originally wanted to let the Shrek 7 Devils continue to make money in the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. As a result, the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena closed down earlier than them. It was simply far away. Spectrum. 1 minute ago. Flender informed all the teachers and students about this matter, and their Shrek Academy will be disbanded in 3 days. I still have some funds left. I can stay in Soto City for a few days and then leave for Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Xiaojang looked at Flanders and spoke slowly. Flanders looked up at Shrek Academy. Although he was deeply reluctant to leave, he had to leave. Oh, it's all my fault. Flanders sighed, feeling extremely helpless. Although Yu Xiaojang didn't say anything, he had already greeted Flanders 180 times in his heart. By the way, will Tiando Royal Academy accept us? Flanders suddenly spoke. We have no choice. Don't you understand? Yu Xiaojang's tone was extremely indifferent. Flanders wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped talking. The air crackled with anticipation, thick with the scent of sandalwood and the hushed murmurs of gathered power players. 3 days had transformed the Sachuo Spirit Fighting Arena into the opulent Chang'an Auction House, a testament to the Yu clan's efficiency, and perhaps, more intriguingly, to the mysterious Mr. Li. Prince Xueqinghe, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, exchanged polite greetings with the assembled dignitaries. Beside him, Ning Fengji, his smile as smooth as polished jade, observed the surroundings with keen interest, while the stoic sword Douluo Xian remained a silent sentinel. Ning is truly becoming more and more curious about Mr. Li now, Ning Fengji remarked, his voice barely audible above the growing din to transform the arena into this in just 1 month. His methods are quite extraordinary. Xueqinghe's mind drifted back to that moonlit encounter, the image of the blonde youth wielding the heavy sword, the effortless dispatch of the ancient spirit beast. Indeed. This is the first time I have seen someone quite like Mr. Li, he admitted, a hint of admiration in his voice. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a rival. Davis, the eldest prince of the Starluo Empire, swaggered into the scene, his presence radiating arrogant confidence. The tension between the 2 empires was palpable, a silent contest of power played out in the glances and carefully chosen words. Brother Qinghe, long time no see, Davis boomed, his gaze sweeping over the Tiando delegation. It's a bit unexpected, but everyone who comes here is a guest, Xueqinghe replied, his voice even and controlled, masking any underlying unease. As more forces arrived, the auction house entrance became a stage for masked alliances and simmering rivalries. Even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family sent representatives, underscoring the importance of this unprecedented event. Then, Douluo, his face etched with the harsh lines of a life lived on the edge, emerged from the Chang'an auction house. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on the familiar faces. Everyone, welcome. To commemorate our grand opening, all treasures can be acquired at 80% of their value. He paused, his eyes hardening. Of course, the rules of the Chang'an auction house must be strictly followed. Before he could elaborate, 2 figures descended from the heavens, breaking the fragile peace with their dramatic entrance. Yu Guan, his voice grating and unsettling, and Gui Mei, his spectral presence chilling, stood before Douluo, their intent clear. Old poisonous creature, haven't seen you for many years. Have you fallen to this point? Yu Guan sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. Is it Yu Guan and Gui Mei? Ning Fengji murmured, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Looks like the spirit hall is also eyeing the Chang'an auction house. Juaguan, old ghost? Douluo responded, his voice laced with venom. If you 2 are here to support me, my Chang'an auction house will naturally welcome you. If not. So what if it's not? Yu Guan retorted, his contempt evident. Don't forget, you are just a level 92 titled Douluo. Yu Guan and Gui Mei exchanged a look, then unleashed their power. 9 soul rings, a swirling kaleidoscope of yellow, purple, and black, erupted around Guangxin, the sheer force of his level 95 titled Douluo presence washing over the crowd. Douluo Bo, not to be outdone, summoned his own martial soul, his 9 soul rings blazing with toxic energy. The combined aura of the two titled Douluos threatened to tear the very ground apart. Suddenly, a voice, cold and commanding, cut through the chaos. Enough. The voice seemed to resonate from the very walls of the auction house. Martial arts are prohibited in the Chang'an auction house. Have you lived too long? The air shimmered, and then, a blinding light erupted. A wave of energy, unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed, coalesced into a single, earth-shattering sword energy that lashed out at Guangxin with impossible speed. The force was immense, threatening to cleave him in two. The gathered crowd gasped, their eyes wide with shock and a dawning realization. Whoever controlled this power, whoever dared to openly defy the Spirit Hall, was a force to be reckoned with. The mystery of Mr. Li had just deepened, and the auction had only just begun. The welcoming lady maintained her professional smile. Sir, with all due respect, your hair resembles a bird's nest after a hurricane, and your attire suggests you may have wrestled a particularly dirty pig before arriving. This is not the standard of decorum we uphold at Chang'an Auction House. Ma Hongjun sputtered indignantly, his face turning a shade of red rivaling his phoenix flames. Hey! I just woke up. We had a long journey to get here. Tang San stepped forward, a calm hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Hongjun, calm down. They have a point. We are a little rough around the edges. He subtly gestured to his own travel-worn clothes and the general dishevelment of the Shrek 7 devils. Oscar, with his flamboyant flair, attempted a charming smile. Surely, there's some leeway for distinguished guests, no? We are, after all, the Shrek 7 devils, renowned across the continent. The welcoming lady's smile didn't waver. I am familiar with the Shrek 7 devils. However, fame alone does not grant entry. Our rules are in place to maintain a certain standard of elegance and decorum for all our guests. Inside a VIP box, Ming Fingji raised an eyebrow. The Shrek 7 devils? What a curious development. Chen Xian chuckled. They seem to have ruffled some feathers already. Lin Xiao, who had been observing the scene through a magically enhanced window, let out a quiet sigh. This could become problematic. He needed to maintain order, but also couldn't afford to alienate potential powerful allies like the Shrek group. Bring them in, he said, his voice amplified through the auction house's sound system. The effect was immediate. The welcoming lady straightened up, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. But, Mr. Li, she started, only to be cut off by Lin Xiao's voice again. They are with me. The welcoming lady bowed slightly. Understood, Mr. Li. She turned back to the Shrek 7 devils, her demeanor now completely changed. Please, sirs, this way. Mr. Li will personally escort you to your seats. Ma Hongjun, still bristling, puffed out his chest. That's more like it. Always knew a little star power would do the trick. As the Shrek 7 devils were ushered into the auction house, Tang San subtly glanced around, his sharp eyes taking in the lavish surroundings and the powerful individuals seated in the VIP boxes. He knew Lin Xiao, or rather, Li Xian, was a mysterious figure, but this level of influence and respect was truly astounding. Once inside, they were led directly to Lin Xiao, who stood waiting patiently. His golden hair, slightly less messy than before, still framed his face, giving him an aura of wildness and power. Welcome, Shrek 7 devils, Lin Xiao said, his voice calm and controlled. I apologize for the initial misunderstanding. I've arranged for seats for you. He gestured to a section near the front, but not in a VIP box. He wanted them to be seen, but not elevated above the other forces present. Tang San bowed slightly. We appreciate the consideration, Mr. Li. He knew there was more to this than met the eye. Why had Lin Xiao intervened? What did he want? As they settled into their seats, Oscar leaned close to Tang San and whispered, This guy is something else, isn't he? I wonder what's his story. Tang San simply nodded, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. He had a feeling that the Chang'an auction house, and its enigmatic owner, were about to play a significant role in the unfolding events that would shape the future of the continent. And he needed to understand what that role would be. The auction was about to begin, but for Tang San, the real game had only just started. The welcoming lady's polite smile faltered slightly as she took in Ma Hongjun's appearance. He was, to put it mildly, scruffy. While Lin Xiao's inaugural auction had eschewed the usual high-roller prerequisites of substantial deposits and formal attire, opting instead for a simple clean and tidy standard, Ma Hongjun looked more like he'd just rolled out of a pigsty than a respectable auction attendee. Ma Hongjun, oblivious to the lady's silent judgment, bounced on the balls of his feet, perfectly content with his rumpled appearance. Shrek Academy, sensing the growing tension, was about to intervene when a smooth voice cut through the air. "Hey, I was just wondering where I heard that familiar voice. My dear brother, it turns out you're here too." Davis, flanked by Zhu Zhuyun, strolled towards Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, a condescending smile plastered on his face. Davis. Dai Mubai's jaw tightened, his heterochromatic eyes flashing with resentment at the sight of his elder brother. "Boss Dai, is this your relative?" Ma Hongjun asked, his brow furrowed in confusion, completely missing the simmering animosity between the two men. Zhu Zhuyun, with a look of disdain, reached out to touch Zhu Zhuqing's face. Zhu Zhuqing recoiled, her expression hardening. "TSK, TSK, TSK, my dear sister. I thought you'd actually amount to something after running away. Instead, you're hanging out with a bunch of ruffians." Her eyes swept over Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and the others with open contempt. "Hey! What's that supposed to mean?" Ma Hongjun bristled at the insult, his temper flaring. Before anyone could react, Davis seized Ma Hongjun's arm in a vice-like grip. The grip tightened, and Ma Hongjun yelped in pain. "Davis, let go! Fatty, you're going too far." Dai Mubai's voice was laced with warning. "Ha, Mubai, it was your friend who made the first move, and a boy attacking a girl? Honestly, I don't understand how the dignified prince of the empire can associate with such lowlifes," Davis scoffed. "It's a disgrace to the empire, truly." He flung Ma Hongjun aside, the force of the throw sending him stumbling. "Prince of the empire? Boss Dai?" The whispers rippled through the crowd, all eyes now fixed on Dai Mubai. Even Flanders and the other Shrek teachers, who had been ready to defend their students, hesitated. Dai Mubai, bearing the Dai surname, a name synonymous with the Douluo Empire's royal family, and Davis was clearly the eldest prince. The revelation hung heavy in the air, effectively extinguishing the Shrek Academy's simmering anger. Davis, sensing their shift in demeanor, smirked. "A bunch of bullies, picking on those weaker than yourselves. Consider yourselves lucky that violence is prohibited inside the Chang'an auction house, or none of you would be leaving here unscathed." With a final sneer, he swept Zhu Zhuyun into his arms and strode into the auction house. "Zhuyun, let's go. Being seen with these people is beneath us." Dai Mubai's fists clenched, his rage a tangible presence. Flanders and the other teachers remained silent, unable to offer comfort or advice. Dai Mubai's royal lineage placed him in a world of power struggles, beyond their reach. "Oh, forget it. Let's just go," Flanders sighed, defeated. Faced with such overwhelming power, they were powerless. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Shrek Academy's motto, "A soul master who dares not cause trouble is not a good soul master," rang hollow in the face of royal power. Just as Shrek was about to leave, Ningfengji and Sword Douluo Xian arrived. "Dad! Grandpa Jian! You're here too!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, delighted. She rushed into Ningfengji's embrace. Dad came for the auction. I planned to visit the academy afterward, but it seems you're already here," Ningfengji said, his eyes filled with affection for his daughter. "So the little princess only misses her father, doesn't she?" Chang'an teased, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Rongrong misses Grandpa Jian very much too. She thinks about him every day, even while eating and sleeping." Ning Rongrong giggled, melting Chang'an's heart. All right, my little princess." Chang'an replied, his stern face softening. Flanders approached Ningfengji and Chang'an, bowing slightly. Flanders greets Sect Master Ning and His Majesty Chang'an. Ningfengji waved a dismissive hand. "Dean Flanders, there's no need for such formality. As Rongrong's teacher, you are our equal." However, Chang'an let out a disdainful snort. Both Ningfengji and Chang'an had witnessed the confrontation between Davis and Shrek Academy. Chang'an had always disapproved of Ning Rongrong attending the seemingly disreputable Shrek Academy. This incident only solidified his negative opinion. He saw a group who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Zhu Zhuyun had started the insults, but the students of Shrek Academy had fallen silent after learning the identities of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. Rong, Dad is going to attend the auction. Would you and your friends like to join us? Ning Fengji offered, his tone pleasant. The welcoming lady interjected. I'm sorry, Sect Master Ning, but this gentleman is rather disheveled and cannot be admitted into the Chang'an auction house. Ning Fengji waved dismissively. It's all right. I happen to have some spare clothes. Take them and change before you come in. Thank you very much, Sect Master Ning. Ma Hongjun gratefully accepted the clothes and hurried to a nearby patch of grass to change. Once inside, Shrek Academy followed the crowd to the main auction hall, while Ning Rongrong joined Ning Fengji and Chen Xian in the Seven Treasures glazed sect's private box. The auction house was packed, every seat filled. Suddenly, wings sprouted from Douluo's back, and the auctioneer soared through the air before landing gracefully on the stage. Hello everyone, I am Douluo, the person in charge of this Chang'an auction. Welcome to Chang'an Auction House. I believe you are all familiar with the house rules. Without further ado, let's proceed to our first lot. A woman carrying a beautifully wrapped box strode onto the stage and placed it on the table. Douluo slowly opened the box, revealing a dark herb with vibrant red berries, bathed in a soft red light. Our first item, the Millennium Soul-enriching red fruit, has a starting price of 1 million gold soul coins. Bidding increments must be no less than 100,000 gold soul coins. Before Douluo could finish, a stir erupted from the Spirit Hall's box. It's actually the Millennium Soul-enriching red fruit? Yu Guan exclaimed, his eyes burning with desire. He grabbed Guimei, his voice urgent. Old ghost, hurry! Hurry! Hurry what? Bid! The shimmering chandelier light glinted off the single, perfectly ripe, crimson fruit displayed on a velvet cushion. Yu Guan, beads of sweat forming on his brow, fidgeted beside the languid Guimei. 400,000 gold soul coins. Guimei announced, her voice smooth and a touch bored. Then, turning to Yu Guan, she asked, Old Jew, what's so valuable about this broken fruit? Yu Guan's anxiety instantly evaporated, replaced by exasperated enthusiasm. Broken fruit? You don't understand, you Philistin. This is a 1,000-year-old soul-containing red fruit. One of the top medicinal herbs this side of fairy grass. There are 9 of them on the trunk, each one capable of enhancing a soul master's soul power and warming their meridians. Guimei pursed her lips. It sounds ordinary. Idiot, Yu Guan hissed, oblivious to the rising chatter around them. Soul masters below the Soul Emperor level will unconditionally increase their soul power by 1 level after taking it. And after their meridian soul power is nourished, their future practice speed will be greatly increased. Guimei blinked. A slow understanding dawned on her face. Oh! Where she'd seen just a pretty fruit, she now saw potential. Not just potential, but 9 future geniuses ripe for the picking. Of course, Yu Guan added, tempering her excitement, the main function is warm nourishment. It doesn't improve talent itself. There's still a big gap between it and true fairy grass. While they whispered, Douluo, the auctioneer, a vision of saccharine charm, described the fruit's properties to the ever-growing crowd. Initially met with polite interest, her words ignited a frenzy when she reached the part about raising a soul master's level. The Elephant Armor sect, bid 2 million gold soul coins, boomed a voice, shaking the foundations. We, the Tiando Empire, offer 2.5 million gold soul coins, a regal voice countered. My blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family bids 3 million gold soul coins, roared another. We, the Starluo Empire, offer 5 million gold soul coins. The air crackled with the energy of desperate bids. Gold flew like confetti. Yu Guan's eyes widened in despair. Then, a calm, clear voice cut through the chaos. We, the Qibao glazed sect, offer 7 million gold soul coins. Chen Xian's words echoed, silencing the room in stunned disbelief. A wave of anger washed over Yu Guan. He adored rare and powerful herbs. To see one slip through his fingers. Damn it, he muttered. Ning Fengji actually carries so many gold soul coins with him. He glared at the Qibao glazed sect's box. Damn rich people. He'd come to the Chang'an auction house for other reasons, completely unprepared for such a valuable first offering. Hiss, 7 million gold soul coins, someone murmured in the crowd. As expected of the 7 treasures glazed sect, indeed rich and powerful. Although the 1,000-year soul-containing red fruit is precious, that is a high price. Indeed, another voice chimed in. While it boosts cultivation speed, innate soul power still limits growth. Suitable only for geniuses with high innate soul power. But the first lot at Chang'an auction house is so precious. Now I am more and more curious about the subsequent lots. The room buzzed with speculation. Inside the Douluo Empire box, Davis, the heir apparent, clenched his fists. I didn't expect the items at the Chang'an auction house to be so valuable. Unfortunately, I was in a hurry this time and didn't bring enough funds. He frowned, turning to his advisor. Increase our allocation for the future days. We cannot risk missing out on anything this valuable again. Especially if it could give us an edge over the Tiando Empire. The auction continued, but for Yu Guan, it was a bitter pill to swallow. He scowled at the remaining 8 soul-containing red fruits, now seemingly taunting him from their velvet throne. He had to figure out a way to get his hands on one of those fruits. He wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. He just needed a plan, and a lot more gold. The air in the Douluo Empire's box crackled with tension. Dai Mubai, captain of the Xinghua team, clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the 1,000-year soul-containing red fruit displayed on the auction stage. He knew what it could do for his team, for him. The fruit, brimming with potent soul energy, would not only drastically improve their individual strengths, but would also enhance the synergy between them, giving them a significant edge in the upcoming Continental Senior Soul Master competition. Across the hall, in the Tiando Empire's box, Shui Qinghe, the cunning prince, watched the bidding war escalate. He turned to his confidant, Li Xiao, his eyes narrowed. Li Xiao, how many tricks do we have left? To be able to even attempt to acquire such a treasure. Li Xiao, a master strategist, replied grimly, Your Highness, our funds are stretched thin. The Douluo Empire and the Spirit Hall possess significantly more resources. We're approaching our limit. The Tiando Empire, weakened by internal strife and facing threats from both the Douluo Empire and the ever-growing influence of the Spirit Hall, couldn't afford to fall behind. This fruit could have been the boost they desperately needed, but their coffers were simply too shallow. Meanwhile, high above in the most luxurious box of the Chang'an auction house, Lin Xiao surveyed the scene with an air of detached amusement. Douluo, his loyal protector and advisor, stood beside him, a flicker of excitement in his reptilian eyes. Your Highness, Douluo said, his voice hoarse, the auction is a resounding success. 7 million gold soul coins for the first lot alone. With the continuous harvest of medicinal herbs from the eyes of ice and fire, rebuilding Chang'an City is no longer a distant dream. Lin Xiao swirled the ruby-red wine in his glass, the liquid catching the light from the chandeliers. He took a slow, deliberate sip. Patience, Douluo. We're still far from our ultimate goal. This is all a carefully laid plan. He paused, his gaze hardening. The real objective is to impress Emperor Shui with the potential of the fairy herbs. These auctions are merely bait, enticing him to invest further. Douluo nodded, understanding dawning on his face. But then a shadow of concern crossed his features. Your Highness, the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Academy competition is rapidly approaching. I have some reservations about your plan to cultivate future generations of geniuses. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. What troubles you? The Spirit Hall, with its network of awakening temples across the continent, gets the first pick of all the talented children. The Douluo and Tiando empires also aggressively recruit promising soul masters within their territories. Where will we find the exceptional individuals you envision? Douluo's expression was one of genuine perplexity. Lin Xiao chuckled, a low, dangerous sound. He placed his wine glass on the table, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Isn't that precisely why this is so compelling? The 3 major forces are already siphoning off the cream of the crop. That's their weakness. We will choose those they overlook, the ones who don't perfectly fit their molds. Douluo's brow furrowed. Your Highness, are you suggesting we simply take them? Not exactly, Lin Xiao countered, a smirk playing on his lips. Douluo, what is your opinion of my own talent? Without hesitation, Douluo declared, unprecedented. Unmatched. In the history of the entire continent, there has never been a genius to equal your Highness. Lin Xiao nodded, accepting the compliment as fact. Good. Once Soto City is officially ours, we will rename it Chang'an City. From then on, Chang'an City will be autonomous, independent from any empire, just like the Spirit Hall. And we will dedicate all our resources to establishing Chang'an College. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I will be the principal, the teacher, the guiding force of Chang'an College. Understand this, Douluo. Every truly gifted soul master harbors a deep-seated pride, a relentless desire for strength and progress, not just mere accolades. The instructors in most academies are older and more experienced, creating a subconscious belief in the students that their teachers are inherently superior simply because of age. That will not be the case with me. My students will see me not as an unachievable goal, but as a benchmark to surpass, a rival to challenge. We will draw the most promising, the most ambitious, the most hungry young soul masters from across the continent, creating a veritable melting pot of monstrous talent. Anyone plagued by arrogance will find their way to Chang'an College, seeking to prove themselves. Because only here can they truly reach their potential. This is an incentive that no gifted soul master can resist. They would rather be the most exceptional phoenix in a flock of phoenixes than the strongest chicken in a coop. And with our access to the extraordinary fairy herbs, even those with average starting talent but unyielding willpower and determination can be nurtured into formidable forces. He stood up, his silhouette dominating the room. In time, Chang'an College will represent Chang'an City in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition. A fire burned in his eyes, reflecting the ambitious vision he held for the future. From this moment forward, Chang'an City will ignite an unquenchable beacon of potential upon this continent. The auction house buzzed with excited chatter, a collective anticipation hanging in the air. Tang San felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Ambrosia. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. The chance to acquire such a treasure, a true miracle ingredient capable of fundamentally altering one's destiny, was almost too good to be true. But the implications were staggering. Who held this kind of power? What were their motivations? This Chang'an auction house is becoming increasingly unsettling, Tang San murmured to himself, barely audible over the din. The image of a delicate ambrosia plant, shimmering with unearthly light, floated in his mind's eye. He envisioned the possibilities, the potential for advancement, for healing, for even creating new, unheard-of soul skills. Dai Mubai clapped him on the shoulder. Unsettling? It's exciting. Imagine the power that comes with acquiring something like that. We could become unstoppable. Tang San shook his head. Power comes with a price, Mubai. And I fear the price for ambrosia may be higher than we can afford. This auction house, whoever controls it, they are playing a game far above our level. The final pronouncements of the auction complete, the crowd began to slowly disperse, a mixture of disappointment and feverish excitement in their eyes. Tang San knew he needed to learn more about this Chang'an auction house, to understand the forces at play. As they exited the auction hall, Ming Rongrong, her eyes shining with excitement despite the Qibao-glazed sect's depleted funds, tugged on Tang San's sleeve. Tang San, did you see the look on that Yuguan's face? He looked like he'd seen a ghost. And then Ning Fengji just shut the curtains. Something big is happening. Tang San nodded grimly. Indeed, Rongrong. Something big is brewing. And we are just small fish caught in a very large pond. He glanced back at the towering building that housed the Chang'an auction house, its windows now dark and inscrutable. He knew with absolute certainty that the next auction would draw even more powerful players, individuals and factions willing to risk everything for a chance at obtaining ambrosia. He had to be ready. He had to prepare himself, and his friends, for whatever lay ahead. The world of soul masters was already a dangerous place, but the emergence of Chang'an auction house had just upped the stakes considerably. Later that evening, Tang San sat alone, meditating. He focused on his Xian Tiangong, trying to center himself amidst the swirling vortex of anxieties and possibilities. He needed to strengthen his mental fortitude, to refine his purple demon eye, to push his cultivation to the limit. He thought of the Tang sect, of his past life, and the unwavering dedication to knowledge and skill that had defined him. He couldn't afford to be naive, to be blinded by greed or ambition. He knew who was behind the auction house would hold all the cards. He needed to find some ways to get some influence, maybe even some leverage too. He would unravel the mysteries of Chang'an auction house, even if it meant facing dangers he couldn't even imagine. The allure of ambrosia, and the potential threat it represented, demanded nothing less. The future of his friends, and perhaps even the fate of the continent, might depend on it. The second auction day arrived, and the atmosphere in Soto City was thicker than the day before. The air crackled with barely suppressed excitement and ambition. Lin Xiao, observing from the auction house's upper levels, felt a thrill run through him. Everything was proceeding as planned. He descended to the stage, the same confident smile gracing his lips. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the second day of the Chang'an auction. Today, we present a treasure that has stirred the hearts of many, the Douluo tulip. A hush fell over the crowd. Even the most hardened nobles and powerful soul masters leaned forward, their eyes glued to the ornate platform where Douluo, with a flourish, unveiled the star of the show. The Douluo tulip was breathtaking. Its petals shimmered with a rainbow of colors, radiating a gentle energy that made the very air around it vibrate. The bidding was fierce and brutal. The Tiando Empire, represented by a tense-looking Chang'an, opened with an astronomical sum. The Douluo Empire immediately countered, their delegation led by an equally determined prince. The Spirit Hall, with Yuguan's eyes blazing with fanaticism, joined the fray, their bids escalating rapidly. Ningfengji, however, remained strangely silent. He watched the escalating numbers with a thoughtful expression, occasionally exchanging whispers with his two sword and bone Douluo protectors. He knew he couldn't compete with the sheer financial might of the empires and the Spirit Hall. He needed a different strategy. As the bidding reached a truly ridiculous level, Ningfengji finally made his move. Lordly Xiao, he called out, his voice clear and resonant. The 7 treasures glazed tile school offers in exchange for the Douluo tulip, a fragment of the God-given domain. A collective gasp rippled through the auction hall. The God-given domain was a legend, a place of impossible power and unparalleled cultivation opportunities. A mere fragment was worth more than any mountain of gold. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Sect Master Ning, that is, a generous offer. However, the value, he paused, drawing out the suspense, is undeniable. We will consider it. His eyes, however, subtly scanned the hall. He was waiting for a particular reaction. He found it in Chang'an's tense jawline and the thinly veiled fury in Yuguan's eyes. The bidding war resumed, this time with a furious intensity. Chang'an, desperate to outbid the 7 treasures glazed tile school, offered priceless artifacts and ancient texts. Yuguan countered with rare soul bones and powerful spirit beasts. But Ningfengji remained calm, knowing he had played his trump card. He had forced the others to reveal their most valuable assets, creating an opening. The bidding stalled as the empires and the Spirit Hall exhausted their readily available resources. Ningfengji seized the opportunity. Lordly Xiao, he said, his voice calm and confident, the 7 treasures glazed tile school, in addition to the fragment of the God-given domain, will also offer a lifelong alliance with the Chang'an auction house. We will pledge our support and resources to your endeavors, ensuring mutual prosperity. Lin Xiao's smile widened. That was precisely what he had been waiting for. An alliance with the 7 treasures glazed tile school offered immeasurable benefits, not just in terms of resources but also in terms of political influence and protection. He turned to the audience. The Chang'an auction house accepts the offer from the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Congratulations, Sect Master Ning, on acquiring the Douluo tulip. A cheer erupted from the 7 treasures glazed tile school delegation. Ningfengji, his face beaming, bowed graciously to Lin Xiao. The atmosphere in the hall was electric with a mixture of frustration and awe. Chang'an's face was a mask of barely suppressed anger. Yuguan stormed out of the auction house, his face contorted with rage. As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Xiao approached Ningfengji. Sect Master Ning, a wise choice. I believe this partnership will be mutually beneficial. Ningfengji nodded, a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. Indeed, Lordly Xiao. I look forward to a long and prosperous relationship. Later that night, as the stars painted the sky, Lin Xiao stood on the balcony of the auction house, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He had played the major forces against each other, securing a valuable alliance and solidifying the Chang'an auction house's position as a force to be reckoned with. The Douluo tulip was gone, but the seeds of future power had been sown. The game had just begun. The world of Douluo was about to witness the rise of something truly extraordinary. The Chang'an auction house in Soto City buzzed with a controlled anticipation. Lin Xiao, a prince with eyes that held the glint of distant stars and schemes deeper than any ocean trench, stood by the window, the city's shimmering lights reflected in his gaze. Beside him, Douluo Bo, the infamous poison Douluo, shifted uneasily, his usual arrogance replaced with a dawning comprehension of the prince's intricate plans. Invite them in, Lin Xiao instructed Douluo, a young woman with bright eyes and an efficient air. The stage was set, the actors assembled. Moments later, 3 figures entered the room, their faces etched with the hardships of their lives and the stubborn pride of their clans. Miao Gao, the leader of the Yu clan, known for their unparalleled strength, led the way, followed by Yang Wudi, the head of the Pa clan, whose piercing gaze hinted at a stubborn refusal to yield, and finally, by He, the leader of the Min clan, swift and elusive, his eyes darting around the room, assessing every detail. "Sir, Mr. Niao has come to keep the appointment. Didn't he disturb him?" Miao Gao boomed, his voice a rumble that shook the very foundations of the room. Lin Xiao turned, a welcoming smile gracing his lips. "Of course not. As long as Chief Niao is willing, the door of my Chang'an auction house will always be open for you." The pleasantries exchanged, formalities observed, Lin Xiao led them further into the room. Douluo, ever the watchful guardian, kept a close eye on the clan leaders, his instincts honed by years of survival in the brutal world of soul masters. "Gentlemen," Lin Xiao began, his voice smooth and captivating, "I believe we have much to discuss. You represent the strength, the perseverance, and the agility of the lower 4 sects. Qualities that are undervalued in the current political landscape." He paused, letting his words hang in the air, allowing them to resonate with the hidden resentments he knew simmered within these powerful men. Yang Wudi, never one for subtlety, cut to the chase. "The Tiando Empire feeds us scraps while the 7 treasure glazed tile school feasts at the table. We are strong, but we are ignored." By He, ever observant, added, "The Empire's protection is inadequate. We have suffered losses, and little has been done to compensate." Miao Gao remained silent, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao, waiting to see what the prince would offer. He had heard whispers of Chang'an City, of its ambition and burgeoning power. He was here to see if the whispers held truth. Lin Xiao smiled, a flicker of ambition in his eyes. "Chang'an understands strength. Chang'an rewards loyalty. Chang'an offers opportunity." He gestured towards a table laden with maps. "Soto City, as you know, is strategically placed. Control of this city offers not just wealth, but also influence. The Tiando Empire is reluctant to acknowledge your contributions. But I am not." He unveiled a proposal, outlining a plan where the lower 4 sects would play a crucial role in securing Soto City and, subsequently, expanding Chang'an's influence. He spoke of resources, of training, of a future where their strength would be not just recognized, but respected and feared. "The Douluo tulip being auctioned tomorrow," Lin Xiao continued, weaving the auction into his strategy, "is not just a medicinal herb. It's a symbol. A symbol of the Empire's negligence and the sect's potential. Its fate will determine the future." He explained his plan to pit Emperor Shuiyi against Ningfengji, highlighting the deep-seated tensions simmering beneath the surface of their alliance. He painted a picture of a fractured empire, ripe for the taking, and a new power rising in its place. The clan leaders listened intently, their initial skepticism slowly giving way to cautious optimism. The prince's vision was bold, almost audacious, but it resonated with their own ambitions and frustrations. They had been treated as expendable pawns for too long. Here was a chance to seize control of their own destiny. "What of the 7 treasure glazed tile school?" Miao Gao finally asked, his voice cautious. "They are powerful allies of the Empire." Lin Xiao chuckled, a low, dangerous sound that sent a shiver down Douluo's spine. "Alliances are fluid, Chief Niao. The Douluo tulip will test the strength of that alliance. And besides..." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I have it on good authority that the 7 treasure glazed tile school has its own internal struggles." He hinted at the limitations of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda and the potential for its evolution into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda, planting a seed of doubt and ambition in the minds of the clan leaders. The meeting stretched late into the night, filled with discussions, negotiations, and promises. By the time the first rays of dawn painted the sky, an agreement had been reached. The lower 4 sects would align themselves with Chang'an, supporting its ambitions in Soto City and beyond. In return, they would receive resources, recognition, and a chance to finally escape the shadow of the Tiando Empire. As the clan leaders departed, their faces radiating a newfound determination, Douluo turned to Lin Xiao, his eyes wide with admiration. You have them completely under your spell," he marveled. "You've managed to manipulate the lower 4 sects, the Tiando Empire, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, all with a single flower." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Sect Master Ning, that is, a generous offer. However, the value," he paused, drawing out the suspense. is undeniable. We will consider it. His eyes, however, subtly scanned the hall. He was waiting for a particular reaction. He found it in Xueqing's tense jawline and the thinly veiled fury in Yu Guan's eyes. The bidding war resumed, this time with a furious intensity. Xueqing, desperate to outbid the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, offered priceless artifacts and ancient texts. Yu Guan countered with rare soul bones and powerful spirit beasts. But Ning Fengji remained calm, knowing he had played his trump card. He had forced the others to reveal their most valuable assets, creating an opening. The bidding stalled as the empires and the spirit hall exhausted their readily available resources. Ning Fengji seized the opportunity. "Lordly Xian," he said, his voice calm and confident, "the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, in addition to the fragment of the God-given domain, will also offer a lifelong alliance with the Chang'an auction house. We will pledge our support and resources to your endeavors, ensuring mutual prosperity." Lin Xiao's smile widened. That was precisely what he had been waiting for. An alliance with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school offered immeasurable benefits, not just in terms of resources but also in terms of political influence and protection. He turned to the audience. "The Chang'an auction house accepts the offer from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Congratulations, Sect Master Ning, on acquiring the Douluo tulip." A cheer erupted from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school delegation. Ning Fengji, his face beaming, bowed graciously to Lin Xiao. The atmosphere in the hall was electric with a mixture of frustration and awe. Xueqing's face was a mask of barely suppressed anger. Yu Guan stormed out of the auction house, his face contorted with rage. As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Xiao approached Ning Fengji. "Sect Master Ning, a wise choice. I believe this partnership will be mutually beneficial." Ning Fengji nodded, a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. "Indeed, Lordly Xian. I look forward to a long and prosperous relationship." Later that night, as the stars painted the sky, Lin Xiao stood on the balcony of the auction house, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He had played the major forces against each other, securing a valuable alliance and solidifying the Chang'an auction house's position as a force to be reckoned with. The Douluo tulip was gone, but the seeds of future power had been sown. The game had just begun. The world of Douluo was about to witness the rise of something truly extraordinary. The Chang'an auction house in Soto City buzzed with a controlled anticipation. Lin Xiao, a prince with eyes that held the glint of distant stars and schemes deeper than any ocean trench, stood by the window, the city's shimmering lights reflected in his gaze. Beside him, Douluo, the infamous poison Douluo, shifted uneasily, his usual arrogance replaced with a dawning comprehension of the prince's intricate plans. "Invite them in," Lin Xiao instructed Douluo, a young woman with bright eyes and an efficient air. The stage was set, the actors assembled. Moments later, 3 figures entered the room, their faces etched with the hardships of their lives and the stubborn pride of their clans. Miao Gao, the leader of the Yu clan, known for their unparalleled strength, led the way, followed by Yang Wudi, the head of the Pa clan, whose piercing gaze hinted at a stubborn refusal to yield, and finally, Bai He, the leader of the Min clan, swift and elusive, his eyes darting around the room, assessing every detail. "Sir, Mr. Niao has come to keep the appointment. Didn't he disturb him?" Miao Gao boomed, his voice a rumble that shook the very foundations of the room. Lin Xiao turned, a welcoming smile gracing his lips. "Of course not. As long as Chief Niao is willing, the door of my Chang'an auction house will always be open for you." The pleasantries exchanged, formalities observed, Lin Xiao led them further into the room. Douluo, ever the watchful guardian, kept a close eye on the clan leaders, his instincts honed by years of survival in the brutal world of soul masters. "Gentlemen," Lin Xiao began, his voice smooth and captivating, "I believe we have much to discuss. You represent the strength, the perseverance, and the agility of the lower 4 sects. Qualities that are undervalued in the current political landscape." He paused, letting his words hang in the air, allowing them to resonate with the hidden resentments he knew simmered within these powerful men. Yang Wudi, never one for subtlety, cut to the chase. "The Tiando Empire feeds us scraps while the Seven Treasure glazed tile school feasts at the table. We are strong, but we are ignored." Bai He, ever observant, added, "The Empire's protection is inadequate. We have suffered losses, and little has been done to compensate." Miao Gao remained silent, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao, waiting to see what the prince would offer. He had heard whispers of Chang'an City, of its ambition and burgeoning power. He was here to see if the whispers held truth. Lin Xiao smiled, a flicker of ambition in his eyes. Chang'an understands strength. Chang'an rewards loyalty. Chang'an offers opportunity. He gestured towards a table laden with maps. Soto City, as you know, is strategically placed. Control of this city offers not just wealth, but also influence. The Tiando Empire is reluctant to acknowledge your contributions. But I am not. He unveiled a proposal, outlining a plan where the lower force sects would play a crucial role in securing Soto City and, subsequently, expanding Chang'an's influence. He spoke of resources, of training, of a future where their strength would be not just recognized, but respected and feared. The Douluo tulip being auctioned tomorrow, Lin Xiao continued, weaving the auction into his strategy, is not just a medicinal herb. It's a symbol. A symbol of the Empire's negligence and the sect's potential. Its fate will determine the future. He explained his plan to pit Emperor Shuiyi against Ningfengji, highlighting the deep-seated tensions simmering beneath the surface of their alliance. He painted a picture of a fractured empire, ripe for the taking, and a new power rising in its place. The clan leaders listened intently, their initial skepticism slowly giving way to cautious optimism. The prince's vision was bold, almost audacious, but it resonated with their own ambitions and frustrations. They had been treated as expendable pawns for too long. Here was a chance to seize control of their own destiny. What of the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Niu Gao finally asked, his voice cautious. They are powerful allies of the Empire. Lin Xiao chuckled, a low, dangerous sound that sent a shiver down Douluo's spine. Alliances are fluid, Chief Niu. The Douluo tulip will test the strength of that alliance. And besides... He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I have it on good authority that the 7 treasure glazed tile school has its own internal struggles. He hinted at the limitations of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda and the potential for its evolution into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda, planting a seed of doubt and ambition in the minds of the clan leaders. The meeting stretched late into the night, filled with discussions, negotiations, and promises. By the time the first rays of dawn painted the sky, an agreement had been reached. The lower force sects would align themselves with Chang'an, supporting its ambitions in Soto City and beyond. In return, they would receive resources, recognition, and a chance to finally escape the shadow of the Tiando Empire. As the clan leaders departed, their faces radiating a newfound determination, Douluo turned to Lin Xiao, his eyes wide with admiration. You have them completely under your spell, he marveled. You've managed to manipulate the lower 4 sects, the Tiando Empire, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, all with a single flower. At this moment, the entire soul fighting platform trembled violently, flickering in and out of light. The intricate runes etched into its surface pulsed erratically, struggling to contain the unleashed energy. The audience, a sea of faces usually eager for bloodshed, were now a terrified mosaic, their bravado replaced with a primal fear. Yang Wudi's pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant, and he looked extremely small in front of the giant heavy sword. Juk, the colossal blade wielded by Lin Xiao, loomed like a mountain range carved from obsidian, its surface radiating a silent, menacing aura. Yang Wudi, usually a picture of stoic defiance, swallowed hard. Made, fight. Yang Wudi clenched the soul-breaking gun in his hand, red light flowed from his eyes, and the soul power in his body surged crazily. He knew he was outmatched, utterly and completely. But he was Yang Wudi, the breaking sky spear, and surrender was not in his vocabulary. He would meet this terrifying power head-on. The 8th soul skill, break. Yang Wudi shouted angrily, his voice a desperate cry against the rising crescendo of the sword's power. He poured every ounce of his being into his attack, his soul-breaking gun blazing with crimson energy. The soul power of the two of them was like a comet hitting the earth at this moment, and everything around them seemed like daylight. The clash was a deafening roar, a blinding flash that momentarily eclipsed the platform's magical illumination. It was a battle of wills, a contest of raw power that threatened to tear the very fabric of the arena. Yang Wudi snorted, and flew out of the soul-fighting platform like a kite with its string cut off. He crashed into the stands, the protective barrier barely preventing him from tumbling further into the audience. There were still wounds on his face that were cut by the Juk sword intent, thin red lines that testified to the blade's impossible reach. So strong, he and I are not at the same level at all. Yang Wudi looked at Lin Xiao with extremely shocked eyes. He felt utterly powerless, a feeling he hadn't experienced in decades. At this moment, Yang Wudi finally understood. the rumors about young Master Li's strength were all true. Not only that, they even underestimated his strength. How could this be the strength to rival a titled Douluo? There's no way a normal titled Douluo can be his opponent. This was something else entirely, a force of nature unleashed. On the soul fighting stage, where the air still crackled with residual energy, Bai He saw that Yang Wudi was shot down from the soul fighting platform. His eyes narrowed and he quickly released his martial spirit true form. The next moment, Bai He's figure became illusory and moved continuously on the soul fighting platform, like a series of meteors, unable to do anything at all. Capture the silhouette of the white crane. He relied on his unparalleled speed, a skill honed over decades. Master Li, in terms of strength, Bai believes that he is no match for you, but in terms of speed, there are not many people in this entire continent who can keep up with my speed. The moving white crane said confidently, his voice echoing across the arena, a blur of sound to match his impossible movements. He was a whirlwind of white, a phantom defying observation. Yang Wudi in the audience also nodded, his pain momentarily forgotten in his admiration for his companion. Old White Bird's speed makes it difficult for even a titled Douluo to keep him. What's more, young Master Li uses such a heavy sword. It is absolutely impossible to keep up with Old White Bird's speed. This spirit fight should be based on it ended in a draw. He hoped desperately that Bai He could manage a tie, salvage some dignity from this devastating defeat. Just, at this time, Lin Xiao on the soul fighting stage suddenly laughed. The sound was low, almost a rumble, but it carried an undeniable weight of confidence. Draw? Clan Chief Bai, have you heard that in the face of extreme power, all speed is in vain? The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth raised slightly, a hint of something almost predatory in his expression. Next moment, the power in his body exploded like a wild beast. His messy golden hair danced wildly at this moment. Lin Xiao's black robe floated rapidly, and his narrow eyes that looked down at the world were a little more arrogant and aggressive. The air around him shimmered with a visible energy. Lin Xiao put Juk on his shoulders, and then clenched his hands tightly. At this moment, two energy prototypes, one light and one dark, converged into the Juk heavy sword. He was channeling his inner power, amplifying the blade's already immense force to an unimaginable level. Boom! The ground of the soul fighting platform beneath Lin Xiao's feet shattered with the sound. Cracks spiderwebbed outwards, the reinforced stone groaning under the strain. When Yang Wudi saw the scene, a flash of horror flashed through his heart. He knew, with chilling certainty, what was coming. Old White Bird, stop him quickly! Yang Wudi shouted at Lin Xiao, his voice laced with desperation. It's too late. The giant heavy sword in Lin Xiao's hand suddenly fell to the ground of the soul fighting platform. At this moment, the soul fighting platform was completely shattered like a mountain falling apart, and a deafening loud noise sounded throughout the Chang'an auction house. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Fuck! Bai He's face instantly turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to jump into the air to escape, he was directly knocked out of the soul fighting platform by this irresistible force. He was swept away by the shockwave, a leaf in a hurricane. Blood spilled from the corner of Bai He's mouth, and he looked at Lin Xiao on the soul fighting stage with a horrified expression, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He landed heavily, coughing and sputtering, his body aching with every tremor. How terrifying is this power? We lost. Bai He sighed, his internal organs were shaken at this moment. If Lin Xiao had exerted a little more force, he would definitely die on the spot, and there would be absolutely no possibility of escaping. He had underestimated the sheer, overwhelming force that Lin Xiao possessed. Lin Xiao slowly walked to Yang Wudi, Bai He and Yo Gao, and then took out some green leaf-shaped herbs. This is, Longzai. Yang Wudi immediately recognized the medicinal herbs in Lin Xiao's hand. His eyes widened in surprise and a flicker of hope ignited within him. Oh! Patriarch Yang is indeed a master of medicine. He recognized the herbs in my hand just by looking at them. These Longji leaves should be given to the two clan leaders. I enjoyed this competition very much. Of course, I can't let your injuries be in vain. Lin Xiao took out 10 Longji leaves and gave 5 to each of Yang Wudi and Bai He. The rare herbs exuded a faint, calming aroma. Bai He took the Longji leaf and looked at Yang Wudi and Lin Xiao with doubtful eyes. Is this little leaf very valuable? He had no knowledge of medicinal herbs and viewed them with a practical, almost mercantile eye. After hearing this, Yang Wudi stretched out his hand and wanted to hit Bai He, but Nian did not attack because the opponent was seriously injured. He immediately explained, this longji leaf is a top-notch herb that strengthens the body and nourishes the body. After taking it, it can not only increase the speed of healing, but also stimulate the recovery of soul power, and it can also make people more focused. This is a precious medicinal herb that is hard to buy even at the cost of thousands of dollars. Bai was shocked after hearing this, and the corners of his blood-stained mouth slightly raised. Great, with these longji leaves, my people finally don't have to suffer from me. He thought of his clan, struggling to survive, and his first thought was to alleviate their hardship. Hearing Bai's words, the corners of Yang Wudi's eyes twitched slightly, and he reached out and patted Bai. Pfft, old goat, why are you filming me? Didn't you see that I was seriously injured? Bai said angrily, rubbing his sore back. Stupid, why would Mr. Li give you this top-notch medicinal herb for healing? Instead of letting you take it for healing, you actually want to sell it? You. Yang Wubai loved medicinal herbs as much as Yu Guan, and was so angry at Bai's words that he couldn't even speak. He valued their restorative properties above all else. It's okay, Chief Yang. I still have a lot of these herbs. I use them as food every day. If Chief Bai is short of money, I will sponsor you some when you come back. It will be regarded as the reward for your training. Lin Xiao looked at Bai and smiled, his generosity genuine and overflowing. After hearing this, Bai's eyes were filled with mist, his throat gradually became choked with sobs, and the scene of being abandoned by the Haotian sect emerged in his mind. He remembered the betrayal, the hardship, and the constant struggle for survival. Sigh. If Haotian sect had 1/10 of Mr. Li back then, our Min clan would not have fallen to this level. Bai suddenly sighed, his voice heavy with regret. At this moment, Niu Gao, who was standing aside, patted Bai on the shoulder and comforted him. We don't want this anymore. We were blind and followed a cowardly sect like Haotian sect. But there will always be gains after losses. If Haotian sect hadn't abandoned him back then, how could we have met Mr. Li? To be honest, we are all brothers. In fact, when Mr. Li was talking to me, he already wanted to join Mr. Li. Just thinking about you, I still want to recommend Mr. Li to you. Always just one sentence. No matter how hard it is, we can't hurt our clan members. Niu Gao looked at Bai and smiled, his face etched with years of hardship and resilience. Yeah, old rhinoceros, you are right. No matter how hard it is, you can't hurt the tribe. It was our tribe leaders who made the decision to follow the Haotian sect. They are innocent. Even though life has been miserable these years, they have never left. I should let go of my stubbornness and prejudice. Bai took a piece of longji leaf while he was talking, and the injuries in his body were healing at an extremely fast speed. He could feel the pain receding, the energy returning to his limbs. Huh. Old goat, you've been standing there for a long time, why haven't you said anything? Niu Gao looked at Yang Wudi who was standing aside and wondered, noticing the unusual silence of his usually boisterous friend. Yang Wudi was staring intently at Lin Xiao, a strange expression on his face, somewhere between awe and apprehension. What schemes, Niu Gao wondered, were brewing in that old goat's head? The air in Lin Xiao's office crackled with excitement. Yang Wudi, erstwhile leader of the Broken Clan, now a fervent acolyte of the Chang'an auction house, practically vibrated with scholarly anticipation. Bai He, still wiping away tears of long-suppressed relief, bowed his head in silent gratitude. Douluo Bo, usually a picture of aloof indifference, sported a rare, almost grandfatherly, smirk. Clan leader Yang, your ambition is truly inspiring, Lin Xiao said, his voice calm amidst the rising tide of enthusiasm. Imagine the possibilities. To amplify the benefits of these miraculous herbs, to breed new ones, the implications for our healers, our warriors, are staggering. Yang Wudi, lost in the reverie of scientific possibilities, barely registered the praise. The key, Master Lin, lies in understanding the fundamental, compatibility. The chi flow, the elemental balance, each herb holds a unique secret. Combining them, it's like conducting a symphony of vitality. He gestured wildly, nearly knocking over a stack of parchments. Steady on, old goat, Douluo Bo chuckled, a glimmer of genuine amusement in his eyes. Wouldn't want to spill the magic beans before we even get to plant them. Lin Xiao smiled, a keen glint in his eyes. Perhaps, we should begin immediately. Douluo Bo, if you would be so kind as to escort clan leader Yang to the ice and fire Yin Yang well. We need to get the Yoxiang Chilua immortal to him right away. Eager to get started, eh? Douluo Bo grinned, already leading Yang Wudi towards the door. Come on, old-timer. Let's see if you can handle the heat and the cold. As the two exited, Bai Yi straightened, his demeanor shifting from weeping supplicant to loyal lieutenant. Master Li, the Min clan is ready to begin our work. What are your orders? Bai Yi, your priority is information gathering, Lin Xiao instructed. We need to know everything about the Spirit Hall's movements, their potential allies, their weaknesses. Use your clan's agility to infiltrate, observe, and relay. Chang'an's survival depends on knowing what our enemies are planning. Bai Yi nodded grimly. We will be your eyes and ears, Master Li. The Min clan will not fail you. With the Min clan dedicated to espionage and the Pa clan diving headfirst into botanical experimentation, Lin Xiao felt a surge of confidence. He had surrounded himself with capable, driven individuals, each burning with a desire for a better future. But he knew this was only the beginning. The Spirit Hall was a formidable foe, and the threat of war loomed large. He needed to expand Chang'an's influence, to build a network of power that could withstand the coming storm. He strode to his desk, pulling out a map of the Douluo Continent. His fingers traced the winding paths of trade routes, the strategic points of potential alliances. He had a vision, a grand strategy to protect his people, to create a sanctuary of prosperity and freedom. The game had begun, and Lin Xiao was determined to play it to win. The future of Chang'an, and perhaps the entire continent, rested on his shoulders. He looked out the window, at the bustling city below, and a quiet determination hardened his gaze. He would not fail them. He couldn't. The fate of Douluo was now inextricably linked to his own. And he would fight, scheme, and persevere until his vision became reality. The age of Chang'an had begun. The air in the room crackled with ambition and a touch of wary optimism. Lin Xiao, his gaze sweeping over the assembled figures, radiated an understated power that commanded respect. Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, stood a little straighter, his usual cynicism softened by a rare spark of hope. Bai Yi, the agile leader of the Min clan, already seemed to be mentally sketching out the framework of the continent-wide intelligence network. And Yang Wudi, the formidable leader of the Broken Clan, simmered with belligerent loyalty, ready to unleash his devastating spear upon any perceived slight to Lin Xiao or his vision. A steady stream of fairy grass? Douluo couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this. A piece of fairy grass could at least cultivate a soul master at the level of titled Douluo. If there was an endless supply of fairy grass, he would not dare to continue thinking about it. Of course, this is only in theory. We don't know how long it will take to achieve this goal, Yang Wudi slowly spoke, grounding the soaring expectations. Lin Xiao smiled lightly. Don't worry, Patriarch Yang. When you get to the ice and fire eyes, I'd like you to pick out a fairy grass that is suitable for Douluo to take. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Douluo's body trembled suddenly, and his heart was extremely excited. He thought that Lin Xiao had forgotten about this matter. Lin Xiao looked at Douluo and slowly said, Douluo, you are the first person to follow me. I will definitely do what I promised you. Douluo nodded, his voice uncharacteristically choked. Thank you, sir. Then Lin Xiao turned around and looked at Bai Yi and said slowly, Clan Chief Bai, your Min clan is fast and good at investigation. I want to establish our own intelligence network on the entire continent. In this way, if there is any disturbance in the mainland, our Chang'an auction house will be able to capture it as soon as possible. After hearing this, Bai Yi smiled slightly, nodded and said, Don't worry, sir, in terms of investigation, our Min clan is not inferior to any other force. Leave the intelligence network matters to me. It's just that, alas, the old gorilla guy didn't come, Bai Yi suddenly sighed, mentioning the titan of the Force clan. Stupid, why would Mr. Li give you this top-notch medicinal herb for healing? Instead of letting you take it for healing, you actually want to sell it? You. Yang Wubai loved medicinal herbs as much as Yuguan, and was so angry at Bai Yi's words that he couldn't even speak. He valued their restorative properties above all else. It's okay, Chief Yang. I still have a lot of these herbs. I use them as food every day. If Chief Bai is short of money, I will sponsor you some when you come back. It will be regarded as the reward for your training. Lin Xiao looked at Bai Yi and smiled, his generosity genuine and overflowing. After hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes were filled with mist, his throat gradually became choked with sobs, and the scene of being abandoned by the Haotian sect emerged in his mind. He remembered the betrayal, the hardship, and the constant struggle for survival. Sigh. If Haotian sect had 1/10 of Mr. Li back then, our Min clan would not have fallen to this level. Bai suddenly sighed, his voice heavy with regret. At this moment, Niu Gao, who was standing aside, patted Bai on the shoulder and comforted him. We don't want this anymore. We were blind and followed a cowardly sect like Haotian sect. But there will always be gains after losses. If Haotian sect hadn't abandoned him back then, how could we have met Mr. Li? To be honest, we are all brothers. In fact, when Mr. Li was talking to me, he already wanted to join Mr. Li. Just thinking about you, I still want to recommend Mr. Li to you. Always just one sentence. No matter how hard it is, we can't hurt our clan members. Niu Gao looked at Bai He and smiled, his face etched with years of hardship and resilience. Yeah, old rhinoceros, you are right. No matter how hard it is, you can't hurt the tribe. It was our tribe leaders who made the decision to follow the Haotian sect. They are innocent. Even though life has been miserable these years, they have never left. I should let go of my stubbornness and prejudice. Bai took a piece of longi leaf while he was talking, and the injuries in his body were healing at an extremely fast speed. He could feel the pain receding, the energy returning to his limbs. Huh. Old goat, you've been standing there for a long time, why haven't you said anything? Niu Gao looked at Yang Wudi who was standing aside and wondered, noticing the unusual silence of his usually boisterous friend. Yang Wudi was staring intently at Lin Xiao, a strange expression on his face, somewhere between awe and apprehension. What schemes, Niu Gao wondered, were brewing in that old goat's head? The air in Lin Xiao's office crackled with excitement. Yang Wudi, erstwhile leader of the Broken Clan, now a fervent acolyte of the Chang'an auction house, practically vibrated with scholarly anticipation. Bai He, still wiping away tears of long-suppressed relief, bowed his head in silent gratitude. Douluo Bo, usually a picture of aloof indifference, sported a rare, almost grandfatherly, smirk. Clan leader Yang, your ambition is truly inspiring, Lin Xiao said, his voice calm amidst the rising tide of enthusiasm. Imagine the possibilities. To amplify the benefits of these miraculous herbs, to breed new ones, the implications for our healers, our warriors, are staggering. Yang Wudi, lost in the reverie of scientific possibilities, barely registered the praise. The key, Master Lin, lies in understanding the fundamental, compatibility. The chi flow, the elemental balance, each herb holds a unique secret. Combining them, it's like conducting a symphony of vitality. He gestured wildly, nearly knocking over a stack of parchments. Steady on, old goat, Douluo Bo chuckled, a glimmer of genuine amusement in his eyes. Wouldn't want to spill the magic beans before we even get to plant them. Lin Xiao smiled, a keen glint in his eyes. Perhaps, we should begin immediately. Douluo Bo, if you would be so kind as to escort clan leader Yang to the ice and fire Yin Yang well. We need to get the Yoxiang Chilua immortal to him right away. Eager to get started, eh? Douluo Bo grinned, already leading Yang Wudi towards the door. Come on, old-timer. Let's see if you can handle the heat, and the cold. As the two exited, Bai He straightened, his demeanor shifting from weeping supplicant to loyal lieutenant. Master Li, the Min clan is ready to begin our work. What are your orders? Bai He, your priority is information gathering, Lin Xiao instructed. We need to know everything about the Spirit Hall's movements, their potential allies, their weaknesses. Use your clan's agility to infiltrate, observe, and relay. Chang'an's survival depends on knowing what our enemies are planning. Bai He nodded grimly. We will be your eyes and ears, Master Li. The Min clan will not fail you. With the Min clan dedicated to espionage and the Pa clan diving headfirst into botanical experimentation, Lin Xiao felt a surge of confidence. He had surrounded himself with capable, driven individuals, each burning with a desire for a better future. But he knew this was only the beginning. The Spirit Hall was a formidable foe, and the threat of war loomed large. He needed to expand Chang'an's influence, to build a network of power that could withstand a coming storm. He strode to his desk, pulling out a map of the Douluo Continent. His fingers traced the winding paths of trade routes, the strategic points of potential alliances. He had a vision, a grand strategy to protect his people, to create a sanctuary of prosperity and freedom. The game had begun, and Lin Xiao was determined to play it to win. The future of Chang'an, and perhaps the entire continent, rested on his shoulders. He looked out the window, at the bustling city below, and a quiet determination hardened his gaze. He would not fail them. He couldn't. The fate of Douluo was now inextricably linked to his own. and he would fight, scheme, and persevere until his vision became reality. The age of Chang'an had begun. The air in the room crackled with ambition and a touch of wary optimism. Lin Xiao, his gaze sweeping over the assembled figures, radiated an understated power that commanded respect. Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, stood a little straighter, his usual cynicism softened by a rare spark of hope. Bai He, the agile leader of the Min clan, already seemed to be mentally sketching out the framework of the continent-wide intelligence network. And Yang Wudi, the formidable leader of the Broken clan, simmered with belligerent loyalty, ready to unleash his devastating spear upon any perceived slight to Lin Xiao or his vision. A steady stream of fairy grass? Douluo couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this. A piece of fairy grass could at least cultivate a soul master at the level of title Douluo. If there was an endless supply of fairy grass, he would not dare to continue thinking about it. Of course, this is only in theory. We don't know how long it will take to achieve this goal, Yang Wudi slowly spoke, grounding the soaring expectations. Lin Xiao smiled lightly. Don't worry, Patriarch Yang. When you get to the ice and fire eyes, I'd like you to pick out a fairy grass that is suitable for Douluo to take. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Douluo's body trembled suddenly, and his heart was extremely excited. He thought that Lin Xiao had forgotten about this matter. Lin Xiao looked at Douluo and slowly said, Douluo, you are the first person to follow me. I will definitely do what I promised you. Douluo nodded, his voice uncharacteristically choked. Thank you, sir. Then Lin Xiao turned around and looked at Bai He and said slowly, Clan Chief Bai, your Min clan is fast and good at investigation. I want to establish our own intelligence network on the entire continent. In this way, if there is any disturbance in the mainland, our Chang'an auction house will be able to capture it as soon as possible. After hearing this, Bai He smiled slightly, nodded and said, Don't worry, sir, in terms of investigation, our Min clan is not inferior to any other force. Leave the intelligence network matters to me. It's just that, alas, the old gorilla guy didn't come, Bai He suddenly sighed, mentioning the titan of the Force clan. The boss suddenly felt a primal fear prickling at the back of his neck. He saw not a naive newcomer, but something far more dangerous, a predator poised to strike. Okay, please wait. He scurried to mix the drink, his hands trembling slightly. Guest, please use it slowly. He presented the Bloody Mary with a nervous smile. Lin Xiao took the glass and drained it in one swift motion. The fiery concoction, laced with chili and spices, triggered something within him. The oppressive darkness that had been sealed within his soul seemed to stir, to find a strange nourishment in the drink's potent mix. I never thought that Bloody Mary, known as poison, could actually nourish the sealed dark power in my body. Lin Xiao mused to himself, surprised. The duality within him, the light and the dark, was a constant struggle. Unlocking the dark side, the dark letter as it was known, promised a surge of power, but it required a trigger, a catalyst to break the seal. Hey, is this new kid okay? A group of 4 burly men, their faces scarred and menacing, rose from a nearby table and swaggered towards Lin Xiao. They were the kind of men who preyed on the weak, who thrived in the lawless corners of the world. Hey, boy, how dare you sit like this after seeing us? Stand up for me. One of the men, reeking of cheap liquor and malice, grabbed Lin Xiao's shoulder, trying to yank him from his seat. Lin Xiao barely reacted. The man strained, muscles bulging, but Lin Xiao remained rooted to the spot, unyielding as a mountain. He took another slow sip of his Bloody Mary, his eyes radiating an unsettling indifference. Damn it, I don't believe it. The man, humiliated and enraged, summoned his martial soul, the energy crackling around him as he channeled his inner power. He gripped Lin Xiao's shoulder with both hands, gritting his teeth and pulling with all his might. Still, Lin Xiao remained impassive, a statue carved from granite. Maid, what the hell, let's come together. The other 3 joined in, surrounding Lin Xiao, their eyes filled with predatory glee. Lin Xiao finished his drink, placing the empty glass on the table. A flicker of scarlet ignited in his eyes, and a strange, dark purple light began to emanate from him. It was a light that whispered of endless darkness, of unimaginable power. An icy, suffocating aura enveloped the entire tavern. In an instant, a dark purple energy field blossomed around Lin Xiao, expanding outward with impossible speed. Phew! A sickening sound filled the air. As the energy field passed through the bodies of the 4 men, they were instantly compressed, their bodies bursting in a grotesque explosion of blood and bone. The tavern was splattered in gore, a scene of utter carnage. The energy field surrounding Lin Xiao remained pristine, a perfect barrier against the carnage he had unleashed. Ah! Devil! The tavern owner, witnessing the horrific display, fainted in terror, crumpling behind the counter. Huh! Am I that scary? Lin Xiao looked at the unconscious man with a bemused expression. He seemed almost disappointed by the reaction. He then casually searched the tavern, locating the hidden entrance to the Killing City, a dark, ominous portal concealed behind a false wall. The Killing City was a realm of perpetual twilight, a landscape of shadowed alleys and blood-soaked cobblestones. A crimson full moon hung heavy in the sky, casting an eerie glow on the scene. Hordes of bats wheeled and soared through the air, their leathery wings echoing in the oppressive silence. The air itself was thick with the stench of blood, decay, and despair. Silent, armored guards lined the streets, their faces hidden behind visors, each one radiating an aura of cold, calculated violence. Lin Xiao walked towards the gate of the Killing City, his red robe a splash of color in the monochrome landscape. Stop! A voice, cold and commanding, echoed through the air. A cloud of blood mist materialized in the sky, swirling and coalescing into a recognizable shape. A knight, clad in blood-red armor and mounted on a nightmare steed, emerged from the swirling crimson. He rode slowly towards Lin Xiao, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity. "I'm Scott, the Dread Knight," he announced, his voice like the rasp of steel on stone. "You broke the rules. Beat me, and you will have the qualifications to enter the Killing City." Scott fixed Lin Xiao with a predatory stare. "Is it?" Lin Xiao walked forward, his eyes as cold and unforgiving as glaciers. Scott, despite his gruff exterior, felt a flicker of unease at Lin Xiao's unwavering gaze. He reminded Scott of the very powerful souls who were in line for the killings. But he quickly dismissed it. All soul skills were prohibited within the Killing City. Lin Xiao had no special powers to use. Scott raised his blood-red blade, the crimson horse beneath him pawing the ground restlessly. With a guttural roar, they charged towards Lin Xiao, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Lin Xiao showed no fear, his narrow eyes focusing with laser-like intensity. He clenched his fist and moved with impossible speed, striking the charging horse with a single, devastating blow. Boom! The sound of impact reverberated through the air, followed by the agonizing scream of the warhorse. Scott and his steed were hurled backwards, crashing into the wall of the Killing City with a sickening thud. Lin Xiao approached the fallen knight, his expression impassive, his eyes devoid of pity. Scott, groaning and battered, fumbled for a token, his face pale with terror. He held it out to Lin Xiao, his hand trembling. His eyes were wide with dread, acknowledging his opponent's immeasurable power. "You should be lucky that you didn't show any murderous intent towards me," Lin Xiao said, his voice a low, menacing rumble. "Otherwise, you would have changed your name to the Headless Horseman." Lin Xiao glanced at the number inscribed on the token, 9527, before turning and striding through the gates of the Killing City. Scott watched him go, a chill running down his spine. He reached up and touched his neck, half expecting to find his head separated from his body. He knew he had just encountered something far more dangerous than he could have imagined. As Lin Xiao entered the city, a woman with a serpentine grace approached him, her hips swaying provocatively. "Hello, respected 9527, she purred, her voice dripping with practiced seduction. "I am the Slaughter Messenger, your personal guide. Let me introduce you to the wonders of the Killing City." As she spoke, she trailed her fingers across his chest, her beautiful eyes filled with coquettish charm. In all her years in the Killing City, she had never seen such a handsome young man. The city was usually filled with degenerates and hardened criminals, their faces etched with cruelty and weariness. Lin Xiao frowned, gently but firmly brushing her hand away. His eyes turned glacial, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. "Enjoy your time," he said, his gaze piercing. "I don't need anyone's help. Not even yours." Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and after the killing envoy felt the chill on Lin Xiao's body, she actually felt a bit of fear in her heart. However, the killing messenger is different from the fallen ones in the Killing City. She has been given the right to use soul skills in the Killing City by the King of Killing, so in the Killing City, even those Contra-level fallen ones are no match for the killing messenger. The killing envoy was not angry at Lin Xiao's words, and continued to say with a smile on her face, "Kid, don't speak too early. In the Killing City, your life will be in danger at any time. Forget it, young people like you who enter the killing city for the first time will inevitably be a little arrogant. When you actually spend a night in the killing city, I believe you will understand what I say. After saying that, the killing messenger did not forget to cast a wink at Lin Xiao, and then twisted her waist and walked past Lin Xiao. The killer had just left. A group of degenerates on the surrounding streets stared at Lin Xiao, with greed and excitement in everyone's eyes. Lin Xiao slowly walked towards the direction of the hell-killing fields. The entire killing city was lifeless and lifeless. Young man, don't wander around when you come to the killing city. You have been targeted by those guys. A man in black robe leaning in the corner of the house looked at Lin Xiao and said calmly. Lin Xiao turned his head slightly and looked at the man in black robe in the corner. Although the man had vicissitudes of life, his cloudy eyes still revealed a light that did not belong to a fallen person. Are you talking about the ants at the back? Lin Xiao suddenly stopped and glanced at the group of fallen people behind him. Boy, you may not be old, but you have a strong tone. You actually took the initiative to break away from the protection of the killing envoy. Just in time, I will kill you and exchange it for Huangquan Du. A cruel look flashed in the eyes of a fallen person, and he attacked Lin Xiao. Ha, it's up to you, this kid is mine, get out of here. A strong man kicked the fallen man away and ran towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao turned around, a scarlet color flashed in his narrow and deep eyes, and the dark energy in his body surged crazily. In the killing city, Lin Xiao felt more and more that the dark energy in his body was nourished, as if this place belonged to him, a paradise. Boy, go to hell. The strong man held the meteor hammer martial spirit, jumped high into the air, and smashed it down towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao summoned the giant tower and put it on his shoulders. With murderous intent in his eyes, he said in a cold tone, "You are the first." Next moment, Lin Xiao's right arm suddenly waved down, a jet black sword light flashed through, and the giant bridge cut through the air with a deafening whistling sound. The strong man's eyes widened and a look of horror appeared on his face. How is it possible? He hadn't finished speaking yet, the giant sword passed directly through the strong man's neck. Next moment, a head was thrown directly away, and blood spread all over the sky. The moment the giant palace came into contact with the red blood, it trembled slightly and let out bursts of joyful cries. This scene, the fallen people behind him were stunned. That strong man was a strong man at the soul saint level. The fallen young man in front of him actually killed the opponent instantly with only his physical strength and speed. A strange look flashed in the black-robed man's cloudy eyes. The killing envoy who had not gone far also noticed this scene, with surprise in his beautiful eyes. Don't be afraid, he is alone, let's all come together. I don't know who shouted, and more than a dozen fallen people shot directly at Lin Xiao. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth raised slightly, revealing a somewhat evil smile. There was no fear on his face, but excitement. Lin Xiao waved the giant sword in his hand, and the extremely sharp sword light directly cut a fallen person in half. The blood spilled looked particularly moving under the scarlet moonlight. Seeing Lin Xiao's personal strength, these degenerates quickly formed an encirclement circle, surrounding Lin Xiao and blocking all escape routes. Boy, even if you have extraordinary abilities, this is a killing city and you are always alone. Let's see how you escape now. Go together. More than a dozen fallen people attacked Lin Xiao from different directions. The killing messenger sighed slightly when he saw this scene. It's a pity, you brought this end to yourself. Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the dark energy in his body surged crazily, the blood in his body kept boiling, and the killing intent in his body suddenly spread around like a substantial weapon. Lin Xiao flipped his wrist suddenly and slammed the giant heavy sword on the ground. In an instant, the ground tens of meters around him shattered, the house disintegrated, and more than a dozen fallen people flew backwards under the extremely powerful impact. Lin Xiao flashed and appeared behind a fallen person, stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed the opponent's neck. No. Please, let go. Before the fallen man could finish his words, Lin Xiao suddenly used his 5 fingers to strangle the opponent's neck and immediately stopped breathing. Run, run quickly, he is a devil, he is a devil. One of the fallen was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Lin Xiao sneered and threw the corpse in his hand. The corpse hit the opponent with great accuracy. Before the opponent had time to beg for mercy, Lin Xiao kept up the pace and pierced the opponent's chest with a sword. The whole process only took a few breaths. Lin Xiao looked at the remaining fallen people with cold eyes. Show murderous intent on me. Are you ready to pay the price with your lives? At this moment, Lin Xiao seems to be a completely different person than before. Bloodthirsty, murderous, arrogant, and evil. These words that do not belong to Mr. Li's character are used to the fullest by Lin Xiao at this moment. Damn it, fight him! Seeing that there was no way to escape, the remaining fallen ones all chose to give it a go. Lin Xiao carried the giant heavy sword and walked towards the opponent without fear. Every time he swung the sword, a life ended with the fading moonlight. Lin Xiao's clothes were soaked in red wine like blood, and his golden hair was stained with blood, as was his handsome face. No doubt, it's a killing night. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Xiao killed more than a dozen degenerates, and no one survived. The scene was in a mess, with broken arms, stumps, and heads. Even a ruthless man who had been killing all year round couldn't help but feel a little sad when he saw this scene. The look of fear. The killing messenger standing not far away looked shocked when he saw this scene. How is this possible? He looks to be in his teens or 20s at most. Why does he have such strength? Lin Xiao slowly turned his head and looked at the killing messenger. The blood-stained face seemed to shock people. The killing messenger actually took a few steps back subconsciously. A chilling silence descended upon the blood-soaked street. The only sound was the gentle drip, drip, drip of blood from Lin Xiao's massive sword. He stood amidst the carnage, a golden-haired, crimson-drenched demon king. The air itself seemed to crackle with malevolent energy, an aura so potent that it sent shivers down the killing messenger's spine despite her years of experience in this horrific city. You! The killing messenger started to speak, but the words caught in her throat. She swallowed hard, trying to regain some semblance of composure. This was unexpected. The king of killing had given her a position of power here, a position maintained by fear and respect. Now, this boy had challenged that, utterly and brutally. The man in black robes, who had been silently observing from the shadows, finally stepped forward. His gait was slow and deliberate, but his eyes, though still cloudy, held a spark of genuine interest, perhaps even hope. He stopped a few feet away from Lin Xiao, carefully avoiding stepping on any of the dismembered corpses. Impressive, he rasped, his voice rough with disuse. For one so young, to possess such power, it is a rare thing indeed. Lin Xiao didn't acknowledge him, his gaze still locked on the killing messenger. He tilted his head slightly, a gesture that was more predatory than curious. He could sense her power, the soul skills that the king of killing had gifted her. They were a different breed of power than the raw, dark energy that coursed through his veins. It was a challenge, a tantalizing possibility. You said I would not last a night, Lin Xiao finally spoke, his voice low and dangerous. Each word dripped with the same chilling finality as the blood from his blade. Tell me, killing messenger, do you still believe that to be true? The killing messenger's defiance flickered. She knew she should assert her authority, remind him of his place within the killing city's brutal hierarchy. But the fear was too potent, the image of the carnage too fresh. She licked her lips nervously, her hand instinctively reaching for the hidden dagger at her hip. Don't be foolish, boy, she finally managed, her voice trembling slightly. You may have defeated these dogs, but you are still within my domain. I answer only to the king of killing, and I will not hesitate to use the power he has granted me. Lin Xiao chuckled, a dark, humorless sound that echoed across the blood-soaked square. The king of killing. He mused. Perhaps I should pay him a visit. He slowly hefted the giant sword onto his shoulder, the metallic clang a deafening announcement of his intent. The killing messenger gasped, realizing the full implications of his words. He wasn't just challenging her, he was challenging the entire system of the killing city. You dare? She whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Xiao simply smiled, a terrifyingly genuine expression of anticipation. He took a step forward, and the killing messenger involuntarily recoiled. Dare, he repeated softly. In this city of death, where the only law is survival, dare is all I have left. He turned his back on her, ignoring her simmering rage and rising fear. His eyes were fixed on the distant, imposing structure of the hell-killing fields. That was his destination, his proving ground. From there, he would climb, conquer, and perhaps even tear down the entire rotten edifice of the killing city. The king of killing awaited. And Lin Xiao was coming. The man in black robes watched him go, a faint smile playing on his lips. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Very interesting indeed. Perhaps, this city will finally see some change. He paused, then added in a whisper, almost to himself, or perhaps, it will simply be destroyed. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of blood and death. The killing city waited, unaware that a storm was brewing, a storm personified by a golden-haired, blood-soaked youth with a giant sword and a burning desire to challenge the very foundations of its existence. The night was far from over. The killing messenger subconsciously took a few steps back. She felt the terrifying killing intent in Lin Xiao. Even the owner of this killing city, the king of slaughter, had never emanated such an aura. The killing messenger swallowed, suppressed the fear in her heart, and hurried towards the king of slaughter's palace. Lin Xiao looked at the corpses on the ground with no emotion in his heart. Under the influence of this dark energy, it seemed that everything that happened in front of him was insignificant. Not only was he not afraid, but he became more and more excited. It seemed that he was born to kill, and exists for that purpose. He had never felt it before. That's because he had never actually killed. This is Li Xiao. Shunku could become the light and save all sentient beings. It could also turn darkness into darkness and kill an entire world. This city of killing is really a nice place. Lin Xiao slowly clenched his fists, feeling the excitement brought by the dark energy in his body. For the fallen, this is paradise, but for those who have not yet despaired, this is a cage that seals the soul. A voice spoke from a darkened corner, belonging to a man cloaked in black. Lin Xiao turned to him, his eyes narrowed. You don't seem to be a degenerate. The man in black robe raised his head slightly. Are the people who come to the killing city necessarily degenerates? Such as you, Lin Xiao said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Interesting, the man murmured. I am indeed not a degenerate. I just want to experience killing. The man in black robe looked at Lin Xiao and suddenly laughed. It's really interesting. People who come to the city of killing are either driven in by people from outside, or they do it for the killing god realm. This is the first time I've seen someone like you who comes just for killing. Lin Xiao remained calm. It seems that you are the former. The man in black robe was silent for a long time, then slowly said, I am indeed the former, but I am not a degenerate. Lin Xiao sat next to the man in black robe. I am very interested in you. If you want to say something, I will listen attentively. My name is Li Xiao, from Chang'an City. The man in black robe was stunned for a moment, his eyes seemed to be remembering something. Chang'an, from the overseas Star Soul continent. Overseas? Lin Xiao was confused. As we all know, Douluo Continent is actually just a continent on Douluo planet, and Douluo planet is very large in area and has given birth to many continents. These continents, however, did not appear in Douyi's plot. Just like the Sun and Moon continent 10,000 years later. The Chang'an in front of him turned out to be someone from overseas, which surprised Lin Xiao. Yes. The continent I am on is called Star Soul Continent. More than 100 years ago, our empire accidentally discovered that our continent is not the only one in this world. In order to continue to verify this answer, the empire sent a sailing team composed of several titled Douluo to begin searching for a new continent. But in an accident, we encountered a soul beast in the sea with a very good cultivation level. Even if the 5 of us titled Douluo joined forces, we were no match for that soul beast. In the end, 4 of my friends died, and I was shot down into the sea. When I opened my eyes again, I came to this continent. As he spoke, Chang'an's eyes looked sad. Later, how did you come to the killing city? Lin Xiao asked. Chang'an fell into memories. I first entered this continent, and I was seriously injured. After traveling around for a while, I came to an empire called Tiando. The nobles of the Tiando Empire abused their power and acted tyrannically. Once I saw a noble beating and scolding a civilian girl on the street. I couldn't hold back for a while and accidentally beat him to death. Later I learned that the noble was the son of a high-ranking and powerful duke in the Tiando Empire at that time. Later, I was constantly hunted by the Tiando Empire. I was seriously injured and was unable to fight with the opponent. I fled for several years, and finally came to the killing city to avoid pursuit. Speaking of it, it seems that I have been in the killing city for nearly 100 years. Sometimes I suddenly recall everything before. But the memories in my mind don't seem to belong to me, but they have always existed. I seem to have forgotten my name, my identity. Chang'an's eyes were extremely calm. Hearing Chang'an's words, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. Being able to stay in this hellish cage of the killing city for nearly 100 years, any other person would have suffered a mental breakdown and gone crazy. However, as he spoke, Lin Xiao instantly thought of the fairy grass that Tang San had thrown down on Hell Road. Snowy Swan Kiss. This fairy grass directly destroyed the city of killing, so that there was no longer a city of killing in the world. Have you never thought about going out? Lin Xiao looked at Chang'an and said slowly. Go out? I did think about it when I first entered the killing city, but later on, I seem to have gradually adapted to the life here, and I didn't have any illusions about the outside world. The killing city can cut off all contact with the outside world. Presumably, my empire has already determined that I died in the sea. What's the point of a man who has been dead for 100 years suddenly appearing? While talking, Zhongnan took out a cup of huangquandu from somewhere and took a swig. Lin Xiao looked at Zhongnan and slowly said, So, is there any difference between you and those degenerates? Hearing this, Zhongnan looked startled and stopped holding the wine glass in his hand. Lin Xiao stood up and walked towards the killing field of hell. Perhaps you were not a degenerate at first, but now you have become a degenerate. You are no different from them. Lin Xiao's words kept echoing in Zhongnan's mind. Zhongnan looked at the yellow spring dew in his hand, and a gleam of clarity appeared in his cloudy eyes. Yes, what's the difference between me and them now? Immediately, Zhongnan turned to look at Lin Xiao's back. After a long time, Zhongnan's figure disappeared around the corner. Left, only the crushed wine glass. The city of killing, the palace of killing. The king of slaughter is sitting on the throne, holding a cup of underworld dew in his hand, his sharp eyes slightly narrowed. Just now, he had already learned about Lin Xiao's effortless killing of dozens of fallen people. In the city of killing, these fallen people are the best nourishment for the city of killing. Therefore, the spirit hall from the outside often transports some fallen people and extremely vicious people into the city of killing, which is equivalent to the city of killing guarding them. The city of killing can also get a lot of nutrients. However, once the number of people in the killing city loses too much, it will also be a heavy blow to the killing city. The king of slaughter watched the carnage unfold, his face a mask of horrified realization. He had underestimated 9,527, now known only as Lin Xiao. He hadn't seen a contender for the god of death, but a harbinger of utter annihilation. He's not after the title, the king whispered, his voice barely audible above the screams echoing from the city. He is the title. The god of death is not coming, he's already here. The killing messenger, who had been silently observing the scene from the shadows, stepped forward. A flicker of something unreadable danced in her eyes. It seems, she said, her voice smooth and dangerous, that we have miscalculated. The king of slaughter glared at her, fury bubbling beneath his fear. You assured me he was nothing to worry about. That the fallen would tire him. The killing messenger simply raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. I merely presented a possible outcome. The strength of 9,527, or rather, Lin Xiao, was underestimated. Besides, she added, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, it's not as if I wanted him to succeed. But the truth is, even with all the fallen and the city itself against him, his will is unbreakable. Back in the city, Lin Xiao was a whirlwind of crimson death. He moved with a terrifying grace, the giant sword an extension of his own bloodlust. The fallen, once eager for the reward of underworld dew, now fled in terror, their desire for reward replaced by a primal instinct for survival. But there was no escape. Lin Xiao was everywhere, his laughter echoing like a death knell. He carved a path through the city, leaving a trail of corpses and shattered buildings in his wake. The very foundations of the slaughter city trembled under his fury. With each swing of the giant sword, with each fallen soul extinguished, a piece of the city's dark energy was disrupted, weakened. He wasn't just killing. He was dismantling the very power structure of the slaughter city. Finally, dripping with blood and panting slightly, Lin Xiao stood atop a mountain of corpses, his eyes blazing with unnatural light. He looked towards the distant palace, towards the trembling king of slaughter. King of slaughter, he roared, his voice carrying across the ravaged city. You wanted a hunt? You wanted to test my strength? Here it is. Come and face me, you cowardly rat. Or will you cower in your palace while your city burns? The king of slaughter, his face pale, could only stare back in frozen terror. He had made a grave mistake. He had awakened something far more dangerous than a mere contender for the title of God of Death. He had unleashed pure, unadulterated chaos. The killing messenger watched, a strange glint in her eye. It seems, Your Majesty, she said softly, that the city of slaughter may have finally met its end. And as Lin Xiao descended from his bloody throne and began his march towards the palace, the King of Slaughter knew, with chilling certainty, that his reign, and the very existence of the Slaughter City, was about to be extinguished. The god of death had indeed arrived, and he was not here to reign, but to destroy. The blood rain continued its ghastly descent, each crimson droplet a testament to the unchecked carnage within the killing city. The air, thick with the stench of death and metallic tang of blood, clung to Lin Xiao like a shroud. He stood amidst the carnage, a solitary figure bathed in the hellish glow of crimson lightning. The King of Slaughter, a crimson-winged demon in the sky, still couldn't comprehend the shift. He had cultivated this city, nurtured its darkness, and used its raw power to amplify his own for centuries. Now, a single man, a number, 9,527, had shattered his dominion. Lin Xiao raised the transformed sword, the purple metal shimmering with an unholy light. The dark energy emanating from him pulsed outward, silencing the blood rain within its immediate vicinity. He felt a strange sense of liberation, a chilling satisfaction as the power he had suppressed for so long coursed through him. "You are the knight?" The King of Slaughter scoffed, though fear gnawed at the edges of his bravado. "Don't you realize what you've done? You've severed the connection to the city, but you've also sealed your fate. Now you can never leave. The city will consume you." He hoped his words instilled some fear in the younger man. He prayed. Lin Xiao remained unmoved. The power resonating within him was exhilarating, terrifying, and familiar. Like a long-dormant instinct reawakening. "The city will consume me?" he echoed, his voice a low, dangerous purr. "You misunderstand. I will consume it." He took a step forward, and the darkness surrounding him intensified. The ground beneath his feet seemed to ripple, as if the very earth was bending to his will. "Impossible!" The King of Slaughter roared, launching himself towards Lin Xiao. He channeled the city's accumulated murderous intent, a torrent of crimson energy aimed at obliterating his defiant opponent. He summoned bats from the endless night as they formed into a spiraling attack of pure hatred. Lin Xiao didn't flinch. He raised the purple sword, the crescent moon behind him casting an eerie glow. With a single, fluid motion, he swung the blade. A wave of pure darkness erupted from the sword, a silent, all-consuming force that met the crimson energy head-on. The collision was not an explosion, but an implosion. A vortex of pure nothingness opened up, swallowing the King of Slaughter's attack, the summoned bats, and even the blood rain in its path. The King of Slaughter, caught in the void, felt the connection to the city, to his power, begin to unravel. "This is my domain now," Lin Xiao declared, his voice resonating with the chilling authority of a god. "And those who trespass, are extinguished." The purple sword pulsed, and the darkness tightened around the King of Slaughter, squeezing, crushing, until the crimson glow faded, and only the endless night remained. The blood rain began to subside, replaced by an unsettling calm. The corpses lay scattered in the darkness, silent witnesses to the rise of a new master. The killing city had been purged, cleansed in a baptism of blood and darkness. But it was far from over. Lin Xiao knew that the void he now commanded was a dangerous power, one that could easily consume him if he lost control. He looked up at the dark sky, the faint glimmer of stars peeking through the gaps in the storm clouds. He was trapped, yes, but also, powerful. The true challenge had just begun. He would master the darkness, reshape the killing city in his own image, or be consumed by it. He was no longer just 9527, a number destined for oblivion. He was the knight, and the night held endless possibilities, and endless dangers. His gaze hardened, his grip on the purple sword tightened. He had a city to rule. And a future to forge in the darkness. The chilling air of the hell-killing field hung heavy as Lin Xiao stood defiant, the shadowless sword a sliver of moonlight in the oppressive darkness. Above, where a normal sky should be, the King of Slaughter, Chang'an warped by the Rakshasa god, floated in menacing grandeur. The purple crescent moon behind Lin Xiao pulsed with an ethereal light, as if a galaxy resided within its fragile curve. He was alone, a beacon of defiance in a realm built on despair. Through the shattered remnants of a window, Chang'an watched, his face contorted in disbelief. "Damn it! I don't believe it. The king of this killing city, it can only be me." His words were a desperate shriek against the suffocating silence. The King of Slaughter roared, a sound that echoed with centuries of tormented souls. Blood-red wings beat furiously, pushing torrents of crimson energy outwards. He poured every ounce of his corrupted soul power into a single, devastating blow. Killing field. A suffocating sphere of blood-colored light slammed into Lin Xiao, engulfing him completely. The King of Slaughter sneered. Without soul skills, I want to see what you can do. He plunged forward, a bloodthirsty predator sending its prey. Lin Xiao met his charge, his face impassive. The intricate purple lines etched onto his skin pulsed faintly, and his eyes burned with the light of 1,000 stars. The shadowless sword in his grasp shimmered, then exploded with a horrifying sword intent. It was a presence that transcended power, a cold, calculating will that looked down upon life itself. The King of Slaughter faltered, a flicker of genuine terror crossing his features. How? How can it be? Before he could complete his thought, Lin Xiao moved. He was gone, vanished in a blur of motion, reappearing an instant later directly in front of the King of Slaughter. The shadowless sword became a whirlwind of death, leaving trails of shimmering afterimages in its wake. Each strike was a whisper of oblivion, delivered with impossible speed and precision. The King of Slaughter, his initial arrogance replaced by frantic desperation, summoned a clear sky hammer to his hand. He parried desperately, each block sending jolts of numbing force through his limbs. His internal organs felt like they were being crushed, his strength rapidly dwindling. No, I can't let him get close. The King of Slaughter, realizing he was losing, conjured 2 crimson thorns from his bloodied aura, launching them directly at Lin Xiao. A chilling smile touched Lin Xiao's lips. He didn't dodge. He simply reached out and snatched the blood thorns from the air, his fingers closing around them with unnerving ease. Before the King of Slaughter could react, Lin Xiao propelled himself upwards, his boot connecting with brutal force against the Slaughter King's chest. Bones shattered. A guttural cry of agony ripped from the Slaughter King's throat as he was hurled backwards, a broken, bloodied wreck. But Lin Xiao was relentless. His eyes blazed with divine light as he transformed into a living meteor, hurtling after the fallen foe. The King of Slaughter, disoriented and crippled, was helpless against the approaching doom. Lin Xiao descended upon him, a cruel smile playing on his lips. I like your gift very much, but I'd better give it back to you. With a swift, brutal motion, he plunged the 2 blood thorns he had captured directly into the King of Slaughter's eyes. Aya! The scream tore through the oppressive silence, a symphony of unimaginable pain. But amidst the agony, something else emerged. A faint, ethereal light began to coalesce within the King of Slaughter. It was an attempt to escape, to flee the dying vessel. Lin Xiao wouldn't allow it. His hand slammed down, forcing the light back down, pinning it within the convulsing body. Why do you come out if you like other people's bodies so much? The truth hung in the air, thick and suffocating. The King of Slaughter was no more than a puppet, a twisted mockery of the legendary Chang'an, ancestor of the Clear Sky sect, a 99-level peerless Douluo, corrupted by the Rakshasa god and a parasitic 9-headed bat. Chang'an, Lin Xiao said, his voice devoid of emotion. You were a peerless genius. But you became a puppet, a twisted mockery of your former self. I believe you have suffered greatly. He paused, his eyes hardening. Let me relieve you. The words seemed to cut through the madness, momentarily piercing the veil of corruption. The parasitic 9-headed bat, sensing its impending doom, abandoned its control, its sole instinct now survival. The Slaughter King's lips moved weakly. Please, please. It was a rasping whisper, filled with the echoes of a tormented soul. Chang'an, however briefly, was back in control. Relief. Resignation. Perhaps even a flicker of hope. Lin Xiao clenched his left fist, driving the blood thorns deeper. Don't, let me go, let me go. Don't. The 9-headed bat, now screaming in its own agonized voice, tried desperately to cling to the remnants of its host. It's over. Lin Xiao stated, his voice devoid of all emotion. Boom. The world shuddered. The blood thorns pierced through the King of Slaughter's brain, obliterating the parasitic creature within. 2 wisps of fading soul power flickered in Tang Chen's empty sockets. He looked at Lin Xiao, a fragile smile gracing his lips. Thank you, young man. Then, with a final sigh, the soul power faded, leaving only vacant holes. The story of Tang Chen, the peerless Douluo, was finished. Lin Xiao gazed upon the lifeless husk, his expression unreadable. He could have saved him. His purification abilities were unparalleled, potent enough to cleanse even divine corruption. But Tang Chen, with his unyielding will and legendary strength, was a liability. A potential enemy too dangerous to allow to exist. Tang Chen, wielding the true clear sky hammer, a weapon of unparalleled power, untainted by the diluted versions of his descendants, along with the legacy that was the Haotian sect, would have become an insurmountable obstacle in Lin Xiao's path to dominion. And perhaps, Lin Xiao reasoned, death was a more merciful fate for a broken hero than a life under the shadow of corruption. The world was better off without him. The road to absolute power was paved with difficult choices, and Lin Xiao was prepared to make them, no matter the cost. Even if that cost was the life of a legend. "My lord," Chang'an said, his voice resonating with a newfound determination. "I have decided. I will not continue to wallow in the past. I will follow you." Lin Xiao observed him, his golden eyes piercing through Chang'an's resolve. "You understand that this is not a game? My path is paved with challenges that would break most men. And I do not offer easy rewards. Loyalty is expected, and failure is not tolerated." Chang'an raised his head, his gaze unwavering. "I understand, my lord. I have been drifting for too long. I need a purpose, a direction. You offer that." He paused, a flicker of his old pain surfacing. "And perhaps by serving you, I can find a way back to myself." Lin Xiao nodded slowly. "Very well. Your first task is to rebuild the city of killing. Not as a haven for degradation and bloodlust, but as a fortress. A base of operations. Make it a place that inspires fear in our enemies, and respect from our allies, when we acquire any." Chang'an rose to his feet, his posture straighter, his eyes brighter than they had been in years. "It will be done, my lord. The city of killing will become a symbol of our power." Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards the horizon. The Douluo Continent was a tapestry of power struggles, ancient secrets, and hidden dangers. He, Lin Xiao, a prince without a kingdom, would weave his thread into that tapestry, staining it with the colors of Chang'an. "We have much to do," Lin Xiao said, his voice carrying a hint of steel. "Inform me of anyone with skill. Especially those with knowledge about the divine realm. The disappearance of the connection to the Azura god is concerning. It might become an obstacle to rebuilding Chang'an." Chang'an bowed his head. "Immediately, my lord. I will gather all available information." As Chang'an hurried back towards the entrance of the killing city, Lin Xiao glanced at the sky. 1,000,000 stars winked in and out of existence. He felt a pang of longing, not for the stars themselves, but for the city that had once shone beneath them. "Chang'an," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the whistling wind. "I will rebuild you, even if it means tearing down the very heavens themselves." Meanwhile, in the god realm, Azura god paced his temple, frustration evident in his usually impassive features. "It truly is strange. Not only can I not sense the killing city, but I seem to be receiving interference, similar to someone blocking me from peering into the lower world." He clenched his fist. Could it be another god king? No. My influence on that continent should be minimal. I will have to bide my time. But know this, whatever is happening there, will not go unnoticed forever. The connection to the lower world was severed. The stage was set. And two figures, one a god, and one a fallen prince, were on an inevitable collision course. A collision that would reshape the very foundations of Douluo Continent. Lin Xiao's mind raced, already strategizing how to best utilize the treasures presented before him. He envisioned Chang'an, not just a rebuilt city, but a powerhouse fueled by advanced soul guidance technology, rich in medicinal resources, and defended by loyal and powerful Douluo like Chang'an. Purchase Dream Composition Device, Herbal Encyclopedia, 100 Solutions to Soul Guidance Volume 1, Lin Xiao commanded silently. The roll value balance dropped precipitously, leaving him with a meager 8,500. He resisted the urge to immediately splurge on more items, especially the Martial Soul Evolution Potion, knowing he needed to be strategic. He wasn't sure who in his ranks would benefit the most from it yet. As Chang'an silently followed him, Lin Xiao asked, "Chang'an, how did you acquire your 100,000-year soul ring?" Chang'an's gaze softened, a flicker of sadness crossing his weathered face. "It was an accident, Your Highness. Many years ago, I stumbled upon a severely injured purple-eyed thunderhawk deep within the Stardow forest. It was a rare beast, one I knew held immense power. I nursed it back to health, and in its final moments, it bestowed upon me its soul ring. It was a creature of immense pride, choosing to give its power to someone it deemed worthy rather than let it be taken by force." Lin Xiao nodded, absorbing the information. The Douluo Continent was full of such unexpected encounters, where kindness and fate intertwined. He knew he needed to be prepared for anything. Their journey back to the Tiando Empire was uneventful, but Lin Xiao used the time to train, pushing his Li Xiao persona further. He sparred with Chang'an, testing his own capabilities against a titled Douluo and learning to coordinate their attacks. The severing blades were indeed terrifying, their cold aura capable of chilling him even in his dark form. Back in the Tiando Empire, Lin Xiao immediately set about putting his plans into motion. He presented the herbal encyclopedia to Yang Wudi, who was practically salivating at the wealth of knowledge contained within. He entrusted the dream composition device to a skilled artist within his growing network, tasking them with recreating the glorious vision of Chang'an from his memories. Most importantly, he subtly introduced the 100 solutions to soul guidance to Lu Gao, carefully gauging the master craftsman's reaction. As expected, Lu Gao was immediately captivated, his eyes gleaming with a manic intensity that Lin Xiao recognized instantly. "Where did you get this?" Lu Gao demanded, his voice trembling with excitement. This is revolutionary. I've never seen anything like it. The possibilities are endless." Lin Xiao smiled subtly. "I acquired it through unconventional means. I believe it holds the key to advancing soul guidance technology to a whole new level." Lu Gao's gaze sharpened, his eyes locking onto Lin Xiao's. "And you're showing this to me?" "Why?" "Because, Master Lu Gao," Lin Xiao said, his voice firm and sincere, "I believe you are the only one capable of unlocking its true potential. I have a vision for a city, a future where soul guidance technology empowers everyone. I want you to be a part of it." Lu Gao was silent for a moment, his expression a mixture of suspicion and intense curiosity. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "Tell me more about this city." Lin Xiao knew he had him hooked. The rebuilding of Chang'an was no longer just a dream, it was becoming a tangible reality, brick by brick, blueprint by blueprint, powered by the brilliance of a madman and the unwavering loyalty of a fallen hero. Chang'an was rising, and the continent would soon tremble at its might. The next child, a girl with pigtails and a shy smile, stepped forward. She summoned her martial soul, a rusty, dented iron pan. Again, Lin Xiao could see why the Wuhuan Hall dismissed her. It looked utterly useless. But then she placed her hand on the crystal ball, and a bright light erupted, bathing the faces of everyone present in a warm glow. "Innate full soul power!" Niu Gao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "A full soul power with an iron pan?" Lin Xiao chuckled. "Never judge a book by its cover, or a martial soul by its appearance, Chief Niu. This young lady, it seems, has a hidden talent." He looked at the girl, her eyes shining with surprised joy. "What's your name, child?" "May," she whispered, clutching the iron pan. "May, remember this day," Lin Xiao said, his voice carrying an unusual weight. "You may have been dismissed, overlooked, deemed unworthy. But within you lies a great power, waiting to be unlocked. Chang'an Auction House will nurture that power." He tested the rest of the children. A boy with a seemingly ordinary fishing net martial soul possessed innate soul power of level 4. Another, whose martial soul manifested as a worn-out shoe, had a surprisingly high potential, reaching level 6. It became clear that these overlooked children were diamonds in the rough, their potential masked by the seemingly mundane nature of their martial souls. After the tests, Lin Xiao gathered the children. "From today onward, you will be under the care of Chang'an Auction House. You will receive training, resources, and guidance to unlock the true potential of your martial souls. You will learn that even the most ordinary object can become extraordinary with dedication and the right application." He turned to Chang'an. "Chang'an, I need you to start training these children. Focus not just on their soul power, but on their ingenuity and resourcefulness. They may not have the flashiest martial souls, but they will learn to use them to their fullest potential." Chang'an nodded, a rare hint of a smile playing on his lips. He saw the value in these children, the potential that others had missed. He knew that true strength wasn't just about raw power, but about adaptability and cunning. Later that day, Douluo Bo and Yang Wudi arrived at the auction house. Douluo Bo, with his ever-present aura of poisonous miasma, looked particularly impatient. "You summon me, boy," he rasped. "Don't waste my time." Lin Xiao smiled. "Of course not, Senior Douluo. I have something that will greatly benefit you." He produced the 10,000 Poisons Heart Sutra. This is a technique from another world, designed to amplify and control poisons. It's far more advanced than anything found in this land. Douluo snatched the scroll, his eyes scanning the text with feverish intensity. He had dedicated his life to the mastery of poisons, and he could immediately recognize the potential of this technique. This is incredible, he exclaimed, a rare note of genuine excitement in his voice. This will revolutionize my poison control. Where did you find this, boy? I have my sources, Lin Xiao replied, winking. And that's not all. I've also procured a suitable fairy grass for you, one that will further enhance your poison resistance and refine your control. Douluo was speechless. He had long sought ways to refine his poison and mitigate its debilitating effects on himself. This was more than he could have ever hoped for. You have my gratitude, boy, he said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. I will not forget this. Lin Xiao then turned to Yang Wudi. Chief Yang, I've been impressed by your knowledge of medicinal herbs and your dedication to your clan. I believe you could greatly contribute to the development of new potions and remedies at the auction house. I offer you a permanent position, with access to resources and support for your research. Yang Wudi, a man of few words, simply nodded. I accept, he said. I will not disappoint you. The auction house was buzzing with activity. Bai's clan was spreading word of the upcoming auction, attracting attention from all corners of the continent. The neglected children were undergoing rigorous training under Zhongnan's watchful eye. Douluo was sequestered in his lab, poring over the 10,000 Poisons Heart Sutra and experimenting with new combinations of poisons. Yang Wudi was setting up a small apothecary, cataloging herbs, and preparing for his research. Lin Xiao looked around, a satisfied smile on his face. He had brought innovation and opportunity to this world, empowering the overlooked and unleashing hidden potential. And he was just getting started. He still had plans for those soul-guided guns, for turning Chang'an into an unassailable fortress. The future of the city, and perhaps the entire continent, was being forged right here, in the heart of the auction house. He knew challenges lay ahead, but he was ready to face them, armed with ingenuity, a loyal team, and a healthy dose of ambition. Lin Xiao absorbed Zhongnan's grim tale. The weight of the story settled heavily in the air around them. He looked at Li Mo, still standing patiently, oblivious to the conversation that was deciding his fate. The boy, masked from a world he couldn't see, unknowingly carried a burden far heavier than blindness. So, he's cursed, essentially, Lin Xiao said, the statement hanging like a death sentence. Zhongnan nodded grimly. The potential is astronomical, undeniable. But the price is steeper than most can afford. A silence fell over them, broken only by the distant sounds of the training yard. Miao Gao, still recovering from the shock of the shattered crystal ball, remained frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. The other children, huddled together in fear, watched with wide, frightened eyes. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. He understood the risks. He knew the potential for destruction that lay dormant within Li Mo. But he also saw something else, a resilience, a quiet strength that belied the boy's tender age. He thought of his own journey, the challenges he had overcome, the sacrifices he had made. He knew what it was like to be an outsider, to carry a burden others couldn't comprehend. And he couldn't bring himself to abandon this boy to a fate dictated by fear and superstition. Chief Miao, Lin Xiao said, his voice firm, breaking the silence. Retrieve the crystal ball with the highest soul power capacity. We're going to test him again. Miao Gao hesitated. Your Highness, are you sure? This could be dangerous. Danger is a constant companion, Lin Xiao replied, his eyes fixed on Li Mo. We face it head-on. He turned to Li Mo, he said, his voice gentle. I know this is a lot to take in. You have a powerful gift, but it comes with a heavy price. We're going to help you understand it, to control it. But it won't be easy. Are you still willing to continue? Li Mo stood silently for a moment, his head tilted slightly as if listening to the wind. Then, he nodded. I said I didn't want to keep going like this. I still mean it. He paused, then added, a hint of steel in his voice, I'd rather know the truth, no matter how ugly it is. A faint smile touched Lin Xiao's lips. Very well. Then let's see what you're truly capable of. Zhongnan, I'll need your insights. We'll proceed with caution, but we'll proceed. Miao Gao hurried away, a mixture of apprehension and respect etched on his face. As they waited, Lin Xiao approached Li Mo. He knelt, bringing himself to the boy's level. They say you're cursed, Lin Xiao said softly. They say you're destined for darkness. Don't let them define you. You have the power to choose your own path. Remember that. He placed a hand on Li Mo's shoulder, a silent promise of support and guidance. The boy remained still, his black eye patch concealing the secrets of his sightless eyes. A new, sturdier crystal ball was brought. The air crackled with anticipation. Hope and fear intertwined, creating a palpable tension. Lin Xiao looked at Li Mo, then at Chang'an. He nodded. Next, he said, his voice ringing with resolve, let's see what the future holds. Lin Xiao led Chang'an to a more secluded room within the auction house. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and untold secrets. Chang'an, Lin Xiao began, his voice low and serious. Li Mo's martial spirit, it's unlike anything I've ever encountered. We need to be incredibly careful about the soul ring we choose. A wrong choice could be devastating, considering the volatile nature of his power. Chang'an nodded, his brow furrowed. I understand, sir. The black mist, it possesses a hunger I've rarely sensed, even amongst the most powerful dark elemental entities. We need something that can temper that hunger, not fuel it. Precisely. Something that can offer stability, perhaps even a guiding force. Remember what I told you? That a heavenly jealousy martial spirit rarely has a long life? We have to do everything in our power to defy that fate for him. Lin Xiao paced, his mind racing through the possibilities, discarding them one by one. A common dark elemental spirit beast won't do. We need something unique. Something that resonates with the devouring power, but also offers a counterbalancing force. He stopped pacing and looked at Chang'an, his eyes alight with a sudden idea. The Douluo forest is vast, and contains countless spirit beasts. But what if we looked beyond conventional wisdom? What if we sought out something older? I've heard whispers of forgotten creatures, entities touched by the primordial chaos before the era of the spirit halls. Chang'an's eyes widened slightly. You're suggesting we delve into the truly ancient territories, sir? Those areas are largely uncharted, and rumors speak of unimaginable dangers. Dangers exist everywhere, Chang'an. But the potential reward outweighs the risk. If we find the right spirit beast, a creature from a time when the lines between light and dark were blurred, we might be able to provide Li Mo with a soul ring that not only strengthens his power but also helps him control it. It's a gamble, but it's one I'm willing to take for him. Lin Xiao continued, I have a few old maps, fragments salvaged from decaying libraries. They speak of a section deep within the Douluo forest, almost completely untouched by humanity. A place where the trees are said to touch the sky and the very air hums with primal energy. There, we might find what we seek. Chang'an remained silent for a moment, contemplating the gravity of Lin Xiao's words. Very well, sir. I will prepare at once. We'll need supplies, detailed maps, and perhaps, a few potent antidotes. If we're venturing into areas touched by primordial chaos, the very air may be toxic. Excellent. And Chang'an, keep an eye on Li Mo. He's strong, but he's also vulnerable. The knowledge of his potential fate, combined with the sheer power he possesses, could make him susceptible to despair. He needs to believe he can overcome this. Back in his room, Li Mo sat with Niu Gao. The older man was fussing over him, offering him revitalizing tonics and reassuring words. But Li Mo wasn't listening. He was staring out the window, at the darkening sky, a storm brewing within him. He understood the implications of his martial spirit. He knew the rumors, the whispers about the heavenly jealousy and its short-lived wielders. He was a walking time bomb, destined to burn bright and then fade away. But Lin Xiao's words echoed in his mind, I will help you solve your matter. For the first time in his life, Li Mo felt a flicker of genuine hope. Not the desperate, grasping hope of a drowning man, but a strong, steady flame fueled by trust in his new master. He clenched his fists, the faint tendrils of black mist swirling around him, a silent promise. He would not be bound by fate. He would defy the heavenly jealousy. With Lin Xiao's help, he would become the master of his own destiny. The journey would be fraught with peril, but he was no longer alone. He had a master, a mentor, and a purpose. As the storm raged outside, Li Mo steeled himself. He would face whatever challenges lay ahead, and he would emerge victorious. He had to. His future, and perhaps even his life, depended on it. The air in the office hung thick with unspoken potential, a feeling Lin Xiao cultivated carefully. Sunlight streamed through the panoramic window, illuminating dust motes dancing above the polished desk where Chang'an sat, his expression thoughtful. Lin Xiao, leaning against the window frame, watched him with a mixture of anticipation and confidence. "What do you think of Xiaoma's martial spirit?" Lin Xiao asked, breaking the silence. The name hung in the air, a promise of the future. Chang'an tapped a finger against his knee, a nervous habit betrayed by his usually serene demeanor. "Your Highness, Xiaoma's martial spirit, it's unlike anything documented in our mainland's history. Its shape is fluid, adaptable. I suspect it's an elemental spirit, but the dark energy it emits, it's the ultimate darkness, the stuff of legends." Lin Xiao nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "I suspected as much." The moment he manifested it, my own dark power felt a resonance. A primal connection. The power radiating from Li Mo had been unnerving, even to him. Chang'an elaborated, "Many dismiss elemental martial spirits. They see them as barely a step above useless, but tales exist of individuals who have ascended to titled Douluo status with them. They become forces of nature, invincible amongst their peers." He paused, his brows furrowing. "The challenge, Your Highness, is the upper limit." Lin Xiao straightened, intrigued. "The upper limit?" "Precisely. Elemental spirits have no fixed form. They're malleable, shaped by the spirit master's will. Think of them as clay, capable of becoming knives, swords, spears, even mythical beasts like dragons or tigers. But mastering even one form is extraordinarily difficult. The titled Douluo I spoke of only truly mastered two, yet those were enough to make him a legend." Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with understanding. "So, the potential is immense, but the starting point is lower." "Exactly. Imagine a spirit master wielding a ball of fire. How can they possibly compete with someone who has a fire phoenix spirit from the start? It's a raw, undeveloped power versus a honed, specific ability." Lin Xiao considered this. He already had a plan for Li Mo, a roadmap etched in his mind using his unique understanding of the dark letter. Even though Li Mo's darkness was potent, it was still inferior in quality. Still, Lin Xiao could impart some skill and swordsmanship to him. And how should Xiaoma approach choosing his soul rings in the future? Lin Xiao asked, redirecting the conversation. Chang'an smiled. "Ah, you needn't worry. I have a friend, the very titled Douluo I mentioned. He shared a wealth of knowledge regarding elemental spirits. In addition to the high potential, elemental spirits possess incredible affinity. A fire elemental spirit, for example, should exclusively seek out pure fire-attributed spirit beasts. A strong attack build would require powerful, combative beasts. An agility build demands swift and nimble creatures. The choices are numerous. High affinity in multiple paths, those are certainly significant advantages," Lin Xiao mused. "Indeed, Your Highness." Chang'an beamed. "You chose wisely." Lin Xiao chuckled. "I knew I could trust you, Chang'an." Chang'an bowed his head, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "It's my honor to serve, Your Highness. And besides," he looked up, a longing in his eyes. "I truly wish to see it with my own eyes, the prosperous Chang'an you speak of." A genuine smile touched Lin Xiao's lips. "You will, Chang'an." "Most definitely." 3 days later, within the bustling Chang'an auction house, Li Mo stood on the soul fighting stage, the air shimmering with dark energy. He held a long, spectral sword woven from black mist, 2 dazzling purple soul rings radiating beneath his feet. Across the stage, Lin Xiao stood, a simple wooden sword in hand. "Your sword is not pure enough." Again, Lin Xiao commanded, his voice echoing across the arena. For days, Lin Xiao and Chang'an had led Li Mo through the Star Forest, carefully choosing 2 shadow beasts with potent dark attributes. Both were aggressive and fast, a perfect complement to his nascent power. With their acquisition, Li Mo's strength had surged, his soul power rocketing to level 25. Common opponents stood no chance. Li Mo swung his black sword, unleashing a wave of oppressive darkness. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. Full of gaps. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Xiao moved with impossible speed. His wooden sword brushed against Li Mo's wrist, instantly suppressing the muscles and bones, rendering it immobile. In a seamless motion, Lin Xiao raised his hand, shattering the dark sword and sending Li Mo crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, the wooden sword rested lightly against his throat. "Master. I lost again," Li Mo's voice was laced with frustration. Lin Xiao withdrew the sword, his gaze piercing. If you wish to master the sword, you must first find clarity in your heart. Your eyes are blind, so you must illuminate the heart of the sword. Let the sword be your eyes. What is your sword for? Lin Xiao demanded. What is the meaning of its existence? Li Mo rose, confusion etched on his face. Don't swords exist for killing? Lin Xiao helped Li Mo up. You are right. The sword, in its essence, exists for killing. He paused, letting the words sink in. But the sword is not solely for killing. It can also exist for protection. A flicker of curiosity ignited in Li Mo's blank eyes. Protection? Lin Xiao nodded. It can be for a person, a thing, an ideal. These are two opposing paths. If your heart cannot choose, then your sword will be neither one nor the other, and you will never reach your true potential. Lin Xiao's voice resonated with unspoken power. Li Mo looked up at his teacher, his young face earnest. Then master. Is your sword meant to kill, or to protect? A light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. The question cut to the very core of his existence. I walk a path that no one has ever walked. Guangxin, guard, wielding the sword to protect Chang'an city, its people, and everything within it. Secretly, I believe, kill, refusing to bow to the gods and demons above, swinging the sword in defiance. This was a new path, a dangerous road where destruction lurked at every turn. I understand, master. Determination hardened Li Mo's features. Just then, Douluo and Yang Wudi emerged from the shadows. Sir, you have returned. They bowed their heads in unison. You have both worked hard, Lin Xiao said with a gentle smile. It is our duty to serve the young master. This must be your new apprentice, Yang Wudi said, observing Li Mo, a singular child, indeed. The air in the office crackled with an unspoken energy. Li Xiao, formerly known as Lin Xiao, watched the faces of the assembled leaders, a subtle calculation flickering in his eyes. The revelation of his true identity and origins from the fallen kingdom of Chang'an had landed with the force of a celestial hammer. Niu Gao, his rough-hewn face etched with determination, had been the first to break the silence, followed by the boisterous pronouncements of Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa clan. Even Bai He, a man usually reserved, couldn't hide the bitterness in his voice as he recalled the Haotian sect's treachery. Li Xiao allowed a small, almost imperceptible smile to touch his lips. He had chosen these individuals carefully. They were survivors, hardened by betrayal and longing for purpose. Now, he offered them that purpose, a chance to rebuild what they had lost, not in the shadow of another's glory, but under their own banner. Douluo, please inform the three clan leaders of our previous plan, Li Xiao said, breaking the brief interlude of shared resentment. Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, stepped forward, his unsettling presence filling the room. He spoke of the auction house, a meticulously crafted scheme to amass wealth and influence. He detailed the plan for Soto City, a strategic foothold that would become a beacon of hope, attracting those disillusioned with the existing powers. He spoke of the investments in unique products, the recruitment of skilled artisans, and the long-term goal of establishing a self-sufficient economy. As Douluo unveiled the intricacies of the plan, Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi exchanged impressed glances. The sheer audacity of Li Xian's vision was breathtaking. He wasn't just aiming to survive, he was aiming to thrive, to build an empire anew. We have no objections to His Highness's plan, Bai He finally declared, speaking for the three clans. Their trust in Li Xian was solidified, not just by his promise of fairness, but by the sheer brilliance of his strategic mind. Li Xian nodded, his gaze settling on Douluo. It seems that you have already taken the fairy grass. Douluo straightened, a hint of pride coloring his typically grim expression. Yes, Your Highness, Lao Yang planted and transformed the snow-colored swan kiss. Originally, the snow-colored swan kiss was supposed to have a fatal effect on me, but after Lao Yang's transformation, it actually helped me a lot. Now my snake venom as it has completely transformed, even a titled Douluo will be severely injured by my snake venom if he is not careful. A low rumble of approval echoed through the room. A strengthened Douluo was a significant asset, a powerful deterrent against potential threats. Douluo, basking in the moment, continued, I give this new snake's venom the old phlegm snake venom. A chorus of good-natured laughter erupted, breaking the tension. Even Zhongnan, the stoic titled Douluo, allowed a faint smile to play on his lips. The transformation of Douluo's venom was a metaphor for their own transformations, their own rebirth under the banner of the Lost Prince. Lin Xiao allowed the laughter to fade before speaking again. Excellent. Now that introductions and revelations are complete, we can discuss the specifics. Miao Gao, your clan's expertise in forging will be crucial to arming our future forces. Yang Wudi, your clan's unparalleled combat prowess will be invaluable for defense and offense. As Lin Xiao began to outline the specific roles and responsibilities of each clan, his voice filled the room with a quiet authority. He spoke of training regimes, resource allocation, and the need for absolute secrecy. The atmosphere was no longer one of stunned surprise, but one of focused determination. They were no longer disparate clans, clinging to the remnants of their past. They were now architects of a new future, building Chang'an anew, brick by bloody brick, on the fertile soil of the Douluo Continent. The dream of a fallen prince had become their shared destiny. The war was coming, and they would be ready. He looked at the revolver on the drawing, his face a mix of curiosity and mild disappointment. Soul Sex attack sounds okay, right? Lin Xiao chuckled. Don't underestimate it, Clan Chief Bai. This is the first iteration. With advancements, and a strong enough Soul Master injecting power, these revolvers could rival Soul Emperors, even Soul Sages. And that's before we introduce Soul Ammunition. Soul Ammunition? Bai's ears perked up, his eyes gleaming with renewed interest. You mean, like, bullets made with different soul skills? Fire? Wind? Maybe even, poison? He glanced at Douluo, who was busy poring over the old phlegm snake venom guide. Precisely, Lin Xiao confirmed with a smile. That is something we will explore later. But for now, Clan Chief Bai, your task is to master the creation of this revolver. Replicate it. Improve it. Make it faster. Bai, a master of speed himself, understood implicitly. He traced the lines of the drawing with a calloused finger. Faster. I like the sound of that. So, I'm in charge of weapons? In a sense, yes. You will be the head of our future Arms Development Department. Bai puffed out his chest. The Arms Development Department. I like that even more. I'll need funding, materials, and a dedicated workshop. And I'll need a name for these bullets. Something snappy. Lin Xiao nodded. You'll have whatever you need. The funds will be allocated, the workshop will be built, and materials will be provided. As for the bullet names, that's your area of expertise. Just try to avoid anything involving old phlegm. He shot a look at Douluo, who was still muttering about 1,000 poison mixtures and ultimate venomous blends. Douluo, oblivious to the joke, looked up. Did someone mention phlegm? Lin Xiao sighed internally. This was going to be a long, and likely very strange, journey. Yang Wudi, still lost in the herbal encyclopedia, suddenly gasped. I've got it. The missing link. I can finally stabilize the process. He looked up, his eyes gleaming. Your Highness, with your permission, I'd like to dedicate a new strain of medicinal herb to you. Something truly extraordinary. Miao Gao, studying the map of Chang'an, grumbled. Extraordinary is expensive. We need to find a way to mass-produce these building materials. Perhaps integrate some soul conduction to reinforce the foundations. He was already sketching furiously, his brain buzzing with ideas for faster firing mechanisms and specialized bullet designs. Lin Xiao watched them all, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He had gathered a motley crew, a collection of brilliant, eccentric, and occasionally alarming individuals. But they were loyal. And they were driven. And with the acting maul as his secret weapon, they were going to change the face of this world. All right, Lin Xiao said, his voice ringing with newfound confidence. Let's get to work. We have a city to build, weapons to forge, and a future to conquer. And as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the clearing, Douluo, still lost in the intricacies of the 10,000 Poisons Heart Sutra, muttered, perhaps. The Emerald Vomit Serpent's kiss, no, too long. Viper's regurgitation, getting closer. Lin Xiao winced. Some things, he suspected, were simply unavoidable. Lin Xiao surveyed the room, the confident smiles of his followers radiating back at him. The air thrummed with anticipation. In 3 days, Chang'an would be flooded with the most powerful individuals on the continent, all drawn to the siren song of the upcoming auction. But the auction was only part of Lin Xiao's grand design. Days earlier, Lin Xiao had revealed the blueprint for a revolutionary revolver soul guide. Its simplicity was its genius. Unlike complex, high-level soul tools, this one was designed for the common soldier, the auxiliary soul master, the backbone of any army. It was a tool that could, as Bai He so aptly put it, forcibly grant soul sect-level combat power to anyone. Lin Xiao understood that true power wasn't just in elite forces. It was in the masses, the foundation upon which empires were built. This revolver was the key to leveling the playing field between small nations and powerhouses. The blueprint was now being entrusted to Bai He, leader of the Swift Min clan. His mission, deliver it to Lu Gao, the legendary god craftsman of Guangxin city. Lu Gao's reputation preceded him. He was a master forger, bordering on obsessive, always chasing the next great innovation. Lin Xiao knew the revolver blueprint, with its elegant simplicity and immense potential, would be irresistible to him. Yang Wudi, head of the Breaking Clan, had understood the brilliance of Lin Xiao's strategy. No wonder His Highness wasn't in a rush to woo Titan and the Force clan. He had Lu Gao lined up all along. Securing Lu Gao was a masterstroke. With Lu Gao's genius and the resources of Chang'an, mass production of the Revolver Soul Guide was not just possible, but inevitable. It was a prospect that filled Niu Gao, leader of the defense clan, with unrestrained enthusiasm. Lin Xiao, however, remained grounded. Clan Chief Niu is overly generous with his praise. This crucial task will be entrusted to Clan Chief Bai. He fixed his gaze on Bai He. Remember the importance of this mission. Bai He, a whirlwind of controlled energy, bowed deeply. Your Highness, rest assured. This drawing will reach Lu Gao's hands without fail. The second auction served a dual purpose. First, it would finance the initial stages of mass production for the revolver. Second, it was a lure, drawing powerful figures into Chang'an, where Lin Xiao could subtly influence them, observe them, and perhaps even recruit them. As Douluo unveiled the intricacies of the plan, Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi exchanged impressed glances. The sheer audacity of Li Xian's vision was breathtaking. He wasn't just aiming to survive, he was aiming to thrive, to build an empire anew. We have no objections to His Highness's plan, Bai He finally declared, speaking for the three clans. Their trust in Li Xian was solidified, not just by his promise of fairness, but by the sheer brilliance of his strategic mind. Li Xian nodded, his gaze settling on Douluo. It seems that you have already taken the fairy grass. Douluo straightened, a hint of pride coloring his typically grim expression. Yes, Your Highness, Lao Yang planted and transformed the snow-colored swan kiss. Originally, the snow-colored swan kiss was supposed to have a fatal effect on me, but after Lao Yang's transformation, it actually helped me a lot. Now my snake venom is completely transformed, even a titled Douluo will be severely injured by my snake venom if he is not careful. A low rumble of approval echoed through the room. A strengthened Douluo was a significant asset, a powerful deterrent against potential threats. Douluo, basking in the moment, continued, I give this new snake's venom the old phlegm snake venom. A chorus of good-natured laughter erupted, breaking the tension. Even Zhongnan, the stoic titled Douluo, allowed a faint smile to play on his lips. The transformation of Douluo's venom was a metaphor for their own transformations, their own rebirth under the banner of the Lost Prince. Li Xian allowed the laughter to fade before speaking again. Excellent. Now that introductions and revelations are complete, we can discuss the specifics. Niu Gao, your clan's expertise in forging will be crucial to arming our future forces. Yang Wudi, your clan's unparalleled combat prowess will be invaluable for defense and offense. As Li Xian began to outline the specific roles and responsibilities of each clan, his voice filled the room with a quiet authority. He spoke of training regimes, resource allocation, and the need for absolute secrecy. The atmosphere was no longer one of stunned surprise, but one of focused determination. They were no longer disparate clans, clinging to the remnants of their past. They were now architects of a new future, building Chang'an anew, brick by bloody brick, on the fertile soil of the Douluo Continent. The dream of a fallen prince had become their shared destiny. The war was coming, and they would be ready. Bai He looked at the revolver on the drawing, his face a mix of curiosity and mild disappointment. Soul Sect's attack sounds okay, right? Lin Xiao chuckled. Don't underestimate it, Clan Chief Bai He. This is the first iteration. With advancements, and a strong enough Soul Master injecting power, these revolvers could rival Soul Emperors, even Soul Sages. And that's before we introduce soul ammunition. Soul ammunition? Bai's ears perked up, his eyes gleaming with renewed interest. You mean, like, bullets made with different soul skills? Fire? Wind? Maybe even, poison? He glanced at Douluo, who was busy poring over the old phlegm snake venom guide. Precisely, Lin Xiao confirmed with a smile. That is something we will explore later. But for now, Clan Chief Bai, your task is to master the creation of this revolver. Replicate it. Improve it. Make it faster. Bai, a master of speed himself, understood implicitly. He traced the lines of the drawing with a calloused finger. Faster. I like the sound of that. So, I'm in charge of weapons? In a sense, yes. You will be the head of our future Arms Development Department. Bai puffed out his chest. The Arms Development Department. I like that even more. I'll need funding, materials, and a dedicated workshop. And I'll need a name for these bullets. Something snappy. Lin Xiao nodded. You'll have whatever you need. The funds will be allocated, the workshop will be built, and materials will be provided. As for the bullet names, that's your area of expertise. Just try to avoid anything involving old phlegm. He shot a look at Douluo, who was still muttering about 1,000 poison mixtures and ultimate venomous blends. Douluo, oblivious to the joke, looked up. Did someone mention phlegm? Lin Xiao sighed internally. This was going to be a long, and likely very strange, journey. Yang Wudi, still lost in the herbal encyclopedia, suddenly gasped. I've got it. The missing link. I can finally stabilize the process. He looked up, his eyes gleaming. Your Highness, with your permission, I'd like to dedicate a new strain of medicinal herb to you. Something truly extraordinary. Niu Gao, studying the map of Chang'an, grumbled. Extraordinary is expensive. We need to find a way to mass-produce these building materials. Perhaps integrate some soul conduction to reinforce the foundations. Bai was already sketching furiously, his brain buzzing with ideas for faster firing mechanisms and specialized bullet designs. Lin Xiao watched them all, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He had gathered a motley crew, a collection of brilliant, eccentric, and occasionally alarming individuals. But they were loyal. And they were driven. And with the acting maul as his secret weapon, they were going to change the face of this world. All right, Lin Xiao said, his voice ringing with newfound confidence. Let's get to work. We have a city to build, weapons to forge, and a future to conquer. And as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the clearing, Douluo, still lost in the intricacies of the 10,000 Poisons Heart Sutra, muttered, perhaps. The Emerald Vomit Serpent's kiss, no, too long. Viper's regurgitation, getting closer. Lin Xiao winced. Some things, he suspected, were simply unavoidable. Lin Xiao surveyed the room, the confident smiles of his followers radiating back at him. The air thrummed with anticipation. In 3 days, Chang'an would be flooded with the most powerful individuals on the continent, all drawn to the siren song of the upcoming auction. But the auction was only part of Lin Xiao's grand design. Days earlier, Lin Xiao had revealed the blueprint for a revolutionary revolver soul guide. Its simplicity was its genius. Unlike complex, high-level soul tools, this one was designed for the common soldier, the auxiliary soul master, the backbone of any army. It was a tool that could, as Bai so aptly put it, forcibly grant soul sect-level combat power to anyone. Lin Xiao understood that true power wasn't just in elite forces. It was in the masses, the foundation upon which empires were built. This revolver was the key to leveling the playing field between small nations and powerhouses. The blueprint was now being entrusted to Bai, leader of the Swift Min clan. His mission, deliver it to Liu Gao, the legendary god craftsman of Guangxin city. Liu Gao's reputation preceded him. He was a master forger, bordering on obsessive, always chasing the next great innovation. Lin Xiao knew the revolver blueprint, with its elegant simplicity and immense potential, would be irresistible to him. Yang Wudi, head of the Breaking Clan, had understood the brilliance of Lin Xiao's strategy. No wonder His Highness wasn't in a rush to woo Titan and the Force clan. He had Liu Gao lined up all along. Securing Liu Gao was a masterstroke. With Liu Gao's genius and the resources of Chang'an, mass production of the Revolver Soul Guide was not just possible, but inevitable. it was a prospect that filled Niu Gao, leader of the defense clan, with unrestrained enthusiasm. Lin Xiao, however, remained grounded. Clan Chief Niu is overly generous with his praise. This crucial task will be entrusted to Clan Chief Bai. He fixed his gaze on Bai He. Remember the importance of this mission. Bai He, a whirlwind of controlled energy, bowed deeply. Your Highness, rest assured. This drawing will reach Lu Gao's hands without fail. The second auction served a dual purpose. First, it would finance the initial stages of mass production for the revolver. Second, it was a lure, drawing powerful figures into Chang'an, where Lin Xiao could subtly influence them, observe them, and perhaps even recruit them. What, Brother Shui? Doesn't your Tiando Empire welcome our Douluo Empire? Emperor Xingluo looked at Emperor Xueya and spoke slowly. As Emperor Xingluo spoke, he faintly exuded an extremely terrifying aura. This was a sense of oppression unique to titled Douluo. Emperor Xingluo is not only the lord of a country, he is also a powerful titled Douluo. At the same time, he is also a rare titled Douluo emperor in the history of the two empires. After all, the leader of a country is busy with government affairs almost every day, and it is difficult to have extra time to practice. It is almost impossible to practice to a titled Douluo. But the Douluo Emperor was able to cultivate to such a level not only because of his outstanding talent, but also due to the cruel competition among the royal families of the Douluo Empire. Compared with the Tiando Empire, which has a gentle policy, the Douluo Empire, which governs the country with iron and blood, is obviously stronger in terms of military strength. After all, Daimyo Bai once said that if Wuhuan Palace had not interfered, the Douluo Empire would have conquered the Tiando Empire and achieved its mission of unifying the continent. Therefore, in the imperial throne, the Douluo Empire will completely crush the Tiando Empire. Ha, Brother Dai is overly worried. Our Tiando Empire naturally welcomes your Douluo Empire, but as the head of a country, Brother Dai has the temerity to personally come to the territory of our Tiando Empire. Doesn't it seem a little inappropriate? Emperor Xueya looked at Emperor Xingluo and said calmly. That's because our Douluo Empire is being abrupt, but don't worry, our Douluo Empire's purpose this time is just for the Chang'an auction house. After the auction is over, we will return to Douluo, Emperor Xingluo spoke slowly. Now that Emperor Xingluo can explain to Emperor Xueya so calmly, this is indispensable because of the contribution of Wuhuan Palace. After all, the power of Wuhuan Palace currently far exceeds that of the two empires. Whenever the two empires have differences and start a war first, Wuhuan Palace will you can directly reap the benefits and annihilate the two empires in one fell swoop. Ah, Brother Dai, you are worrying too much. If you like it, you can just stay in our Tiando Empire for a while. On the surface, the two of them did a very good job, but in their hearts, they didn't know how many times they greeted each other's parents. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have known that the relationship between the two His Majesties is so good. A cold voice came down from directly above Soto City. For a moment, everyone on the ground suddenly raised their heads and looked upward. I saw Bibi Dong holding the papal scepter and looking down at everything, with Yuguan and Gui Mei standing on both sides of Bibi Dong. That voice. That suffocating pressure. The very air seemed to tighten. Bibi Dong's arrival was a silent declaration. The Spirit Hall wasn't merely attending, they were asserting dominance. Her eyes swept across the assembled monarchs and academies, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk playing on her lips. My apologies for the late arrival, Bibi Dong's tone dripped with false contrition. Matters of the utmost importance have occupied my attention, but the allure of the Chang'an auction house proved too strong to resist. Emperor Xueya's face tightened. Emperor Xingluo subtly flexed his hand. The silent agreement between the two empires was palpable. The unspoken question burned in their eyes. What was the Spirit Hall truly after? Within the Shrek Academy contingent, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. The familiar oppressive aura of Bibi Dong brought back painful memories. He squeezed his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He had to protect his friends, protect Xiao Wu. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd. From within the auction house, a figure emerged. Not a noble, not a soldier, but a woman, her face serene and elegant, radiating an almost unnerving calm. She wore simple, flowing robes, seemingly unadorned, yet possessing an undeniable aura of authority. "Welcome, esteemed guests," she announced, her voice clear and resonant, easily carrying across the square. "Chang'an Auction House is honored by your presence. Please, come inside." The auction is about to begin. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Bibi Dong, then on Emperor Xueye and Emperor Xingluo, before finally settling on the Shrek Academy group. A flicker of something unreadable passed through her eyes. Before we begin, she continued, raising a hand, a word of caution. Not all treasures are meant to be possessed. Choose wisely, bid carefully, and remember, knowledge is power, but discretion is the greatest treasure of all. With that cryptic warning, she turned and gestured towards the entrance of the auction house. The crowd, a volatile mix of emperors, nobles, and students, began to slowly file inside, drawn by the promise of unimaginable treasures and the undercurrent of dangerous secrets that now permeated the air. The true game, it seemed, was only just beginning. The air crackled with tension. Bibi Dong's gaze was unwavering, a strange mix of cold authority and something that looked terribly like hurt. Emperor Xueye and Emperor Xingluo, usually paragons of composure, both bore deep frowns. The silent threat emanating from the trio of titled Douluo, Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and Ghost had cleared a wide berth around them. The auction house loomed behind them, a silent promise of wealth and power. 5 titled Douluo in one place. It was unprecedented. Hidden in the fringes, a man in a tattered black robe nursed a flask, his gaze darting between Tang San and the encroaching forces from Spirit Hall. Tang Hao. His eyes, usually dull with grief and regret, flickered with a familiar intensity. The whispering promises of the auction house had rekindled a desperate hope. There are all kinds of treasures, can I resurrect Ain? The clang of heavy footsteps announced the arrival of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, led by the imposing Yuanjin, his eyes scanning the assembled power with a glint of arrogance. Master Jade, voices murmured, a mix of respect and apprehension. Then, 2 voices, filled with shock and disbelief, cut through the simmering tension. Father? Father? Dai Mubai and Yu Xiaojiang, both members of Shrek Academy, stared in stunned silence at Emperor Xingluo and Yu Yuanjin respectively. Confusion rippled through the Shrek students. I get why Boss Dai calls Emperor Xingluo father, Ma Hongjun whispered, eyes wide with scandalous glee. But why does Master? Is it possible that the Master is actually the illegitimate son of Emperor Xingluo? Wait, isn't the Master Dai's half-brother? Dai Mubai silenced him with a sharp elbow. Tang San, however, was thoughtful. Master Jade, surnamed Yu? Could it be that the teacher's father is the Master Jade of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Davis, standing beside Emperor Xingluo, smirked, a cruel anticipation in his eyes. Father, look to the left. Emperor Xingluo followed his son's gaze, landing on Dai Mubai and the group from Shrek Academy. Simultaneously, an elder from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan pointed a trembling finger at Yu Xiaojiang. Sect Master, do you think that person is Yu Xiaojiang? Yu Xiaojiang, caught in the spotlight, desperately tried to hide, turning his back and feigning ignorance. Bibi Dong, watching the scene unfold, felt a tremor run through her as she recognized the set of Yu Xiaojiang's shoulders. Xiaogang, is that you? She whispered, barely audible even to herself. Emperor Xingluo approached Dai Mubai, his expression a mask of disappointment. The air crackled with unspoken disapproval. Mubai, you disappoint me so much. He brushed past Dai Mubai, leaving the words to fester. Davis, however, lingered, his smile widening. Good brother, Davis whispered, his voice honeyed with malice. You can't blame anyone else for this. You can only blame yourself for choosing to fall. Yu Yuanjin, steeling himself to finally confront his son, was halted by a sudden commotion. A whirlwind of emotion, a slim woman with red-rimmed eyes, bolted towards Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaogang, is that you? She cried, her voice choked with years of unspoken longing. Yu Xiaojiang, caught completely off guard, whirled around, his eyes widening in horror. Damn it. Two dragons? The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan erupted in nervous whispers. Damn it, why is she here? It's over, the reputation of my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family is at stake. Sect Master, you must not recognize that Yu Xiaojiang now, otherwise our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family will be doomed. Yu Yuanjin's face was a battleground of conflicting emotions. Duty warred with paternal longing. Erlong, why are you here? Also, it's not good to have sex in a large public place. Yu Xiaojiang, desperate to salvage the situation, coldly brushed her off. The rejection sent Lu Erlong reeling, both physically and emotionally. Xiaojiang, you actually did this to me? You would never do this to me back then. Shrek Academy was in a state of utter bewilderment. Oscar voiced their collective confusion. Xiao-san, do you know this ant? Why does the master treat an ant like this? Isn't it a bit too much? Flanders, however, understood. And he was furious. Xiao Gang. What are you doing? Why are you pushing Erlong Mei away? He rushed to Lu Erlong's side, shielding her from Yu Xiaozhang's dismissive gaze. 2. Erlong Mei. Those 3 words, laced with decades of shared history and unrequited longing, hung heavy in the air. The 2 emperors, Xueye and Xingluo, observed the spectacle with detached amusement. The leaders of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and other powerful forces watched with shrewd interest, sensing an opportunity amidst the chaos. High above, within the Chang'an auction house, Lin Xiao, Zhong Nan, Dugu Bo, Miao Gao, and Yang Wudi surveyed the scene with a detached disdain. It wouldn't be good if we let so many power lords wait outside, Miao Gao grumbled, eyes fixed on Yu Xiaozhang. Don't be in a hurry. Let's talk after we finish eating. Look, the 2 emperors have no intention of taking action. Why are we so anxious? Yang Wudi cracked open a melon seed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. The auction turned into a recognition meeting for relatives and friends, which was interesting. Yu Xiaozhang, seeing Flanders' burning fury, desperately tried to signal him, blinking frantically. I don't know her at all, Flanders, you must have admitted your mistake. Flanders exploded. The cat-eagle spirit surged behind him, and he launched a fist straight at Yu Xiaozhang's jaw. If you blink your mother's eyes and don't recognize Erlong, then you should know my fist, right? The blood-red energy still lingered in the air, thick with the scent of ozone and death. Yu Xiaozhang, face plastered with terror, scrambled further away from the disembodied head, his pig-like swelling throbbing with every panicked breath. Ah! He continued to stammer, a broken record of fear. Yu Yuanjin, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He looked at the lifeless eyes of his clan elder, the crimson stain spreading across the auction house floor, and a guttural growl escaped his lips. He wanted to unleash the full power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, to obliterate this arrogant interloper in the entire auction house with him. But the urgent whispers of the remaining elders, their hands restraining his arms, sliced through his rage. Sect Master, restrain yourself. Think of the consequences. The weight of their words, laced with the chilling reminder of what Flanders was about to reveal, forced a tremor of reluctant control. It was not the death of an elder, however shocking, that truly paralyzed him. It was the threat of exposure. Because Yu Xiaozhang and Lu Erlong were not merely a couple. They were cousins, bound by blood. A truth that, in the rigidly moral landscape of Douluo Continent, was a stain that could damn his entire clan. Yu Xiaozhang was his heir, his actions reflected upon the prestige and honor of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Tang San, ever the dutiful disciple, rushed to his teacher's side, struggling to help him to his feet. Teacher! Are you all right? Yu Xiaozhang, still dazed from Flanders' earlier assault and now shaken to his core by the gruesome spectacle beside him, could only manage a garbled, Flanders, you. Flanders ignored him, his gaze fixed on Lu Erlong, his expression a complex mix of pain and resolve. He took a slow, deliberate step forward. When we 3 traveled the mainland, he began, his voice resonating with a lifetime of unspoken emotions, you and Erlong were already deeply in love. And yes, he admitted, his eyes locking with hers, I loved Erlong too. Tears streamed down Lu Erlong's face, mingling with the dust on her cheeks. Boss Fu. She whispered, her voice choked with emotion. A murmur rippled through the crowd. A love triangle? Intrigue. Tell us more. Flanders continued, his voice steady despite the tremor in his heart. But Erlong's heart belonged to him. And rather than possess her, I wanted her happiness. So I withdrew. I buried my feelings, hoping to see her thrive. He paused, a bittersweet smile touching his lips. As long as you've seen the flowers bloom, why should you care who plucks them? His words hung in the air, a testament to selfless love and years of quiet suffering. Some were moved, whispering their support for the honorable Flanders. Others, like Duguyen, were less impressed. He sounds more pathetically loyal than my grandfather, she muttered to herself. But then Yu Xiaozhang, in a moment of profound idiocy, shattered the fragile veneer of respect. I'm so sorry, Flanders. If I had known you liked Erlong, I would have stepped aside. Brothers before women, right? The air crackled with tension. Lu Erlong's face crumpled. "You Xiaojang," she cried, her voice a raw, wounded sound. "Am I just a prize to be given away? A trinket you can casually dispose of?" "Erlong, no! I didn't mean it like that. I just..." Yu Xiaojang stammered, desperately backpedaling. Flanders, who had been teetering on the edge of control, finally snapped. He had held his tongue, out of respect for their shared past. But Yu Xiaojang's callousness was too much to bear. "Yu Xiaojang, you forced my hand," he roared. "The truth about you and Erlong, the truth is..." Before he could utter the damning words, the 82nd level soul Douluo, the now headless elder, had lunged forward. A wave of oppressive soul power washed over Flanders, a suffocating blanket that threatened to crush him. "Silence," the elder had roared, a moment before his demise. The audience understood. This wasn't just a love triangle. This was a scandal, a secret the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would kill to protect. But just as Flanders was about to be silenced forever, the crimson arc of Zhongnan's sword had intervened. Now, standing amidst the wreckage, Zhongnan's presence was a breathtaking spectacle. The broken blades, the rising soul rings, the terrifying aura of a tidal Douluo, and that single, blood-red ring that spoke of 100,000 years of power. "A tidal Douluo," someone gasped. "In 100,000-year soul ring." The power brokers in the crowd, the Nings, the Chens, the emperors, the Pope all watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "Including Old Poison and Mr. Li, that makes 3 tidal Douluo protecting this auction house," Yu Guan murmured, his face paling. "And this one is different. This wasn't just wealth or influence. This was power, raw and terrifying." Zhongnan's cold gaze swept over the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. His voice, amplified by his soul power, echoed through the stunned silence. "The Chang'an auction house prohibits violence." He paused, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. "Anyone who violates these rules will meet the same fate." Yu Yuanjin stared at the headless corpse of his elder, at the crimson stain blooming on the floor, and the fury within him raged. But he was not a fool. He glanced at Zhongnan, the red soul ring blazing like a beacon of unimaginable power, and knew that he was outmatched. Today, revenge would have to wait. Today, the secret would remain safe, for now. But the truth, like a festering wound, remained, waiting to be exposed. And Flanders, somewhere, knew he had allies in this fight. The fight for truth, for justice, and most importantly, for Lu Erlong's shattered heart. The air in the Chang'an auction house vibrated with suppressed excitement, despite the recent scandalous revelation. Even the headless corpse lying beside him seemed insignificant compared to the information Flanders had just unleashed. He, a washed-up old soul with a penchant for the dramatic, had just tossed a grenade into the already volatile mix of power, reputation, and forbidden love. He watched Yu Yuanjin, the usually stoic and imposing leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, crumble before his eyes. His face was ashen, his shoulders slumped, a king dethroned by shame. Good. Flanders didn't care about the consequences. He was old, past his prime, and driven by a deep-seated loyalty to his unconventional family. The whispers and accusations swirling around them like a poisonous fog were music to his ears. Let them judge. Let them squirm. He turned to Yu Xiaojang, whose face was a mask of fury and despair. "Flanders, what good will it do to you and Erlong if you do this?" Flanders scoffed. "Good? Child, I haven't chased good for decades. I'm old, remember? What these vultures think of me is less important than the dirt under their fingernails." He gestured towards the gawking crowd with disdain. "As for Erlong, she deserves to know the truth. And she deserves to be free." Then, Lu Erlong stepped forward, her face etched with disgust as she addressed Yu Xiaojang. "Yu Xiaojang, from now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other." Her voice, usually booming with fiery passion, was cold and detached, a final severing of ties. "Boss Fu, let's go." She offered Flanders a small, heartbreaking smile. In that moment, he saw not just a powerful Contra, but a woman wounded by betrayal and decades of deception. He nodded, a silent promise of protection passing between them. Together, they turned their backs on the chaos and walked away. Bibi Dong, watching from across the room, recoiled. The image of Yu Xiaojang, once held so dearly in her heart, was now tainted, defiled by the revelation of his incestuous desires. A wave of nausea washed over her, a potent cocktail of regret and disgust. Meanwhile, the students of Shrek Academy stood bewildered, caught in the crossfire. Daimubai, ever pragmatic, made the decision for them. "Mistress, let's go see the dean." He led the others, leaving Tang San to deal with the fallout of his teacher's downfall. Tang San, torn between loyalty and disgust, approached Yu Xiaojiang. "Teacher, are you okay?" Tang Hao, lurking in the shadows, watched with growing concern. This association with Yu Xiaojiang was becoming a liability. As the drama unfolded, the efficient Zhong Nan, seemingly unfazed, took center stage. He reminded the crowd of their purpose, announcing the opening of the Chang'an auction. In a seamless transition, the audience, hungry for spectacle, surged towards the entrance. Inside, the auction house was a dazzling display of opulence. Emperor Shui marveled at the grandeur, comparing it to his own palace. Lin Xiao, the mastermind behind the auction, greeted the arriving dignitaries with practiced charm. Ning Fengji exchanged pleasantries, then retreated to his private box. Bibi Dong, however, stopped Lin Xiao, her voice dripping with veiled curiosity. She praised his talents, inquiring about his success in recruiting the elusive single-attribute clans. Lin Xiao remained evasive, skillfully deflecting her questions. "The Pope flatters me. The Pa clan, Yu clan, and Min clan have indeed joined our Chang'an auction house, but the Li clan, they are independent." Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed, but she masked her suspicions with a polite smile. "In that case, I will not disturb Mr. Li any further." As the auction house filled, Zhong Nan approached Lin Xiao, his face grave. "Your Highness," a man in a sloppy black robe sneaked into the auction house. "He has a strong aura, a titled Douluo. He didn't register. What should we do?" Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. He knew exactly who that man in black was. Tang Hao. The pieces were moving. The stage was set. And the second Chang'an auction was about to become far more than just a gathering of wealth and power. It was about to become a battleground. Lin Xiao, hidden in his private room, watched the frenzy unfold with a knowing smile. This was all going according to plan. He had anticipated the reaction to the martial soul evolution potion. It was bait, specifically designed to distract and deplete the resources of his enemies, particularly Emperor Shui. "Don't worry about him," Lin Xiao said to Zhong Nan, who had materialized beside him. The noise from the auction was muffled in their soundproof chamber. The most important thing right now is to replace Soto City from Emperor Shui. Soto City. The strategic linchpin controlling a vital trade route, a source of immense income and influence. Gaining control of Soto City would cripple Shui's war efforts and bolster Lin Xiao's own. "Yes, Your Highness," Zhong Nan nodded, his face impassive. He understood the priorities. Lin Xiao wasn't simply vying for power, he was meticulously dismantling the existing power structure, piece by piece. The bidding for the potion continued to escalate. The fiery arrogance of the Blazing Fire Academy clashed with the calculated wealth of the Shinfeng Academy. Hu Yanjin, the imposing leader of the Elephant Armor sect, threw his weight into the fray, his heavy voice booming promises of bolstering his sect's defenses. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He had no intention of acquiring the potion. He knew its limitations. It was a gamble, a lottery ticket for martial spirit evolution. He was playing a different game, a game of strategy and manipulation. He watched as Shui, his face etched with mingled desire and anxiety, conversed with Xueqinghe, the seeming crown prince. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a thin smile. He knew Xueqinghe's true identity, Qianrenxue, the angel spirit master from the spirit hall, meticulously disguised and working to undermine the Tiando Empire from within. Earlier, their eyes had met, and Lin Xiao had offered a subtle nod. A gesture of recognition, perhaps even a silent warning. Qianrenxue, or rather Xueqinghe, was clearly rattled by the encounter. It's strange. Xueqinghe's identity seems to have never come into contact with him. What does he mean? Could it be that he has seen through my identity, she had thought, trying to dismiss the unease crawling beneath her skin. Impossible, I must be worrying too much. Lin Xiao knew she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Her mission was too important. His acknowledgement had been a calculated move, a subtle disruption to her carefully constructed facade. Back in the auction, the bidding had reached fever pitch. Douluo, the auctioneer, expertly fueled the flames, her voice dripping with seductive promises. Now was the time. Zhong Nan, initiate phase 1, Lin Xiao commanded, his voice barely a whisper, yet filled with unwavering authority. Disrupt the security perimeter around Soto City. I want Emperor Shuya to believe bandits are becoming increasingly bold. Zhong Nan bowed and vanished like a shadow. Lin Xiao's gaze returned to Emperor Shui. He's going to make his move, he murmured to himself. He'll try to secure both the potion and, if he can swing it, Chilua Tulip. He'll bleed his coffers dry, leaving Soto City vulnerable. He knew Shui's weaknesses, his vanity, his desperation to solidify his legacy, and his underestimation of his enemies. These were the chinks in the armor Lin Xiao planned to exploit. The roar of the crowd as the martial soul evolution potion was finally auctioned off was a symphony of chaos and ambition. Lin Xiao merely saw opportunities. The pieces were moving, the stage was set. The game was about to begin. And he, Lin Xiao, was about to checkmate an emperor. Qian Renshua's breath hitched. Lin Xiao's words, spoken softly yet laced with unwavering certainty, were like a punch to the gut. She had anticipated some level of awareness from him, but the directness was unnerving. Mr. Lin, she began, attempting to regain her composure. Her voice, carefully cultivated to mimic Xueqing's calm demeanor, wavered slightly. I assure you, the Tiando Empire values its partnership with the Chang'an auction house. There would be no question of. Lin Xiao cut her off with a dismissive wave of his hand. Let's dispense with the formalities, shall we? We both know who you truly are, and the charade serves no purpose here. He leaned back against the plush sofa, his gaze never leaving her. You came here with a plan, Miss Qian Renshue. A plan that involved using this auction to weaken Emperor Shui, further your own agenda, and, incidentally, do me a small favor. A convenient arrangement, wouldn't you say? Qian Renshue swallowed, her carefully constructed facade beginning to crumble. The situation evolved, she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. The purchase of the martial soul evolution potion was unexpected. I had not foreseen Emperor Shui's eagerness. Unexpected, indeed, Lin Xiao echoed, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. An eagerness fueled by your own persuasive words, wouldn't you say? You painted a glorious future for the Tiando Empire, a future contingent on this very potion. A future so compelling, it justified selling treasures and even land. He let the last word hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Qian Renshue flinched. He saw through everything. Her carefully laid traps, her manipulative words, her desperate attempts to salvage a situation spinning out of her control. And now, Lin Xiao continued, his voice taking on a sharper edge, you find yourself in a rather precarious position. You cannot take the potion without revealing your true identity. Revealing your true identity precipitates a war you're not yet ready for. So, you were prepared to sacrifice my reputation, my business, to escape your own predicament? I was going to ensure Li Xian was compensated, Qian Renshue stammered, her cheeks flushing. A small price to pay for a debt owed. Lin Xiao chuckled, a low, humorless sound. A debt owed? You presume a great deal, Miss Qian. You presume that I am so easily manipulated, so easily bought. You underestimate Li Xian, and you overestimate your own abilities. He stood up, his tall frame casting a long shadow over her. So, what now, Miss Qian Renshue? He asked, stepping closer. What is your plan now that your carefully constructed world is threatening to collapse around you? Qian Renshue found herself backed against the wall, figuratively and literally. Her carefully crafted image of a composed and calculating prince was shattered. She was exposed, vulnerable, and facing a man who saw through her every deception. Desperate, she met his gaze, her golden eyes pleading. Help me, she whispered, the words ripped from her throat. Help me get out of this. And I swear, I will repay the debt, 100-fold. Lin Xiao stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, a slow smile spread across his face, a smile that was both intriguing and unsettling. Interesting, he murmured. Perhaps there's a way out of this for both of us. But it will require more than just sweet words, Miss Qian Renshue. Much more. He paused, then added, his voice barely a whisper, it will require trust. Something you are not known for offering. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Qian Renshue knew this was a turning point. The fate of the Tiando Empire, her own future, and perhaps even the entire continent hung in the balance, all resting on the decision of this enigmatic man. She had gambled everything, and now, she had to face the consequences. Taking a deep breath, she met his gaze, her voice filled with a newfound resolve. Trust, she repeated. I understand. Tell me what you need me to do. A miniature, shimmering nine-colored swan materialized mid-air, its wings beating with a soft, ethereal light. It was so lifelike, Lin Xiao felt a pang of longing, a childish desire to reach out and touch it. This is amazing, she breathed, forgetting her carefully constructed facade for a moment. I've never seen anything like it. Lin Xiao smiled, pleased with the effect. Chang'an and the others have been working on this for a while. It's still in its early stages, but it's proving to be quite a useful tool. He turned back to Lin Xiao. So, Miss Chen, do you think this nine-color swan will suffice? Can your skills replicate it? Lin Xiao's eyes were glued to the miniature projection. She slowly nodded, a thoughtful expression on her face. It's perfect. The details are incredible. With this, I can refine my disguise, make it almost seamless. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. This wasn't just about completing her mission. This was about perfecting her craft, pushing the boundaries of what she thought was possible. She reached out tentatively, her fingers phasing through the holographic bird. The sensation was strange, unsettling, yet undeniably impressive. The texture, it even simulates the texture of feathers. This is far beyond anything I imagined. Lin Xiao watched her, a mixture of amusement and admiration in his gaze. He knew Lin Xiao was ambitious, driven to succeed, but he hadn't fully appreciated the depth of her dedication. He knew her ultimate goal was to conquer the Tiando Empire and bring it under the control of the Spirit Hall, a goal he personally opposed, yet he couldn't help but respect her commitment to achieving it. So, are we friends, Miss Chen? Lin Xiao asked, his tone light but his eyes holding a deeper question. Friends who can help each other, even if our goals might sometimes conflict. Lin Xiao finally tore her gaze away from the projected swan. She looked at Lin Xiao, her expression unreadable. For the first time, she was truly considering his words. She had always seen people as tools, pawns to be manipulated in her grand game. But Lin Xiao, he was different. He knew her secret, her true purpose, yet he wasn't condemning her, wasn't trying to stop her. He was offering her friendship. The concept was foreign, almost unsettling. She had never allowed herself to truly connect with anyone, always maintaining a careful distance, afraid of being exposed, of being vulnerable. But the warmth in Lin Xiao's eyes, the subtle curve of his lips, was undeniably inviting. She knew she was playing a dangerous game. Getting close to Lin Xiao could compromise her mission, expose her to unforeseen risks. But the prospect of having someone she could confide in, someone who saw her for who she truly was, not just Chang'an or the angel saint, was too tempting to resist. A slow smile spread across her face, a genuine smile that hadn't touched her lips in years. Perhaps, Master Li, she said, her voice softer than before. Perhaps we can be friends. But don't think for a moment that I'll go easy on you. Lin Xiao chuckled. Wouldn't dream of it, Miss Chen. Wouldn't dream of it. He raised his teacup in a silent toast. The intricate plan she was weaving, the political web she was actively constructing would all soon be his to unravel. The game was afoot. And, he thought with a wry smile, he was ready to play. The aroma of the tea filled the air, a sweet scent that belied the complex game that was just beginning between them. The nine-colored swan continued to shimmer, a silent witness to the fragile, yet potentially powerful, alliance that was being forged. The office air thickened, not with tension, but with the palpable, almost shimmering presence of the impossible. A huge swan shadow dominated the room, its ethereal form radiating an aura that dwarfed even the most potent martial techniques. 9 tail wings, each a vibrant brushstroke of different colors, fanned out from its tail, painting the very air with magic. The legendary fire phoenix, the majestic ice phoenix, the graceful Chang'an, all paled in comparison. Lin Xiao, usually a mask of serene composure, was visibly trembling with excitement. There, before her very eyes, stood a life-sized, breathtakingly real 9-colored swan martial spirit, a tangible representation of her deepest desires. Her eyes blazed with a divine golden light, fueled by the seraph martial spirit that pulsed within her. An aura of god-level power washed over the room, a stark contrast to the subtle elegance of the swan. Chang'an, ever vigilant, detected the surge of the seraph's power and his eyes flickered with surprise. The martial spirit of the woman in front of me is actually a god-level martial spirit? He murmured, almost to himself. Lin Xiao, however, was focused. Soul bone disguise skill, activate, she commanded, her voice sharp and decisive. A wave of blinding, sacred golden light erupted, engulfing Qianren and the seraph martial spirit behind her. It was a transformation, a shedding of one skin for another. Slowly, agonizingly, the golden light subsided. The radiant seraph had vanished, replaced by the nine-colored swan martial spirit, an almost perfect replica of the projection she had just witnessed. This martial spirit is perfect, both in appearance and grade. It will definitely deceive the group of people outside, Qianren declared, her voice laced with undisguised relief and a touch of triumph. Li Xiao, thank you. She turned towards Lin Xiao, her face softening into a genuine smile. A stray ray of golden sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her long, golden hair in a spiritual glow. Lin Xiao returned her smile, his expression neutral. No need to thank me. I'm helping you for my own sake. If you used the martial soul evolution potion and the martial soul hadn't evolved, then my Chang'an auction house would be the one whose reputation would be damaged. I don't want to take the blame for you. Besides, he added, a hint of warmth creeping into his voice, I still owe you a favor. Qianren beautiful face flickered, and she retorted, with mock annoyance, Humph, it's good that you know. Don't think I don't know what your plans are. Since the last auction ended, I've been subtly influencing Emperor Shui, planting the seeds of trading a city for fairy grass. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. It's not good to be too smart, Miss Qian. It might harm you. But thank you, nonetheless. He acknowledged. Without Qianren subtle influence as Shuqinghe, convincing the emperor would have been a far more difficult task. It's been a long time, people outside will become suspicious. I'm going out first. I'll treat you to dinner next time I have time, Qianren said, turning towards the door. Well, go ahead and be safe, Lin Xiao replied, his gaze lingering on her back. Suddenly, Qianren froze. Her long eyelashes trembled, and those simple, almost mundane words, be safe, sent a ripple through her carefully constructed composure. She turned back, her eyes meeting Lin Xiao's slightly curved smile. Also, she said, a playful lilt in her voice, please call me Xiaoxue from now on. It's too annoying to hear Miss Qian every day. Lin Xiao smiled back, a touch more genuine this time. Okay, then. Xiaoxue, pay attention to safety. A wave of satisfaction washed over Qianren at the sound of her chosen name. She turned and left the room, leaving behind a faint trace of golden light. Perhaps it was the happiest day she had experienced in years. And certainly the most meaningful. After Qianren departed, Zhongnan turned to Lin Xiao, his expression thoughtful. Your Highness, that girl seems to be interested in you. Lin Xiao remained seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed on a teacup on the table. His expression was calm, almost detached. Maybe. Chang'an is not yet settled, why should we call home? I won't consider trivial matters like love and affection for the time being. When Chang'an comes to this world, enjoying the starry night sky with your loved ones, that is what we pursue. Of course, he added, a flicker of steel in his eyes, that day won't be long. On the auction stage, Qianren, once again cloaked in the guise of Shuqinghe, stood before thousands of expectant faces. Holding a microphone, Douluo announced, her voice ringing with excitement, His Royal Highness has already used the martial soul evolution potion. Now, please reveal her newly evolved martial soul. Every eye in the venue focused on Shuqinghe. Emperor Shui, his face flushed with anticipation, stared with burning intensity. In the Wuhuan Palace box, Bibi Dong frowned, her expression unreadable. She knew too well the secrets hidden beneath Qianren soul bone disguise. Ning Fengji, Emperor Xingluo, and other powerful figures leaned forward, their curiosity piqued. Shuqinghe's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, a scream, a cry of pure, untamed power, resonated throughout the arena, shaking everyone to their very core. A snow-white swan, its tail fanning out into a cascade of 9 vibrant colors, materialized behind Shuqinghe. The power emanating from it was almost overwhelming. At Tianshui College, Shui Binger felt the ice phoenix spirit within her stir uneasily. Surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. His Royal Highness's evolved martial spirit, it's triggering a sense of threat within the ice phoenix spirit. At Lanba Academy, the separated members of Shrek Academy followed Flanders to the location. They felt the same unsettling pressure. Our martial spirits seemed to be faint suppressed by His Highness the Prince's martial spirit. Daimubai and the others felt the unrest within their own bodies. Bibi Dong, her expression one of stunned disbelief, could only stare at the 9-colored swan. How can this be? In the Qibao glazed sex box, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian gaped at the nine-colored swan. The martial spirit, it really evolved? And how is its quality so high? This mutated swan martial spirit has surpassed even the top martial spirits, entering the realm of the best. Ning Fengji practically vibrated with a mixture of awe and regret. He instantly felt that he had lost 100 million. The Qibao glazed sect, as an auxiliary sect, desperately needed powerful fighting spirit masters. Had they possessed this potion, they could have cultivated a powerful, affiliated fighting spirit sect. A burst of hearty laughter erupted from the Tiando Empire's box. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. A top-quality martial spirit. The rise of the Tiando Empire is at hand. Emperor Shui's voice boomed, filled with unrestrained joy. The air crackled with tension, thick with the smell of money and ambition. Qian Rinxue, trapped in the gilded cage of her Shuiqing'e persona, felt the simmering rage threatening to boil over. Her father, Emperor Shui, beamed beside her, blissfully ignorant of the storm brewing within his son. 80 million gold soul coins. Yu Guan's booming voice echoed through the auction hall, silencing the rapid-fire bidding war between the Tiando Empire and the Qibao glazed sect. The spotlight shifted back to the spirit hall box, where the skeletal figure of Yu Guan, like a grotesque flower blooming in ambition, waited expectantly. Qian Rinxue grit her teeth. 80 million. The war chest she had painstakingly